Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm drinking coffee, so
All right, let's get this started. Hi, everybody. Buenos dias, buenos dias. How are you? Listen, so today they're supposed to put, um, what did you call it? Like reading more text messages?
summary witness.
Another summary a witness. I thought that they were supposed to do the morning with Brendan, but Perry said they have rested, right?
Yeah, they finished up on Friday, and that's the day was done.
I don't get it. Hey Renee, how you doing? Love you, Renee. I was reading your stuff last night. You're crazy. Anyway, okay. Anyway, so it's supposed to be I'm up early, child.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't know how I do it. I don't. At least we get to go, after this is over, we go back to our regular schedule. I didn't even realize how uh good it is to set your own schedule. Because I'm
You
not
know
cut out
now.
for this.
You know
But
now. Yeah.
anyway, so today's supposed to be another boring day. Let's just get this out the way because we've got to move on to the defense. I'm very curious to see what they're going to say. Are they worth all this damn money that they're being paid? I hear they're making millions, okay?
Hmm.
Millions.
That's what I heard.
That's what you heard?
Yeah, I heard he's paying at least. I mean, this just out there. I don't know for a fact, but 3 million a month in attorney
$3
fee.
million a month?
Yeah, yeah. So I mean,
What?
you would think with that kind of money they would put somebody on, or but like remember I told you that that come with a risk too. If you got somebody who want to talk about his character, I've been with him forever, love him. Now when that cross come, we don't know what's in that witness background, or I don't know. It could be problems that way too when they get crossed up.
Child, this is a mess. All this money. Let's see how it goes. I feel a little better. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And now it's Perry. Now he's got the bug bug. But listen, $3 million a month, you said?
Yeah, and that's what I heard that he's paying. Like, he got a group of like what's that, six or seven attorneys or something. That's
10.
what
He's got
I
10
heard.
attorneys.
Oh, well, she had three
So
million. Yep.
I swear to God, if I spent that much money on attorneys, I shouldn't be behind bars. I think, even though know Rico hasn't been proven, I think that Diddy's still going to jail, but you don't. I don't know
Well,
why.
I just don't, because I think people, with the rules and stuff, and I understand when you look at it from outside, it looked like this, but I don't think people rationalize this Rico like people who just read it every day over and over again, wanting to find something. Because it's a lot of little small things, intent, context that you got to put underneath these predicate acts, right? You know, but nobody really talks about that, the intent and the context behind it. Because just like when people go to jail for illing somebody, it'd be a
Uh-huh.
first degree, second degree,
Uh-huh.
stuff like that. They got different degrees of it
Mhm.
based off intent and the context of everything. So it's weird, like in these situations, you're gonna have something like that. But anytime you go to court,
Mhm.
you at risk of things not going your way. Period. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not a fool, but I think Diddy will be home.
I don't
Uh,
know why you think that.
oh,
That's
I mean, that's what I think.
and you've been saying it since day one. I mean, I finally understood what you meant about how they weren't making their money legally.
Right.
They're
See,
arguing right now over paperwork. Uh, Something he's going to decide the U.S. proposed verdict from here. So we're going to argue over. We're going to argue every morning until the damn
for sure.
trial is over.
Hmm.
Okay, okay. um, Perry. So Perry. So I will say this. Your opinion is gaining a little traction. A lot of people are starting to say that Diddy did not make his money illegally. This is not RICO. You've been watching other
Yeah.
bloggers. Now I was going to try to
Yeah.
bring this blogger on and have him talk, but y'all know how I am with other bloggers. I don't know. So just tell
Yeah.
me what he was saying.
Well, no, just in general though, like I think, I mean, because I go and watch different opinions. So just to, am I off base from what I'm
Yeah.
thinking? Is it
Hmm.
something I'm missing? So I watch these other people and get different opinions. But I think that a lot of people just digging too deep into this RICO because they want it to be. You know how you can make something out to be bigger than what it is
Uh-huh.
because you sort of want to see something crazy happen,
Uh-huh.
like, and with no mean intent, you just feel like, hey, this guy done did so much, he deserved to go. But we
Mhm.
talking about the justice system. You know what I'm saying? So he should only go for something he's been charged with. And a lot of these things aren't really
Oh my
add.
gosh. I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah.
I cannot take it. I cannot take it. Okay, you guys, I cannot take it. The prosecution just told the judge, because they're going over paperwork and stuff like that, that their
Summary witness.
we're uh summary witness will go into tomorrow.
See, and that is now, and that's some boring stuff too. It's so
Oh my,
boring. It's like
I
sitting in the
cannot
library.
take it. What the
But
hell?
don't be surprised neither. Like Diddy team saying they might wrap it up in a day or two. They might come and it's a cat and mouse.
Perry, I cannot take this
They
trial
might
not
go.
one.
They might go 5 or 6 days. They might have a surprise witness. You know what I'm saying?
Stop playing.
To
Stop
start.
playing.
Hmm?
Stop playing.
No, I'm saying it's. Oh yeah. I mean,
You
you know,
what? You can't have a surprise witness. That's for TV, right?
no, no. Remember at the last minute they'll say something came up.
Oh my
And I
gosh,
introduced this to the court. You
Perry.
know,
Listen, first
they
the
fight
defense said
every morning. They fight every morning. Remember,
every morning.
and used to get really mad at the defense because there they go trying to enter something in. Both sides does it, but
Mm,
I don't know. This is sort of crazy. It's sort of
child,
just
I
crazy how it's
cannot.
going, but we'll see. But eventually, the prosecution could be just trying to drag it off. But as a juror, after a while, you're getting tired of hearing the same old broken record. Now,
Yes.
some people would say, "Hey, you know what? But they're hearing the same story for a reason because this is how things went down." Okay, but it still becomes boring.
Yeah.
People check out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
then and typically pay more attention to like a shorter, like say if the defense come on with something totally new, energy, you sort of
Mm-hmm.
had like the tendency to roll with that. Because damn, they sound confident that he didn't do it. Maybe he didn't do it. It's just different modes that you go through. It's emotional being on the jury.
Well, listen.
I mean, because
I
one day,
just want this case over. It's getting long. It's getting boring. Hopefully, the defense can spice it up. But tell me what you heard. So we overslept on Friday. It's
yeah,
Perry's fault,
yeah,
right? No, I'm just
yeah.
joking.
Oh no, we overslept too on purpose. I just had the wrong times.
Yeah.
So you get
So you had to
tired.
go back this weekend and look at the testimony of Brendan, and everybody's saying that it helped the defense. What did you see, and what do you
Well,
think?
you know, because he said stuff like this, and a lot of people probably still seen it or read it, but they was like, "Hey, you're the mule and all this. How often did you bring Diddy stuff?" He said 5 to 10 times over a course of say 2 years, 18 months to 2 years.
Hmm.
That's not that often, right? And then he would
Is
just
he the
say,
mule or was he the damn assistant?
well, he was the assistant, but he'll go and get stuff for him
Hmm.
too, right? Like pick it up or whatever. But they want him to be the mule, like he dropping off a kilo or something. And I know it don't have to be a certain weight, people, to be trafficking. But this is the problem I think they're gonna have because with him, he
Hold on,
established.
hold on, hold on. The judge said they got to stick to a schedule. So Agnafilo says that his closing argument will be on Thursday. You don't think he's lying to the judge, do you?
Could be. It won't be the first time.
And then prosecution says, unfortunately, our final summary witness will now extend into the tomorrow. We understand the defense will present its case by reading some exhibits into the record. I cannot. So what happened? Go ahead.
Okay, so basically, it's their witness. He didn't, from what I seen or heard later, he didn't do anything to hurt Diddy. Mostly stuff to help him. Like, yeah, I was gonna pick up his personal package. Well, it shows that the guy's just a addict, but he wasn't getting in stuff to distribute or manufacture. Like, that's why I think all that trafficking stuff come from,
Mhm.
with the intent to distribute. His intent was to take it himself. Did he? You know what I'm saying? It was
Yeah.
personal. That's why the defense, I think, keep coming out there hammering it down. This stuff is for his personal use. Now, it is a difference. It can be illegal, but it can keep you away from this trafficking charge. You know, so that
Mhm.
happened, and then they asked him about was he around on King Night or Freak Night, right? He said, "Yeah,
Mhm.
I've been there around." And then he said on his cross, was basically asked, "Well, did Jane ever look like she was unhappy?" Yeah, I think it was Jane for him or Cass. No, it wasn't Cass. It was Jane. He said no, and then asked, "Well, did it look like she didn't want to be there?" He's like, "No." Basically, it looked like she enjoyed it. So he put a spin on it to maybe if their witness is gonna tell people, see, these girls was there by choice. They enjoyed it. Is
Mhm.
an eyewitness. He said he was there. Since you're gonna bring like believe everybody testimony. So I think that he could have helped them out. Maybe that could knock off a witness, one less witness the defense need to have on if their witness said it.
Can you imagine the mayhem that will break out if they found Diddy not guilty? They're almost forced to find him guilty
Oh,
because you got the prosecution that needs a win, right? They need a win. You
hmm,
got all these people, eyes on this case, coming from all over the world.
you get an update too.
I do. Okay, let
Mhm.
me see. I'm telling you guys, I'm gonna call it a half day if this if they're gonna be reading text messages all damn day. It's crazy.
Mm.
He says the jury is ready. All rise. Jury enters. Judge says, jurors, thank you for braving the heat. Welcome back. Agent Cerciello, you are still under oath. Attorney, I would like to enter sealed exhibits. Please turn off the public screens. So
See.
here we go, you guys. A repeat of what they've been doing all damn week. We're going to read more text messages today. We've already heard these text messages from the witnesses.
Hmm.
So I'm about to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind. This is the most boring trial ever. I want to hear some, I want some surprise witnesses on the stand. I want you to bring old lovers that you forgot all about. I
Right.
want you to bring grade school teachers with the smoking gun, GUN, stuff like
Hmm.
that. This is
Yeah.
boring.
No, I know what you're saying. Like, and even if you want to root for the prosecution, like, give us something. Like
Yeah.
this this librarian sitting up there reading a chart. I'm not impressed with it. Let's move on because he ain't telling us nothing different. I'd rather have those witnesses they had that wasn't telling the truth back on the stand. At least they was more entertaining. That
You
they would
you want to bring back
bring them back, bring Jane back, bring anybody, Mia, bring them back. Or
wrong with Perry?
and what people just fail to realize too, like they want to bank in this. Well, they got to have something, and the same thing you was just going into. They got to win. You would think after raiding 3 mansions, you would have had more than baby oil and 7-inch heels.
Here, don't bring that up. I can't
No,
even use baby oil no more, you guys. I
I'm just
cannot.
telling you though. Yeah, but what else did they bring for evidence from these mansions? He had SWAT team 6, 7, 8, and 9 out there going through the roof, coming down the chimney, knocking out the back windows and shit. You know, and this is all you got? Like for real, people, at a certain point, what kind of witch hunt could it be? And now you want to spell out Rico when you can't give us no evidence from those mansions. They pulled up on speedboats, yachts, swimming, going through his house. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Perry, hold on. I got to update.
Shit.
Attorney says, this flight, question mark. Cerciello says, to and from Las Vegas to Van Nuys. Oh, Paul Arthur was on the flight. Attorney. And this message, he said, Puff, KK, and someone named Annika or Anika. Not sure how to spell it. Okay. This is going to be boring. Y'all, we're going to do about an hour or two of this. And if they don't bring on well, no, she said they're going into Tuesday, right?
Yeah,
That's what
tomorrow.
she said.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So no, I might cut this short because this is evidence we already heard. When Perry gets bored, he starts acting silly. And I just can't take it. I start saying stuff that, I get delusional. I just get crazy. This is boring. I don't understand it. It's not good luring. If I made up a word, I don't know if I did. I don't give a damn what Law and Crime says. This is not riveting information. This is not the smoking GUN. This is boring. This is, I bet you if I put this case up to my granddaughter sleeping, it will make her fall asleep. It's like a lullaby. It's
It ain't no
boring.
smoking. It's more like an ice pack. Cold, boring, and dull. And Sherelle, I need you to get it. And he's like, well, I don't understand it. Understand this. Witch hunt. Now, we know Diddy done did a lot of things. Just charge him with those things. I go back to that. They wanted to create something.
I need you to get it. Huh? I need you to get it.
Yeah, get what?
Diddy is going to jail. And let me tell you why.
He's already in jail.
I mean, he's going to stay there. He going to prison. He going to prison.
And that's possible, right? But I guess this is the part I got to try to figure out too. Outside this RICO, is there any more smaller charges where they can say, well, like prostitution? Come on now. I mean, how much time can a man get for that? It's not like he stiffed the girls. He paid them. The entertainers got paid. Nobody was robbed.
Perry, stop. You sound crazy. Perry,
he kept them in business.
Listen, you're interrupting what I was saying. I was saying that there's the fix is in. Diddy's going. Too many people want him behind bars. Diageo didn't spend a lot of money. He going to jail.
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
$3 million a month. That's a lot of money too. And see, look, and I get what you're saying. Like, it got to be the fix in because their record is 98%. Yeah, for people who plead. Now, what happens? Huh?
What do you mean?
I mean, when the feds come out and have this stuff on people, most people plead guilty. They'll take the plea deal, right? So it's a win for them. It's almost like Tyrone Blackburn.
Oh,
he probably ain't won a case, but if you get a settlement, that's a win, right? So, but if you think about it, it's 2% that they didn't find guilty, the Fed. And so now, and even with that, maybe you're going across with somebody with no money. Diddy got some money. So his attorneys need.
And what does this mean? Perry, what does this mean? Please, y'all know I am short-tempered today. I didn't sleep well.
It don't necessarily mean, they want the fix to be in, but then his dream team's supposed to be the fixer. They supposed to fix it so his ass is home by the 4th of July. Now, how it's gonna go, I really couldn't tell you.
You
But if I was
you
betting,
say
I would say
okay,
right
you're
now,
contradicting yourself. You said that he's not going to jail.
no,
Or prison. That's what you said.
yeah, I mean, like,
Wait,
yeah,
what state is this? New York? Oh, he would be going to Rikers Island. Ooh,
yeah,
child.
and I think he'll be heading to that whatever New Jersey place he got in New Jersey or to his mansion in LA for the 4th of July.
But Perry, just answer that question. Why do you think he's not going into prison?
No, I just think they didn't spell out this RICO for me,
Right.
in my opinion, for a
What
person like Terry that is going to be open minded and saying, look,
but you see how the judge is acting. He's definitely team prosecution.
okay, right, I get all that, but the
All of
judge,
his rulings have been in favor of prosecution. What you
it,
think they gonna fall? He gonna
it come
fall and
down,
hit his head the night of
it come down to the jurors.
deliberation?
It come down to the jurors, yeah.
You
And
think
if
he's
you
gonna
ask
fall
me,
down and hit his head? Hey,
and
Sheila.
if you ask me, they tired of being on the trial. Go ahead.
She says, "This is Sheila." Uh, they're dropping Rico on everybody, and Ninja won't be able to cross the street, let
Mhm.
alone state lines. In my Perry voice, I mean, yeah, because who did we talk about this weekend? Who just
It
got a
was
Rico?
Fat Joe,
Fat Joe,
and then you got Tyler
Tyler
Perry.
Perry.
Hmm.
But look, you guys. So Perry's putting his feelings out there. He thinks Diddy is going to be free. I think he's absolutely out of his mind. But I'm going to put my predictions out there.
Hmm.
Within the next after they send Diddy down the road, Kanye's next.
Yeah, I don't like your opinion. It's sort of boring and whack, right? You know, I'm always
Kanye's
telling you,
next.
like anything can happen, but I feel like at this point it's 75% he gonna walk out of there. The 25% gonna be people like you and some of the people that's stubborn in the chat and don't want to hear what I have to say.
Someone said, Fat Joe and Tyler Perry are civil lawsuits
Yeah.
written up as if they're federal lawsuits. They're waiting for the DA to pick it up, just like they did with Little Rod.
Oh, well,
It's written.
just like they did with Cassie. We
Yeah,
here today
yeah,
because of her civil lawsuit. We
yeah.
understand that all the things they're stating and Fat Joe, Tyler Perry right now is just these things, but that's how these cases pop. Basically, that's how they go federal these days. These days,
Hmm.
hmm I would just say that.
I mean, yeah, I think he's going up the river. Rikers Island's gonna be a tough one, man. You think they're gonna send him to Rikers?
Somebody said no, Sherelle. Hold on, exactly, Sherelle. Oh, Kanye. Okay, they agree with you.
Kanye next. They're saying Kanye had his own free calls. Now, is
I
it
mean,
true or not? I don't know, but that's the rumor.
the way Kanye act, he might just go and lock himself up. Yeah,
So
no,
what's the
just
deal with? So I was talking to my son this weekend about Kanye West because we were talking about the case, and my son said that Kanye West wrote a song about his addictions, and one of the things that he is addicted to, it's a name for it. I can't remember the name, but huffing. Do you know what that is, Perry?
uh, is that something? That ain't with gasoline, is it? What is it?
I think it's like with I don't know. They be using like computer dusters to clean this up. They said that Kanye's a huffer. You really,
Oh, is it, hold on. Is that the shit they spray? I don't know. I mean,
yeah, they put it in and they sniff it,
yeah,
but it
something
kills
like that.
brain cells. Like you
Yeah,
doing what? That's what they said. Let me see if there's an article on it.
yeah. Because I think back when I was in high school, yeah, people like that. It would be glue or something that they would
What is
smear,
wrong? What?
like
What is
liquid
wrong
glue,
with these
like liquid
people?
glue. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Somebody says
Oh
laughing
my
gas.
goodness, huh?
Somebody said
Yeah,
laughing
here it
gas.
is. Here it is. What'd you say, Perry?
Oh no, I was saying somebody in the thing says laughing gas.
Yeah, are you crazy? What? There's just no way. Oh my Kanye,
Somebody
look.
say spray paint.
It says Kanye relapse and is inhaling. That's that word, nitrous oxide.
Mm.
Perry,
Like,
he might as well go off, go out. He might as well go to one of the casinos in Vegas and, you know,
he might
jump.
well just go, he might well just go to a
Why would
science
he
lab.
do this? What is wrong? I mean, what would make a person do this?
I
Have
don't
you
know.
ever painted your house? Huh?
Well, I said I don't know. I mean,
I
I
mean,
said he
it's
love it.
so dangerous. God,
Sherelle,
oh, they
Sherelle,
call it laughing gas.
Sherelle,
He claims that his dentist got him hooked on it. Huh?
Sherelle. I think we getting a delay again.
Yeah,
Bounce
can
out
you
and
hear
come
me?
back. Yeah, I can hear you, but bounce out and come back.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Let me see. Well, hope everybody had a good weekend because it seems like it's gonna be a long and boring day. We got the librarian in the courtroom fantasizing. Now he got them listening to some audio tapes or something.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. Back to what I was talking about. They call it laughing gas, but he's doing this up to 20 times a day. And Perry, do you remember like if we paint a
Mhm.
house, something like that, and those fumes gets to me sometimes and I have to walk
Yeah,
out?
yeah.
What is
It
he
should get
doing?
to everybody.
We,
It's almost like when you was in high school, like, and you was in that class where you had to dissect the frog. Those chemicals, it'd be soaking in the
yeah,
smell of
yeah,
it.
yeah.
But
Y'all, we gotta
you know,
pay for we gotta pray for Kanye. We gotta pray.
I mean, how bored are you, man? I'm tired of buying this expensive stuff. Give me that a spray can of paint.
Hold
They in
on.
there doing all kind of stuff.
It says that the jury is listening to 5 audio messages.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's
From
he's
Diddy.
hooked on laughing gas, and I don't even know how you say this because I never even heard of anybody having this stuff. Nitrous oxide. But my son was telling me this, that this is why he's mixing it with other substances. I feel bad. Perry, I see the light. It took me a minute. Oh,
Thanks,
Sheila.
Sheila. I mean, because y'all gave me a hard time. When I came on here, I was just simply trying to help people by saying, hey, no, 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 you can't, don't look at it that way. Wasn't nobody kidnapped. It's just a bad dream, y'all. Just a bad dream. Settle down. Get up and get some orange juice or something. Put an ice pack on your forehead.
Okay, we have an update. Attorney says, what is this? GX 1406, page 1. Were there explicit videos cited in this chart? Do you think they're going to play the P tapes again?
Of course.
For so, okay, let me finish. Um, Explicit videos cited in this chart. What do they show? He says X explicit videos. Oh my gosh. Attorney says,
Mm-mm.
is there one woman in them? He says Jane. Also, I recognize Cabral and Sean Combs and other men. Question mark. He said yes. We're going
I
back
mean,
into these people's bedroom.
they don't seen these tapes so much. They feel like they've been with Jane.
It's weird. It's weird. You're in a courtroom. You hear all the oohs and ahs, and yeah, baby, that's it.
Mhm.
Move to the right, move to the right. You got him in the back in a Darth Vader outfit. It's just, oh my God, it's just so, I don't know. It's weird. But anyway, so listen. So Kanye West is hooked on this laughing gas, mixing it with other drugs. I'm scared for Kanye. I'm scared for
Yeah.
Kanye
Yeah. I
because
mean,
when you start mixing this stuff,
hmm
I don't know. I don't
It's
know.
almost like a
This
person when you start doing shit like this, it's almost like a person who don't really wanna be here no more. You know what I'm
mhm.
saying? Like, when you taking, what's that old, aerosol can of deodorant and normally you spray it on your arm, he sprayed and snorting it up or whatever, that is sick, or however it go.
It's dangerous. It's very dangerous. They're also saying that this is why Kim left him and Bianca. They said him and Bianca are not together, but I swore they were together. But they're saying that they're not. And so, poor. Oh, then he goes to the dentist to get it sometimes, and this is him. You know, what doctor is crazy enough to keep giving this man laughing gas? This doctor need to be arrested. Are you
Well,
kidding me?
the
Reminds
doctor
me of
gonna keep
Michael Jackson.
doing it as long as he keep getting paid. He ain't doing it for free.
And not only that, he's letting Kanye post pictures about it. I'm sure he's seen this. This is crazy. I mean, you guys, Hollywood, I'm never going. I mean, I have to go back to LA because I have family there, but I'm never, ever going to live in Hollywood, in California, never again for the rest of my life. It is a cuckoo farm.
Mhm.
It's a cuckoo farm full of addicts and weirdos. And that doctor needs to be arrested before something happens like Michael Jackson. Crazy. Aren't these people out of their minds?
Let me
Let's see
see.
what y'all talking about. Well, they have concierge doctors and dentists who will do anything for money. But
Yep.
that doctor needs that. Come on, y'all. Y'all see what happened to Michael? What if Kanye is having the damn dentist come to his house at night like Michael did? This needs to be stopped. Does anybody else care about Kanye West besides me? Because y'all like, that's how I get. Am I the only one with a black screen? Yeah. Does anybody else have a black
Yeah. So,
screen?
let me see. Oh, mine isn't. I can go to my phone and look.
Hey, Siwa, how you doing? Long time no see. When's
No,
the last time you've been
on my phone is working too, so maybe they got to
to?
bounce out and come back.
Yeah. Perry, when's the last time you've been to Siwa's channel?
Oh, it's been a
Oh, you
minute.
never went to see. Did you go to Siwa's channel?
Yeah, I should go over there.
Did you go on the panel?
No, not on the panel. No.
It's good to see you again, Siwa. The good, I would say the good old days, but I mean the crazy days. Those were the crazy days. No sound on my end, only black screen. What?
Try closing like totally closing down YouTube and coming back in. Because I've had that problem watching some shows before. I had to go all the way out of the app and come back.
Wow. Hi, Yvette. She says, Sherelle, really, once you think about it, it's the doctors who get you hooked. I mean, okay, especially in if you're famous. They do whatever you want. They want whatever you ask, they do. Because if you tell Kanye West no, I'm sure he'll just go somewhere else. I can see and hear both of you.
Yeah. No, I mean, because sometimes, I mean, because I had it when I've been watching somebody's channel and mine just do that, right? And it's like it's just stuck. But you got to go completely out the app and come back.
See what says, it was great being here. I'm forever grateful for the times you joined my panel and helped me when things were bad. Oh, see, well, that's sweet. That was like,
I ain't lying for me. I feel like it's been like 6 years now.
was it 6 years ago? How long
No,
ago
no.
was it, Siwa?
I would say maybe 3, 4 years, maybe. I don't know, but it seems like a long time.
Yeah, those were crazy days. And then YouTube just changed because if you act a fool now, it's coming down, okay? It's coming down. I'm also in agreement with Sherelle. He's going down for something, but it won't be Rico. I don't agree with anybody putting their hands on anybody. Yeah, it's
I
not
agree.
going to be Rico, but he's going to jail.
Well, I know, but I don't know. I mean, like, totally. That's all you've been talking about is the RICO racketeering, this whole thing. But I don't know if they put those other charges in there, like weapon charges. And of course, they said the DV thing, the statute of limitations had ran out. Then I guess she ain't gonna press charges because she settled for the $20 million. So I don't know. And just because she
Well,
settled, I guess it don't keep the authorities from pressing charges on them, but it's probably just past statute of limitation.
thank you, Siwa. So, so sweet. Yeah, those were the days.
But I put a
Time
poll up.
flies.
I
Huh?
put a poll up. Should Diddy's defense put up a bigger defense for him, or should they only go 1 or 2 days? You know,
Child, if it was me, I would be digging into those people's background like it wasn't funny. I mean, what Jay needs to be back on the stand. I would have all the witnesses back on the stand with their rap sheets. With their rap sheets. Now, Renee said something. Roger Bonds was on Vlad TV. Now, look, have y'all heard what's going on with Vlad? Never mind.
yeah. I mean, because
He's very sensitive.
yeah.
So, was it a good interview, Renee? The defense needs to pull all the face cards necessary. Hugh Hefner was doing the exact same thing for years. And you forgot this part. He was praised for it. He was the playboy. Do you guys remember when Hugh Hefner had 7 girlfriends? It
Yep.
sounds funny now, but do y'all remember that?
And he named them Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday,
He
Saturday,
had
Sunday.
7 girlfriends, and
Mhm.
they were all fighting over each other to be number one. And this is when Brandy Broderick was his main chick. This is before he picked up Kendra. And I believe Kendra was like 18 or 19 when she
She's
first went to
real
the
young.
mansion.
I mean, or she could have just said she was that age. She
And
could
do
have
you
added.
remember the girls next door? Kendra's mother would come to the parties and she just loved Kendra living with Hugh
Mhm.
Hefner and all of
Girl, you
that.
gotta go on in there and satisfy him, and bring me a drink on the way back.
You said y'all are amazing with this trial. Thank you, sweet Sheila. Why are you being so nice to us? Much love from my channel and me to you guys. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank
What's the
you.
name of your channel? What was it's called Siwa
It's a
Moon.
single moon. Yep.
Yeah, you guys check her out. Now, after all the John stuff settled, are you a psychic? Siwa? I think you're a psychic like that or something like that. Isn't she a psychic? Are you a psychic? I think she's a psychic. Now, I don't necessarily believe in psychics. Well, not all of them, but you got your good ones and you got your bad ones. And I could say for sure that police have solved crimes with psychics.
Yeah.
They really have. So, Siwa, since you're a psychic, who's is Diddy going up the river? tell me your thoughts since you're a psychic. Y'all gonna sit here and act like they're not targeting wealthy black men. No, y'all gonna sit there. I've been said that. I was the first person who said it and got the most backlash. Okay. This is
Mhm.
before Fat Joe. This is before um Tyler Perry. I've been said that. I said it's so important that you charge Diddy. Oh, hold on. She's a psychic medium.
I don't know what that
Okay,
means.
so he's going.
You gotta update that though.
I got to update. Y'all
Mhm.
heard it from a psychic. See what says it's a done deal.
What, he going home?
No, he going to jail, Perry.
No, no, but she said, "Yep." See,
Hold on, let me read this really quick.
okay.
Attorney says, other men, question mark. He said, yes. Attorney, let's play some videos with attorneys off screen. Listen, this is really making me mad. And then we'll get back to Siwa. I don't give a damn if he sleeps with men. Somebody said that yesterday in our chat. They was mad. They was like, he's bi. Welcome to the 21st century or
Mhm.
whatever century we're in. Welcome to 2025. That's your private business. Because remember, my best friend is trans and I walk that walk with her every day. I just don't think people should be crucified for their sexuality.
Nope.
I really don't. Like, I already don't want to hear the stuff with the women. I don't care.
But that's how it is, though. Like,
Using hot syrup, I don't know, all the shit, wax, whatever
mhm,
he do in his bedroom, baby oil, whipped cream. I don't care. Long as
people
it's
get,
consenting and everybody's of age.
people get crucified for their sexual um, habit, their religion. Then I get
Yeah.
crucified every day just for my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like, people, loosen up.
So we got a psychic in the chat. Siwa Moon says it's a wrap for Diddy. He's going to jail. I agree that he's going to jail, but don't get my message confused. I said they need to charge Diddy with the right charges, or every successful African American man is going to be having
Okay.
RICO charges. And it started with R. Kelly, who I don't know. They said he called 47. Did you hear about that? Oh, and then Joycelyn came on yesterday. I mean, on the neighborhood talk, and she's one of R. Kelly's girls. Do y'all remember Joycelyn? And she was like, I've been with him 10 years. I'm not forced here. I think she said they're engaged. And she was like, he might get back out. Do you think 47 is going to give R. Kelly a pardon?
Oh, hell no.
But she sounded so positive. Did y'all see that yesterday? She sounded like I can't wait till he comes home. As a matter of fact, I think that's what she said. Let me see if I can find it.
She can keep waiting. She might well just want to stop by a Diddy party until he get released.
She
But
said, oh, here it is. Let me put it up here. My throat, I got to stop talking. Can you help me, Perry?
what happened?
My throat is burning again. Here we
I
go.
can't get this. It's my stomach.
And we're just two old, beat up people.
Mm-hmm.
Here, listen to this, you guys. Listen to this.
My name is Jocelyn Savage. I'm 29 years old and I'll be 30 next month. I just want to come out here shortly to let you guys know that I am not a victim. I've been with Robert for 10 years. He has been incarcerated for 6 years, and I have seen him every weekend for the past 6 years. Just 3 years ago, I proposed to Robert and he said yes. And we are planning on getting married and having a family, and I'm very excited about that. But anyways, I just want to come out here and let you guys know to please do not believe the lies that my mother and father are coming out here saying about me and Robert. I am not held against my will. I am not a sex slave. I am not brainwashed or any of those crazy lies that were told on me. And I just want Robert to get the righteous justice that he deserves, because he deserves to be free. Enough is enough. I'm tired, and he's tired as well. So I just want you guys to continue to please pray for him. I'm praying for him. I believe that he will be out soon. I have hope. And just, you guys, please just do not believe the lies, because enough is enough. It's been 6 years and I'm just tired. I choose not to call my mother and father because I do not want to talk to them. I have a cell phone and I choose not to call them. So I'm a grown woman, and if I decide not to call them, that's my choice. And it is what it is. So once again, I'm happy where I'm at. I'm in love and I'm good. So thank you guys for listening. Have a great day. Bye.
Yep.
She
She
30
just
years old. She can do what she want to do. She
yeah,
claims
yeah,
she not brainwashed.
right.
Child, something wrong with her though.
She's saying, when people looking from the outside, they just assume got to be a victim. But she's simply saying some of us, like Jane Cassie, we do it by choice.
Okay. I know you're serious, but it's funny. I don't mean to laugh. But you're saying, what if these women Like, because I believe she was a teenager when she started dating Robert. We call him R.
Mhm.
Kelly. When she started dating R. Kelly. And, a lot of people saying she was brainwashed. But she damn near 30 years old now. She still ain't talked to her parents. Look, it is what it is. If she want to be over there with him, I just throw my hands up and say, let her be over there. What you think, Perry?
Well, no, I agree. I mean, look, everybody got their right to be what they want to be. Like, you could be disappointed. I can't believe my child did this or whatever. Your child got to live their life. Not all these things that what float your boat might not float somebody else's, right?
It's creepy.
Well, it could be, but a lot of things outside of your norm could come across creepy. I mean, everybody got these different things, different fetishes, different wants, different beliefs. You know what I'm saying? And just
She
because,
reminds me of Ruth Madoff. Do you remember Ruth Madoff?
uh,
Her husband, Bernie Madoff, stole all that money from people, and she stood by his side and would
oh,
go visit him in prison.
well, he probably didn't
Is
steal nothing from her.
it's I mean, I don't get it, but she's 30 years old now, and maybe that's what she wants for herself. You guys,
Yeah.
I've still been keeping my updates on. I haven't forgotten. They're just showing the court or the jury more P tapes,
Mm-hmm. Did they get them
P
Astro
videos,
Glide?
okay? Huh?
They got a bottle of Astro Glide over there. Yeah, look at the little tapes on. Girl, they looking around. Did you see that? Damn, she sure is flexible. Come on. Like, for real though, they got to sit here and watch all this stuff. Some people, I get it. Some people like to watch it, but some people don't. So you sitting here forced. What if you was one of those strong churchgoers on the
I
thing
know, I
and
know.
they got you watching this? Can you deny watching it if it's
I think
against
you
your
have to watch
religion or something?
it.
Huh?
Someone said, loosen up, enjoy it, Perry, watch it. That's what they're saying. I guess. What am I like? You can't smirk. They'll kick you off the jury. You can't shake your head. You can't hide your head. You can't put your notes and pads down, or they'll think that's a bad sign.
Mm-hmm. They up there, Bob, and come on. Damn, she a pro.
I need to
Can
grow
you
up.
imagine?
No, I'm just wondering, what do you? All the noise is going on. Child, this is a mess. This is a mess.
She said she wanted an Oscar. I mean, she felt like she should. I mean, she want to be recognized. So at least these 12 jurors, or I think it's 14, 15 jurors now, at least they'll recognize you in public.
Seriously, let's talk about these tapes that they're watching. What
Mhm.
are they supposed to say to the other jurors? Like, did you
And then,
see?
to be honest with you, they might think it's a good thing to say, hey, I'll put it on because I want them to see how disgusting this is and all that. But it throws them off track. People ain't even thinking about court no more when they start watching these films. Like, what? Wow. Damn.
How did she do that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try that. Like,
God.
oh my gosh! Like,
I gotta get me a pair of those heels.
what if they did go by the hills because they saw him on the Diddy tapes?
And then some of the guys on the jury talking about, hey, can we watch some more tape today?
It's very awkward. What do you talk about? Their evidence. So what are you going to go and saying, during deliberation? Let's do tape number 1,
Mm-hmm.
tape number 2. Like, what? These people are insane. He said, how did you do that? It's so
Yeah.
funny. Like, oh my gosh. I don't know. I don't know
So
what's the
it's so red in there, because he like the red light district.
yeah, that's weird. Now look, Diddy has the right to do whatever he wants to do in his bedroom, right? But he's into some weird shit. What's up with the red light? Why does it have to be a red light for what? Remember his album cover and all the red?
Mm-hmm. he take this role playing to a different level. You see what I'm saying? He's straight up making a straight up movie.
He's got the mask on and the
Mhm.
red ball in his mouth. Like, oh
Uh-huh.
my God, I can't. I just
Bring in
can't.
the entertainer. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, the music.
Yeah.
I picture like fast music in my head. No, like 70s. Bound chicka bound bound. I picture that kind of music going on because it's crazy.
Yeah.
Insane, all of it.
Kind of strip club music going on.
No, it's just, I don't know. I don't listen, I just don't understand why they had to show the updates. Here it goes. Here's the update from CNN. It says Combs appears in X videos cited in court. Special agent says, yeah, you also said this 2 days ago, 3 days ago. We got it. HSI agent Cielo confirmed that several explicit videos showing Jane with other men. Like, why do we have to watch this? The jury is viewing clips of the videos and listening through headphones. The public and press cannot see the videos, which are under seal. You know what I think they're doing?
What's that?
They're trying to say, what a perv. You know what I mean?
Or they want a jury to be like, damn, you see what he had her do? That's disgusting. And he kidnapped her, tied her up in bondage, put some lipstick on her, and he having her perform these acts. Ain't nobody seen no bondage.
How do you know, Barry?
Well, I don't know, but ain't nobody said it.
I'm just saying. I
mean, because like typically, like Jane would give a description on how she showed up when the entertainer came, how she walked in the room. Child,
and they were really dressing up, like really role playing, right? They were like,
and then she would say how good she was looking when she showed up to perform. Child, I was looking sweet. My knees was oiled up and everything.
What's up with the baby oil? Why does what?
I don't know. Like for real, I mean, he wouldn't have to waste all that money on the sheets and stuff. Why didn't he just slide the bed? Just get an empty room with no bed. Get one of those big blow up pools, fill it up with baby oil, and have them perform in there. Because every time they move over, at least they stand lubricated. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was save on the cleaning bill. Get your ass back in the baby oil pool. We'll call it oil pool. Get in the oil pool, lather up. What's the obsession? Now, since they put it out there, what people do in their bedroom is their business. But now that it's out there, like, what's up with what is the fascination with baby oil? I just don't get it. Like, okay, you're sliding around.
Sure, mix a lot.
He should get one of those. He should get one of those things, you know, those pools, those slip and slides, and put baby oil on.
Yeah, girl, go ahead. Get on that sliding board, girl. Lift those heels up now.
Okay, sorry guys. See, this is what's happening when we get bored. I am sorry. I had to bring it back. We're not laughing at the victims. We're just, I don't know. Me and Perry are weird. We're very weird. Here, we have an update. Thank goodness. No, cannot listen. They are using headphones for those asking. That's why the thread has, oh, he's talking to us. Why the thread has lagged. This is literally nothing to report. I know.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically saying that he would let you know he ain't fell asleep yet.
Like, oh my, they're in there watching P videos, okay? The music, the light, the baby oil. Now I thought about this too.
What's that?
He already had the baby oil, so you're slippery, right? Slippery and
Mhm.
slide.
And shiny. He
I
like
mean,
it for that red light to hit it and just illuminate. Go ahead.
that's already like a liquid substance.
Mhm.
What's the astrogel for? More on top of like
See, I don't even know what that is.
astrogel. It's like
Astroglide, is it like
K
a hair
K
grease? Motor oil? What? What is it like? What is it?
Perry,
I
stop.
mean,
You
yeah,
know
when I
it's
first
not
heard it,
grease.
it sounded like something
You
that
know
you
what
would
it is? It's like
with
KY
fire
jelly.
Huh? Huh?
It's like KY jelly.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
it's expensive.
let me see.
But
Why
but
would
if
they?
you already lathered up from the oil, right? You're
Oh,
glistening,
you
you
know
got the
what
red
though?
light on.
Because baby oil from the heat might dry up too fast
Perry, stop.
from
Okay.
the friction.
Because
So
the
you get the
baby oil might dry up.
oh, Renee said for the back door.
Ooh, Renee, how you know?
Your girl, you little freaky.
Renee, stop telling us your business, okay? I'm sorry. I'm playing with you, Renee. You
Yeah,
know,
we just
you're
playing. We
like
just
my
playing.
second mom. I love you
I
to
mean,
death.
shit, we got to say something because this shit, my head was nodding. I had to keep hurting my neck. This is crazy.
All of it's crazy. Okay, now we finally got an update. Here we go. He said, attorney says, can we go to 5 minute mark? Look at row 16. Does it also have explicit videos? Sierra Sella says, yes. Attorney, play it and then take it down.
Well, y'all thought we was finished with these tapes? No, we're back. Damn, you
Oh
know,
my,
and
oh my.
see, that's what I'm saying. That's why Diddy would have to go home. I would be like, come on, why y'all keep playing with me? But hold on,
Oh,
rewind
if
that
you were
for
on the
a second.
jury?
What I'm saying, rewind that for a second. Slow it down.
Now slow it down, slow it. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
That's
that's
it. Guilty. It's insane. This makes no sense. What are they doing? What are you going
wasting
to learn on those?
wasting time,
Yeah,
wasting
what
my
are you going to
damn
learn on
time.
those videos that you don't already know? Y'all are being pervs and it just makes no sense. I'm talking about the judge.
And let me tell
You're
you what's
being
gonna
a
happen, Terrell.
perv and it makes no sense. And if you just had to show something, well, why couldn't one just do the job? We're on like probably our fourth or fifth
Right. I mean, yeah, because
sex
the same
tape.
thing. I mean, it's not like he's still in the corner with a mask on filming. And I mean, the only thing changed is her heels. They
And
changing
the
colors,
wigs.
and maybe whatever she got is either in her hand, mouth, or somewhere else. So we don't seen it all. That's it.
We've seen it
Let's just
all.
move on.
We heard
But this,
about the canker sores in the mouth and
so people got to brace themselves for this right here. And I'm just trying to be nice. I'm trying to warn y'all. Anything can happen. Anybody can get it. But Diddy gonna be free by the 4th of July.
why do you
And
say that?
I don't think these charges. I don't think these people, all these jurors, gonna look at this as being. When you're watching these tapes, you ain't thinking Rico.
What are you thinking?
Or when you listening to these witnesses, you ain't thinking Rico. You thinking, damn, toxic relationship, woman scorn. He lied to the 304. That's what I'm thinking. I don't
I don't
see
know why
all
you
this.
get this feeling, Perry. Every step of the way, the judge has let you know, and he's let everybody know what side he rides with. They've
Yeah,
got all
yeah,
the right.
right. He ride with them and give them probably more benefit of the doubt or push it forward. But the judge don't determine guilt or not. The jurors do.
Perry, somebody's trying to set you up.
Well,
Perry,
now,
are you going to talk about can you be
well,
okay?
I'm just
Speak
gonna
your
say this
piece.
for real though. Let's
Just
keep it
watch
real.
your
Now,
words. Just watch your
I know.
words.
I'm
Go
gonna just say
ahead.
this. Even I said I don't believe just because a young lady is 19 in love, you could be groomed. When you over 30, ain't no grooming. And It's a lot of things suspect for that. I think it's just a money grab from the outside, and I give them a chance to prove it in court or whatnot. But it just don't sound right to me.
So people get mad when you say you can't be groomed after 21.
I can get it because we got a different of opinion. I'm not mad at them when they say you can be. They should be mad at me.
Just
I mean,
explain yourself. Why do you keep saying you can't be groomed? You
Uh,
damn sure can't be groomed in your 40s. Why you
most
say
people
that?
know right from wrong, and you can groom yourself if that's what you want. If you know, hey, this is and more what I'm about ready to do, but I need to do it because I want a better car. I want a bigger place. You can groom yourself, I guess, if you want to use the word groom. I just call it making choices. People make a choice to either go for it or not. Now it's different if somebody held you at GUM point or something like that and forced and took it. But when you willfully just go and here you go, it was a choice you made. And I don't believe in all this grooming like people say, because I think people use it for an excuse.
The
I mean,
older
just
one.
being honest. I'm saying, and I respect the way they thinking. Maybe in their life, maybe I'm wrong. Or maybe they're wrong. But I'm just saying I respect them being wrong and they can respect me being right or vice versa.
Here's how I feel about the Tyler Perry case. Nobody asked me. One, I definitely think Tyler Perry is gay or bi. Two, is not is his business whether
Mhm.
he wants to put it out there or not. That's your business, because sometimes you get all kind of backlash when you come out, right?
Right.
Especially too at the time. I think when he was doing the plays, he had a here. I got an update. Oh no, this closing argument set to start on Thursday, June 26th. The question is, would the jurors reach verdicts before the 4th of July? Y'all, y'all. So I think back to Tyler Perry. They're still watching the videos, by the way. This is a long time to watch a video of somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. This in this lawsuit, it really feels like he's outing Tyler Perry. Listen,
Mm-hmm.
he is nothing that says that he has to tell us what his sexual preference is. Now, I personally think he gay, but he got his reasons for doing what he do.
Mm-hmm.
That and you could have mistaken flirting. Let's say two gay men, you one on the down low, Tyler Perry, the other one's not. You know, I'm telling y'all that the economy is bad. Okay, people losing their jobs, the prices of everything has gone up. It's just a mess, and this is a money grab, in my opinion. But I
200.
haven't heard the details just right now. I stand with Tyler Perry. Get out of here. What 35-year-old claims he's being groomed? You're 35. Y'all
Mm-hmm.
damn near the same height. After a while, you know, can I just am I being groomed right now by Perry? You see he up here trying to make me laugh like he do every day. Am I being groomed? Or do I enjoy his sick, twisted humor? Which is it? Am I being groomed, Perry? Are
I
you
mean, some
grooming
people,
me?
I mean, yeah, some people say I groomed you, you know, but I know here that you with me by choice because you just
That and that, and you in that, you know,
because you can't resist me.
that and that GUN, you gotta. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Yeah, I'm here by choice. You could look at anybody's relationship and say, oh, they're being groomed, especially toxic relationship. Let's be real, y'all. We all know somebody with a toxic relationship. If you don't know anybody with a toxic relationship, you are lucky. Okay. I know I got two friends in toxic relationships, and that's what they do. They break up to make up, break up to make up. And I remember this one time, Perry. Oh my God, tell me you remember this. I was friends with the girl that introduced me to you. I don't want to say her name,
Mm-hmm.
right? The girl who introduced me to you. She had got in a fight with her boyfriend. Oh, I can't talk about it. how can I put it? She got in a fight with her boyfriend one time. He takes off in the car. She opens, yeah, I can't tell it. Renee says, is the email our reviews a good one? Uh-huh. I want to send y'all something. Sherelle, you look beautiful today. I do. Thank you. Perry,
That's
we
love.
need your show, especially after this weekend. Oh, you're talking about Perry's show. But you know what, Renee, this should be over and we'll be going back to our channels because we missed a lot of stuff on Perry's channel. Well, hell, I missed a lot on my reality
Yeah.
channels because who was it? They said, oh, have y'all heard the rumor that Candy Burris is supposed to be coming back? I'm
Really?
missing. That's what they said.
Monique's supposed to be going back to Potomac.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess they're gonna bring them all back. I
I
don't
don't
know.
want Candy back on that show. We do not have time to go round and round with Candy. I'm going to be nice to Candy Burris this year. Okay. I cannot go the fourth damn year in a row. I'm over it.
And Renee just being so nice. She said, "You look beautiful today."
Oh.
Damn
I
shame.
can't.
See, y'all do this. Sherelle, I like a lipstick. All right, I like the nails, and then I got the beard that want to deal with this shit all day. He be all in my face.
You
Like
can't
this.
even see them.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Now let's take do a poll, Perry.
Hmm?
Do you think Tyler Perry is a groomer? And put TP, everybody know what you mean. Because I want to explore your definition of a groomer. Like, does grooming have to be age appropriate? Because if you're an adult,
It got to be.
I don't know. Let's start getting ready for that case.
Yeah. Maybe we should talk about that because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I fell off the bed one too many times.
You know, it's happened before. I know. It's happened before. Child, Perry has fallen off the bed and hit his head a lot of time. He might have CTE. You know, he used to play football back in his high school days. Okay, here we go. Attorney says, okay, let's go to a chart. 1408. Who are the names? He says, Jane Jonathan Perez at the 47 Hotel. Okay. Attorney, what is the address listed? He says, he gives the address. Attorney, for 7Y-120, what is the room number? Oh my gosh. He says 0508. You guys, we are going back into the freak offs,
I don't
the
think we
night,
ever looked.
the freak, what was it, hotel nights, the king night. Oh
For real
my,
though, if you really think about this, if you had to say put a percentage on it of all these activities, the hotel probably 97%. Well, no, they don't even talk about them being at concerts. It was something that happened out in the desert, some show.
yeah,
But,
yeah.
all this stuff happened in the hotel, and not even a 0.5% to do with the mansions.
Well, at
That
the
they,
end, after Cassie's lawsuit, then he started doing some of them at his home. But
right?
he can't.
No, they don't mention the mansions though. Like
Oh,
I'm just saying the ones they hit by air.
you talking about in Miami with Stevie
And
J?
LA.
Oh my God, you guys, where is Stevie J? In Indonesia with KK and Russell? Has anybody in the chat seen Stevie J? And plus, how you gonna have a case? Call it Rico, and you never put KK on the stand?
So Byron says, "Great work, thanks, Byron. Thank you, thank you."
Oh, thank you, Byron. He's
You
cute.
know, but we really need to talk about this for real though, because
Okay, hold on. I got an update. The judge says, Miss Comey, can we turn back on the public exhibit screens? She says, we're about to show an exhibit with Jane with Jane's true name. If you'd like me to be turning it off and on, you might as well show her name. We already know who she is. Stop playing with us. Stop playing. What are you saying,
Mhm.
Perry?
No, you know what though, for real? Like, I like to play around, but I am serious about this. I think these are wrong charges, all that stuff. Now that part I ain't playing with, and I think you'll be setting a new precedent for them to use it in all over the place when they want to. But this grooming thing, because people be saying it, and not to blow y'all off, but that shit don't exist in my world. This
Okay,
grooming thing,
let
like,
me say this. You're very masculine, right? And you what they call a man's man, like you're very masculine. And you really walk around town, and my boys are the same way, with no fear that somebody's going to hurt you. You just don't
right?
think about, like, when I first married you, you would not lock the front doors. What was up with that? You just would,
Oh,
you just wouldn't lock the front doors.
I
It was
mean, and that was just being ignorant too. Now I know to lock it. Shit,
well,
I
okay.
I assume I just didn't think about it. Because if you wanted to come in, you could just knock the damn door down too. So why
Perry,
lock
they
it?
put the lock on the doors for a reason. Perry never locked doors for the first 5 years of our marriage. I don't know what his problem was. He like, we didn't grow up like he grew up in the South. We didn't grow up like you do not live in the South anymore. You
Right.
live in Riverside County, and they will come inside. Okay,
Down by the river.
but so you're very masculine, and you never had that fear because you always feel that if another man challenged you, you could take
Mhm.
him on, right?
Right. But
And I get that. I get that part.
I think I know what you about ready to say. But as a female, no.
No, 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 no.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm saying, I'm telling you your state of mind. You're very
Right.
masculine. You're
Mhm.
football, beer, the whole works. He's very, very masculine and thinks like the labeled men do. Okay. But and he feels like everybody should be that way. He thinks that, yeah, a man might overpower a woman, but when you get a chance, leave. Or if they ask you to do something, just say no because it's mental. That's what is that what you think, right?
Well, I would think that if you was in a spot and you didn't like it, why keep going back? Why not just leave? Yeah.
And I would say to that, your thought process is powerful. Your thought
Right.
process is very powerful, and some people are stronger than others.
Right, I get it.
And they
I mean,
just don't know. All you have to say is no. And I
well,
get it. And I get what you're saying. At a certain age, you got to start being accountable for your actions,
you
right?
know what? And this is my belief. I mean, because let's take a girl 18. That way we ain't got to deal with all the other stuff. 18 or older. They know the word no. They know what's right or wrong, but they know what they're forfeiting. Like, I probably really shouldn't be dating these guys 28, 30 years old, but they got a place. I ain't got to be at my mom's house. Uh, they can do this. They're more stable. I can eat well, or whatever the case may be. I'm just saying, people clearly make these choices. And when y'all come and tell me how the people could be groomed, are you telling me these people make bad mistakes, right? Bad choices. But let's not use their bad choices to say they was groomed.
It could be, Perry, that because it's mental, like if I told you, I had a illness that you could physically see, you
I
might
could
have
not
more
groom
compassion.
you to go to a freak off.
I don't know. Ask the chat. Ask the chat. Can people be groomed as adults?
Okay. And then I would just say, I think I did ask that. Oh, hold on. What did I say? Oh, I asked, was TP a groomer 50, it's 50, 53 says no, 47 says yes.
Then that's probably what's going to happen with the jury. I don't know. Do you
Okay.
punish people for not
Mhm.
being mentally as strong as you are? It's a
No,
conversation.
no, no. Okay, but we're not out here making excuses for every local idiot neither. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. At some point, you have to be accountable for your own life. And if you decide to keep dating him like that Joycelyn girl we just heard, then that's what you chose to do. I go back and forth with it, to be honest, Perry, because I've seen some people so spiritually broken that they feel like they can't just say no, or they feel like they can't do better for themselves. But I don't know, I'm not an expert on it, but I see where you're coming from with it. I
Mhm.
don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Here we go. We got an update. Whose name was on the American Express bill? He says, Sean Combs. What was the cost for the stay? $2,890. Attorney, who paid for Jane's travel? Please turn off the public screen. He says, bad boy. So they're also trying to say that he used company funds to fund some of these freak offs, bringing over the what they call them, dancers.
Oh, yeah, some entertainers. Put some respect on their name, please. I mean, how many times we
And
don't
so
you've been here too long to be look, and I get it, right? And that's what we should call them. No more of these things when I used to say,
don't
oh,
say it. Don't say it.
oh no, no, you ain't nothing but the girl slide down the pole. I would say the word. But I got to grow. These are entertainers. I'm not gonna be saying streetwalkers, none of that. I mean, you got all kind of entertainers. You got some do it on the street, some do it in the high rise. So it's different levels of entertainers, but I finally got it. They're entertainers, and I'm putting some respect on them.
Oh, Perry, this is a good comment. This one, you better think before you answer this one.
See, I feel like yes, I understand some things they can't say.
Someone thinks.
No,
Someone thinks.
no.
Mhm.
Oh, someone thinks they can't say no, but don't blame someone else for that.
That's deep. So they're saying,
Hmm.
because I can't tell you no, right? I can't blame you for my
Right,
imperfections.
right. I get it.
It's deep. I don't
Yeah,
know, Lori, girl, that you went deep with that one.
and I agree. Right. I mean, because every now look in life, we got winners and we got losers, and I ain't saying it to be like that, but I'm just giving you something black and white, just something.
Okay.
Then every loser will have an excuse why they didn't succeed. I was
Very, I'm gonna need you to stop talking for a little bit.
groomed. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, look, this is a real thing, and
You guys, I have to
I
put up with
like
this
to have
all
fun.
day.
Look, I like to have fun with it, but let's be serious too. Like, do we use that too much? Like, it's a lot of things we could probably talk about that's used too much.
I
Oh,
say, I say it's
like
on a case by case basis, and it
mhm,
depends on who you're talking to.
hmm,
Because some people, you don't care if they were weak. You still got to pay for what you did. And some people you feel sorry for if they're weak.
okay.
So I don't know. That's why it's
So
no law. Huh?
so I post a thing up. Is it an age bracket for being groomed? Barbara saying this. You can't put an age on it because people have different intellectual abilities. That's true. Okay, so that would be true. Okay, maybe I can rephrase it. Well, I'm gonna say this. Because some people might not have ability to really, their intellect could be sort of not there to know right from wrong. But if a person knew right from wrong,
It depends on the individual. Some people are so broken that they let people take advantage of them. And then some people aren't. Some people are just playing head games. So it's got to be on a case by case basis. I know I'm giving y'all a cowardly answer by not saying yes or no, but that's how my mind works. A case by case basis, because sometimes you could hear a story like the R. Kelly story, and it was just like them girls are being groomed. But then you'll hear another story. You know what I mean? Is that taking the coward's way out?
So Nana says this: groom versus manipulation. See, that's what I'm saying. Like,
kind of the same thing.
I would no, I don't think it's the same thing for me, right? Because I would say, if a person said, "Yeah, I made the mistake," and you was manipulated. So it sounds like you let this person play off your intelligence. But I wouldn't call that being groomed. Manipulation probably be the word I would use. You was manipulated probably, but he played you off your intellect. I don't know. Is this? Yeah, I mean,
I know. So Perry's a very strong thinker, and he just feels like everybody needs to take responsibility for the things they need to take responsibility for. And I get what he's saying. And some people do play it to their advantage, you know? And some people are just truly broken.
Look, I would say this. I remember working, taking your whole paycheck, and I'll blow it. I can't cry about it next week. I got to realize I wasted money. I blew my paycheck. I wasn't robbed. So it's almost like a person saying, well, I spent my money, instead of taking accountability. I was robbed. It's like some people, I feel like they use the word groom, made bad choices. I was groomed, instead of saying, yeah, I was naive at the time. I let this person do this. And I feel like when you use the word groom, you are forfeiting all accountability that person should be taking.
Man, that's
like
deep, Perry. Really?
This guy and the Tyler Perry thing, to me, and that we ain't really get into it, just read some of the stuff, trying to set it out as he was groomed or something like that. Sir, you're too old. And you damn sure ain't gonna be over 30 telling me you got groomed. I mean, no, it just can't happen. I mean, have you learned something? Now, you still might be dumb as hell, but you learned something in 30 years. A little bit.
I think pound for pound agrees. She said you can groom dogs and children, but not adults.
Right.
And I guess she's saying too, once you become an adult, you have to be responsible for the choices you made, even if they're bad, embarrassing choices. Because the guy in the Tyler Perry case, saving the text messages all those years, sound like a setup to me.
And you got a text message 7 years ago. What are you wearing? Why the hell are you keeping it? And that should have been your sign to run. Look. I
think Tyler Perry is a good man. I don't see him doing that.
Well, I ain't gonna put him on a pedestal like that. Anybody can do freaky things, as we see in this Diddy trial, right?
Let me finish. He could have been flirting with the man he thought was also gay.
Right, I got you.
But him not admitting that he's gay, he's gonna look crazy. He's got to come out and say it.
No, you know
even
what?
Though that's how I feel, and then we understand. Huh?
I mean, no. Do you have to say it? Because you're gonna understand it when the testimony.
Yeah, he has to say it now that he's in court, because this man can twist his words around. I have an update. Attorney says, does Robin Greenhill write? Please send $5,000 to Jane's true name? ? Agent says yes. Attorney, who is being paid for here? And then it says public looking at the screen. Agent says Brendan Paul, Cabrile Williams, and Jane with the American Express, and Jessica Ruiz, OPCO LLC. Hi, Beatrice. How you doing? Beatrice says, but Perry, it's about the same thing. Manipulation, question mark. I love you. Manipulation. I get you. I get you. Anything you want. It's about the same thing. Oh, she's talking about manipulation.
Manipulation versus being groomed.
But it's still almost the same thing if you're
Okay,
manipulated.
right. Okay, and I would say this too. Okay, say, I mean, just a choice of words. I would never. I didn't grow up. Hell, I don't. Basically, until the last couple years, never heard of somebody being groomed or the word groom. Manipulated, yes. So maybe the words are close, but I think my response would be the same to both. That either being groomed or manipulation is no excuse. It could be what happened, that you fell into a trap because you went on your P's and Q's, but you had to take some kind of accountability with that. Oh, excuse me, I was just manipulated to rob that bank. Okay, well,
You're
you telling
also
me
are you
that,
also saying that if you take accountability, it most likely wouldn't be too many repeat performances.
well, that's the one.
Hmm
Because if
It'll
you
stop.
realize, yeah, if you learn from your mistakes, like, okay, well, I know it, and you take accountability, you see where you went wrong. You can't stay in that spot. Well, it's just best to stay here and keep getting manipulated. I mean, I don't know. And not to sound rude, I just don't really believe in it. And I think oftentimes when it's used, people just giving a soft excuse to say, damn, that was some idiotic shit you did. Oh, you was just groomed, child. You was just groomed. And the person 35.
Yeah.
You
I
just
mean,
made a dumbass choice, or something like that. But yeah.
Yvette says, that's the problem, Sherelle. Tyler Perry just needs to come out. Who will be judging him? He needs is because of this situation keeps reoccurring. You just got to come out, Tyler, and tell us the truth
Yeah.
and hope that you're already rich. What can we do? I know you will probably disappoint some really religious people that just no matter what's happened, they're not going to believe in it. But
But
you
they,
never know. It's just time to tell the truth.
you know, everybody got an opinion, whether they speak it out or not. So, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, if you're worrying about offending this person, they might think this if I tell them this. They probably already thinking it. They just ain't saying it out loud. And nobody cares what his preference is. But oftentimes
But you
people
you
feel
can
like they
say
do.
that till you're blue in the
I know.
face.
Hmm.
They still experience
They do.
biases when people find out that you're gay.
Right.
They
Okay.
just do.
Yeah.
They just do.
Yeah, that's true
I
too.
know, and I was talking to one of my son's friends the other day, and she was saying that her family, treats her bad because of she's gay.
Hmm.
It's bad. I don't know. It could, in the times that we're living in today,
Hmm.
it's people probably still judge, and it's just a mess. It's Tyler Perry is bi or gay. He needs to own it. Yeah.
Yeah.
At this point, because you're
Yeah.
already outed and you're going to look crazy in court trying to explain some of those messages when if you were gay and flirting back, it would make a lot of sense. I read them. We read how long was that? 157 page.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. What's it called? Claims.
Hmm.
It was a long, and we read the text message. He easily could have been flirting with the guy, but the guy's preying on you now,
Yeah.
uh, Mr. Perry, because he's twisting your words. Just come out and say, I'm gay, I'm bi, or, and I didn't want to tell my religious base, and, but I live a productive life. I've employed hundreds, no, probably thousands of people, and a lot of people eat because of Tyler Perry. So, and he's done a lot of good things. He has a son, and
Somebody just ain't right.
what?
Nana says in the chat, she said, "Child, you can just drop the buy." No, but you know
I
what though?
don't know. Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know neither. But I would just say this though. I mean, I think everybody should be able to, but you can probably never tell a person when they should.
I could take it a
Come
step
up. I
further.
don't know.
Drop the buy. Tyler Perry could very well be in a full-on relationship with the child, and they raising the children a child together. That's how much he tells us about his business. We don't know much about his business at all. We know he's
Mm.
friends with Oprah. We know he got mad at Monique, and I think was Tyler Perry the first person to apologize to Monique for
Uh,
getting her blackballed, blacklisted, something like
Perry
that.
or somebody else.
It could have been Lee
Oprah,
Daniels, but I think
maybe him. That's the person I think was the first person. But sure, I'll be right back. I'll make some more coffee.
okay, Perry, more coffee. He's gonna be bouncing off the walls. Anyway, yeah, that's going to be a crazy case, and there's going to be more cases like this, especially now. I'm telling y'all, I'm telling you, there's going to be so many more RICO cases or cases of people going after rich people because times is hard. Times is hard, and if you look at that whole Iran situation, ugh, I just we're going through hard times, y'all. We're gonna have to, you know, I can't I hate what happened this weekend. Y'all know how I feel about it. Cannot stand WAR. I cannot stand it. So many innocent people are affected by that. And it looks like we're going into a full-fledged uh WAR. And to be quite honest about that, I'm not updated on both sides. I don't know the ins and outs. I just don't. That was just never a part of my reality. We all have different things that, you know, we all have different things in life that really we're passionate about and stuff like that. Even though I have a Iranian friend, I don't know anything about any other place but the United States. So I'm not picking a side. I'm just saying it's just ugly. I don't care who did what, why. I don't get into that part because I don't know it. But I'm just talking about the part where innocent people, you know, get affected. It's ugly, ugly, ugly. TP did apologize, kind of, and did it before Lee. Yeah, that's how I remember. So the Derek guy is a 304. He surely can't act. Well, I don't remember. I don't watch a lot of Tyler Perry movies. Did in the beginning, and then he's a fast writer. When he had a full on studio, I couldn't keep up with it all. Hi, Kimberlyn. I love that name. I honestly like it when people were in the closet. It's really no one's business what people do in their bedroom. Too much is shown today. Well, I kind of disagree. Let me tell you why. When you're not allowed to be yourself, you suffer on the inside. And I know people who can't come out are in a lot of pain. And I encourage them to come out, but they just won't come out. And their life could be much better if they came out. Derek is a horrible actor, which says a lot about their relationship. I don't know anything about his relationship. That's why on jobs they have no fraternizing, especially between supervisors and subordinates.
Sherelle, it looked like she froze. Sherelle, okay. Well, I'm still here, but I don't know what's going on with her internet in her office. But yeah, I don't know. Let me see what else she got here. She should be coming back shortly.
I don't know what happened. My
Hey,
screen
you
blank.
just froze. Yeah.
Don't take that. I wanted to address this. Caitlyn Jenner waited until he was 88 to be happy and authentic. Now, I'm usually I got a lot of gay people in my family. For some reason, I love gay men, like so debonair. Like I get along great with gay men, best friends, trans. I can't stand Caitlyn Jenner. I cannot stand Caitlyn Jenner. I think Caitlyn Jenner doesn't do enough for his community. His community is the LGBTQ AI plus. Okay. Y'all can't see me. He's stuck in Israel and can't come back. Really? Oh man. Wow. You know, my son almost went to Tel Aviv. My son almost went over there. I mean, he's in the bunker? Damn, I just drug him. Damn, I don't want nothing to happen to him. I just said I didn't like the guy. But damn, he need to come back. He was always honest about it. Yes, I believe Chris knew. I believe she knew. Right. He's not gay. He's trans, I think. Do you think Bruce had an operation? I know.
Oh yeah, he said he did, didn't he?
Oh, he did? Okay.
Or something like that. But it's nothing to do with his preference that you don't like about him. It's just him. It's his personality. It's just him, period. You know what I'm saying? So that's a big difference.
This WAR could be on way. 47 is trying to stay as the leader. Starting this WAR again, you can't change the leader right during a war. I'm gonna quit talking about it. We're gonna talk about it on Perry's channel because I always end up saying things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's in Jordan.
She did come back.
Someone says he's in Jordan. He's no longer in Israel. That's crazy. So what happened? Like, I'm gonna have to look that up. I didn't even know about this. Hi, Angela. We have been winging it because we are reading text messages and they are watching more videos, P videos today. Oh, and we just got an update. Attorney says, what is this? He says, Jane to Sean, asking should we have just look into flights. Let's look at the exhibit. Here, another exhibit. And then he says, is this from Mr. Combs to Jane? And he says, he asked, tell me when you can come, question mark. And she says, night. Listen, this is good testimony. This is pivotal testimony that they're talking about right now. Because what they're trying to do is prove that he took funds from Bad Boy and purchased things for freak offs, the what they call them, dancers.
Yeah.
So that's what they're trying to prove that.
And wouldn't that be embezzlement of his own company?
It could be what they call commingling. But okay. I don't think it's what they call a criminal enterprise.
Right. I mean, because it's still coming back to him. It's not like he taking this money to manufacture anything, to distribute anything. I don't think he distributed his baby oil and some dollars
Right. But
for
they're
his own
saying,
for his own personal use, though. It's not for the gain of the company.
but I don't think you can do that. It's called commingling. You have to keep
Well,
your business money for the business, and you can take a salary, especially when you get that kind of rich. But I don't think that's a life sentence. I don't
but
think
see,
that's a life.
I don't know because I think when you got something like that, if it's your business, you can spend money on what kind of furniture you want in your office, and I guess you could spend some of that money on, you know,
Well, no, you have to be careful.
right? I
Once you
understand.
take,
Yeah,
Mhm.
go ahead.
Once you have a business, a legitified LLC business, then you got to keep that money in the business. You cannot just give me $50 out the out the bad boy fund to pay this dancer.
Well,
Can't
you know,
can't do that
I guess
legally.
I guess you could be right from that standpoint, right?
Uh-huh.
But how many companies give out gifts? Like, say, join this up, and I might give out $100 for the second caller, or whatever,
Mhm.
whatever. Yeah, it can seem like he's doing all this, but at the end of the day, I think most people looking at it. So what? The man got a company. He took some money out. It could be illegal, as far as the business structure of it. But if I owned the store, had money in my cash register that I made for the business, I seen somebody out there needing something. If I took $50 out of the cash register and went and gave it to somebody on the sidewalk, my own company, for whatever reason they took the money, you just gave them $50. Is that really a RICO?
No, no, no. It's not a RICO, but you will get in trouble. And I have a prime example. When we started that basketball league, the
Hmm.
NJB,
Hmm.
and I needed some money for something, and I said I'm gonna go grab it out, and you said, "Do not do that.
Oh
Do
yeah, no,
not
yeah,
touch the
right,
business money."
right,
Remember,
right.
you yelled at me because
Mhm.
it's true. He can get in trouble for that. So
Yeah, yeah,
that's
you
what.
can't, but
But
not
you're
a
saying
RICO.
it's not a RICO.
Hmm.
No,
Because
it's not a
you know,
RICO. And let me tell you why. Go ahead.
because really, they saying this right. So say, oh, well, he used the company's credit card. Well, you can have it under like that like you got business credit card and stuff, but it still got your name attached to it. You
Uh-huh.
still can use it. Now you use it towards the business. Now maybe that'll be something you deal with as far as taxes or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? The
Mm.
IRS with. But for you to come and say that, oh, you took money out, you used this. What if he used it, but then paid off the credit card with his own money?
Perry, you know damn well you're not supposed to do that. That's why you
No,
kept yelling at me.
no, honey, I know. What I'm saying as far as this case.
You have to be accountable for your words, sir.
Well, I'm only saying this. I think it's a witch hunt. I think they just trying to push this thing down.
And it could be. It could be a witch hunt, but it's a law that they can use. So
No, yeah,
you're not
they
supposed to
they
do that.
trying to.
Now,
I mean, hell,
is
obviously
it a life sentence? No, it's
they
not a life
definitely used
sentence.
it. I'm just saying, as a juror, I just wouldn't buy it. That's all I'm saying.
Right. I mean, it's going to be a hard case. It's going to be a hard case. Listen, I think they did not prove Rico here. That's my opinion. But he's going to jail. He's going to jail.
Oh,
I
yeah,
know
I
you
mean,
think
like,
he's
yeah, unless they got some underlying charges, something else, but I don't know. You know,
no, and I'm not always right, Perry. As a matter of fact, you're right way more times than I am. But I just think that this is this has too many eyes on it. Um, people have their
and they
own.
said we missed an update. Did you hit the one? Then what? Come on.
Here, let me try this one. 2 minutes. What then? He says, Jane writes, I don't want to feel obligated to perform these nights for you for fear of, I think he
Losing.
meant
Losing.
losing. He said
Mhm.
LOSIG,
Yeah.
losing the roof over my head. Attorney, how does Mr. Combs respond? She says, he writes, girl, stop. Then some audio message are sent.
I don't wanna
Let me
do
tell you
it.
something.
I'm
Huh?
worried about losing the roof over my head. Girl, shut up. Grab those heels. Okay.
I mean, I don't know what direction this case is going to go. So we have the blessing or curse of knowing way more than the jury. Now, I know, Pierre, you said if you were in the jury, you would come home and you would look up the case anyway.
And they have.
And you're being
Let's keep it
honest,
real.
huh?
And that's it. That isn't unnormal. You
Right,
know, most people would, and they'll be simply probably lying and say, "Oh, I'm just curious." I mean, because that's what you normally do. That's like you coming home and not turning on the TV.
right,
Oh, they about ready to talk about the Diddy trial. I got to run out the living room.
right.
Ain't nobody doing no shit like that.
I agree with you. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. You can't
Hmm.
turn anywhere without not hearing about it. So I wonder why he just didn't sequester the jury.
Well, even that. I mean, like, so you're gonna lock somebody up with no now. Typically, back in the day when they used to do stuff, well, I don't know. It's weird because I ain't never been sequestered. But if you was, do they check your cell phones too? I
I
mean,
think they do.
how can no?
Y-
Let's see. No,
In all of your
that's like being
uh
incarcerated.
devices, huh?
That's like being incarcerated
Right. And then
because
they,
you expect me to go in this room. It could be a nice room with no TV,
well,
no
you get
computer.
certain movies, but you can't get live television.
Yeah, that's like being incarcerated.
I mean,
I'll be trying to break up. I'll be trying to break out of there. Look, because you all through the night you ain't got no entertainment with these sorry ass movies they got playing,
right.
and then you got to come to court and listen to this summary witness all
Yeah.
day.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it.
But you would have to if you were on the jury. And so maybe he didn't want that feeling. Maybe the judge wanted them to do exactly what you said you were going to do. Maybe he wants them to know all the stuff, know the hoopla, know that the public wants him gone. Maybe they did that because I never heard of a judge on a case this damn big not
Mhm.
sequestering the witnesses. Like what? They get to go
Well,
home every night. They're talking to people. No one would have ever knew that juror number 6 was going to New Jersey to see his girlfriend if he wasn't talking about it. They talk. So they
no,
look stuff up.
but
It's
I
going to
mean
be
for
a
real
mess.
though, I'm not even sure if they really do that too much. Like these days, sequester anybody.
Sequester.
Yeah, because how long this shit been going? Like for at least a month now, right?
Yeah. That's not a
Okay.
long sequester.
Oh, well,
Didn't
this
the
day
OJ
28.
trial
Huh?
didn't the OJ trial go 8 months?
An 8 or 9, yeah. But what I'm saying is, yeah, I get what you're saying, but I'm saying, but to be sequestered, come on now. That was back in the day too. But right now, that'd be hard on a person.
So you think he made the right choice by not sequestering?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, because I don't think it's gonna change the outcome. Because if you sequester them now, you got an unhappy juror missing their families. Now think about it. They ain't really already ain't getting paid. If they was a working person, they ain't getting paid unless their company pay X amount of hours. You ain't getting paid. And you want me to come and listen to this boring ass shit all day.
Well,
You
Perry,
know,
if you were a juror right now, what would your thoughts be? Because we don't know what they're thinking.
oh,
What would your thoughts be?
free Diddy.
Free Diddy?
Hmm.
On what grounds?
That this is a witch hunt. So I'm just
Oh, I
saying,
got
like,
an update.
yeah.
I got an update. It says, attorney, what does Jane send to Combs? Question mark. He says, a photo. Then Jane asks, I didn't have time to bring the heels. If someone can get them. Attorney, what does Combs text Jane here? He says, he asked, movie or entertainment tonight? Question mark. Let me know if hotel is needed. So listen, we've heard this testimony before. I wonder because I believe you. I think the jury's going home at night talking about it and looking stuff up. Do they know about the background of all of these people that's taken the stand? Because that would Jane. I mean, she has a disturbing history, very disturbing.
They got to know something that they know enough not to say her name. They don't met numerous of times before. If you don't know, you didn't want to know. You just wanted to know what you wanted them to say, and can you go out there and say it?
If you
Because I
didn't
feel like
know,
that.
did did you know who Daphne was before the
Mm-mm,
trial? So
no,
when she walked in, you wouldn't have recognized her.
no, I mean, I ain't into that kind of stuff like that. No,
What kind of stuff?
I
She
mean,
was
like,
dated
this,
50 Cent.
no. I'm just saying, really, I only watch the reality shows and stuff like that because when you watch it, but I don't really pay attention to all this stuff on social media like that.
So you wouldn't have
Oh,
known who she was. Do you
probably
think
not.
that needs to be brought into the? They got different stories and crazy backgrounds, and that's what happened with the Mark Thurman on the OJ case.
Yeah.
I remember like it was yesterday. F. Lee Bailey said, "Have you ever used the N word?" And it's important because you need to know if you can trust this person's testimony or not.
Hmm.
Pound says, this seems like a IRS thing, not a RICO. Your business money is still the owner's money as long as the IRS is getting paid. Now that's true. Still not supposed to do it, but that's true. Someone says, if Joe Blow decided to stop paying the bills because his girl don't have sex with him no more, it's against the law. Think it's against the law.
No. I think he just saying, okay, if Joe Blow decided to stop paying,
He's
no,
saying
no,
that
no, no,
how
no, no. He's saying, look, in the regular world, which how they want to apply this, that that's coercion because he's threatening to stop paying her bills. That was not his wife.
ooh.
And then if it was his wife, you deal with that in divorce court.
Mm.
What Kay Woods is saying that if you dating somebody, you got a roommate, and you decide, you know, I ain't happy in this relationship because you ain't giving it up. I'm moving out. I ain't paying the bills. Is that a RICO?
No, it's not a RICO, but
Is it coercion?
no.
Will we even be having this conversation besides saying, "Oh, get rid of that jerk," if that's how he's gonna act, and you just move on? See,
Right.
it's this thing I call Perry's world. We just, most time we ain't got to be too bright. We just keep it nice and simple. We don't dig too deep and over the bridge and under to try to find something. In the real world, a lot of people don't talk like that.
What do you mean?
Like all this RICO and coercion and groomed and all this stuff, right? I'm just saying that people just keep it nice and simple.
Uh-huh.
What Kay Woods had just said a few minutes ago, would this even be a conversation? But they got it on the stand. Oh, she was worried he was gonna stop paying the rent. He shouldn't have been obligated to pay no rent, her mortgage. Now, why ain't they on her baby daddy? Why ain't he on the stand? Talking about why he ain't paying it. You know what I'm saying? Well, he is sending money. And maybe he ain't obligated neither. He just paid child support. I don't know.
Pound says, by the way, Perry, your theory
Hmm.
that everyone called you crazy for in
Hmm.
the chat in the beginning,
Hmm.
more and more people are saying Diddy's being overcharged. I mean, we were the only channel at first. Well, Perry was the only person saying that. Now there's channels dedicated to Diddy being overcharged. I've seen 4 of them. And you start watching some of them too. Pound said you're not supposed to write off things that are not tax deductibles according to your business, but you still can use your funds as you please from that account. I don't know about that, Pound. I always thought that you can't.
Well, if Bracket Sales made this and he put this money in his account, and that's the part income, as long as he have his income written down and not trying to write it off as some kind of luxury expense.
Right, right. See, I don't think you can, Pound, but I also think this is no big deal if you do it. 50 here, I don't know, 10 here.
I agree
We're
with
not
what they,
talking 100,000.
no, but I
And
agree what they're saying. Just he should have it. It's not no court issue. It would be an IRS issue that depending on how you filed it. So, but they want to bring it up because they got to tie it to this some called criminal enterprise. Oh, sir, you haven't showed us shit yet. Well, because it was all from the company. He used a company credit card, y'all. So what? Who gives a shit? I mean, nobody cares what he used. Either you got him for a crime or you don't. Now you're trying to make up stuff going over and over and over again. Diddy will be home by the 4th of July.
ooh. Bottom line is the law is the law. Has never been applied equally. So if you open yourself up to being allied
Mhm.
to you, it's on you. So she's saying that no matter how big or small the law is the law. And if you
Mhm.
put yourself in a position to break the law, you should
Right.
suffer the consequences.
Well,
Think
but
that's what she's saying.
yeah, I mean that you got to take accountability. You put yourself in that position.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know where he took accountability or not. I know he paying $3 million for these attorneys fighting it.
That's
So
insane. You're saying he pays $3 million a month?
that's what I heard. Yeah,
You better get me off and then some. $3 million a month. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
yeah. I said our attorneys wasn't cheap neither, and there's a lot of lawyers and a lot of hours of work.
A
So
mil That's crazy. Sheila says they were investigating Diddy, not Hugh Hefner, not 47, not Tesla. No, no, no. I can say this one. Not Epstein, but an investigator. Diddy sounds very racist. You think what's happening to him is racist, or you think Diddy is racist? Maybe you think what's happening to him. He's being compared a lot these days, and there are whole channels talking about this to Hefner, who also they said took a lot of
oh, they don't took a break. Did you read that?
no.
Yeah, not
what
lunch
what
break. They took some kind of break.
what was it called, you guys? The thing that Hugh Hefner used to offer women, the substance. It's an old fashioned substance. Uh, Quaaludes. Okay, Quaaludes.
Mm.
Cases everywhere. Haven't you heard about this? Hugh Hefner and his Quaalude addiction.
Oh, I just know it was a pharmaceutical problem. I ain't really break down the choice of it.
Um, but yeah, they're comparing Diddy to him. So really, the only person that one of the first people I heard say free Diddy was Perry. And y'all was here with me. I thought he was out of his mind. Like, you are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah, I think a lot of people got mad too. 'Cause they took it out of context. I just said that based off the charges they trying to charge him with. A lot of people took it when I'm saying that. You saying you love him, Perry? That he did no wrong. No, I ain't never said that. DV ain't never right. Ain't never right. A man should never put his hand on a woman like that. Period. And I've said that, but people see what they want to see out of it. At this case, I think he'll be home and should be home if this is all they got. I mean, because somebody need to explain to me. Oh, the Southern District so smart. Who spent all this money on raiding 3 mansions? Is that smart? Is that smart? Spending all this money and that's all you got? Nobody just flip a coin and say, well, we're going to take a chance that that house might have something in it. Most time, when you get a warrant for a raid or something like that, you pretty much know you got an informant. Somebody's telling you something's in that house. And that's all they got. And then they ain't even charging them with shit in the house. It just not make no sense to me. I mean,
Well,
because all the videos and stuff they got came from Cassie's phone. So it's not like they even showing you nothing they got from the house footage.
they took the X tapes, the ones that you're watching right now, which I just don't understand. I couldn't watch
See, most
them.
of
They
that
just
stuff came off Cassie's phone because I get it. You ain't gonna find so much because it sounded like all of them was done at hotels.
right.
So I don't get that neither. Why not just do them at your mansion? Just make a room with nothing but plastic on the floor. No, you know what I'm saying? Just have and have some pads on the wall, like some padded walls, plastic, and then just get a water hose. Just get the baby oil pumping in there. There you go. And have the cameras mounted.
Something's
Then-
wrong with Perry. You would have a dedicated freak off room
Right,
with
I mean,
plastic on the walls.
Didn't they say they had to repair something for $46,000? It was something. I know 4,000. Then something. I thought one time he said 46,000. I'm
I
like,
know.
my goodness, what you doing to play? I mean, did
No,
you
I
set it
mean-
on fire or what?
No. How did the baby oil? See, I need a nice little, like the kiddie pools you could step in
Yeah.
that I would put full of baby oil, and you can get all. And then I really would have some kind of, I don't like some kind of sheet on the floor, something to protect the carpet. Okay.
Yeah, plastic. Yeah. I mean, you just take up. I mean, for that purpose, just don't have no carpet down. Just have like a laminate with a laminate rubber. I mean, just waterproof something, oil proof. You know what I'm saying? But could you imagine even trying to fill up one of those little baby pools with baby oil? How much that would cost?
And how
mean,
look, Perry,
you'll
the
be
bottle's only this big, and it comes in a little tube. You're gonna be sitting there.
Well, and then you'll be forced to have to reuse that. You know how some people reuse grease when they cook something, they'll reuse it later or something?
Oh my God, what did they do with the old baby oil?
It was all loaded of the couches and the sheets. They had to throw away the sheets. I guess it absorbed all of it.
They did. So what?
But
They were
see,
replacing
and-
furniture.
And because I couldn't be Diddy because I'm too cheap. You would have had one section of that hotel room, and I wouldn't even chose by the couches and all that. No, ain't no comfort.
You
We going
moved the
right.
couches out the way.
They would have been in the shower. You see what I'm saying? You
You
got
would
to
have freak offs in the shower.
well, look, you know what? It's plenty of light in the bathroom. It's bright. There you go. You got a close up. You right there. Y'all going in there now. I mean, she a pro. The entertainer's a pro. You can make it happen in there, and then less clean up.
Perry, stop. I
Less clean
can't.
up.
You would have it all in the bathroom. All the
Yeah, I mean, because look, why have them in comfort when you got to pay for it? And I mean, hell, you making it too nice for them. That nice cushy mattress. No, you don't need that. That shower, there you go. Go on up in there. And then dry your feet off when you get out. Now have one of those rubber mats. Because you don't want to get sued. They'll end up
so
suing you
you
if they
tell
have
them dry your feet off.
if they slip and fall. Now you're responsible for that. You don't slip because of that damn baby oil and hit your head on the tub. No. I had to call up Guido.
Oh my
had to
God,
move the
something
body or
is
something.
so wrong with you. I have an update. Oh, they're still on a break. Child, something until 11:15. Okay, so we got about 6 minutes. Perry, something
Yeah.
wrong with you? Wouldn't nobody be at your damn freak
No.
off?
I mean, because I'm too cheap for that. And shit, not everything gonna be red. I got one red light bulb. That's it. That's all we got. And then I might be so cheap and just get that little string of red bulbs from like Christmas. I don't need the green and yellow, just all red. And then I would have that wrapped around the bathroom. That's where the freak off is going down. You understand? It's going down. And I don't even need a seat. I'm gonna sit on the toilet facing the shower. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
There you
it's a good
go.
idea because he was spending too much money on repairs. Like,
Mhm.
come on, you was tearing up the room, okay? It didn't make no sense. It's hard to clean because oil and water don't match. I
Mhm.
mean, they separate. So I don't know how he was getting them damn things clean.
And then you already there. Because you'll say, well, we'll go 1 quarter and then I go and take a shower. You already there. First quarter over, shower on. You know what
You
I'm
gotta
saying?
keep
Look,
clean.
you're saving so much money there. And then they ain't even get the baby all along. I would get me like a dispenser. You know how the things in the bathroom they just squirts out every so often?
Yeah, when you got
I would have it over the tub where it just constantly squirt out baby oil every so often. You know? There you go. Nice and oiled up.
but only like this much comes out. You be
Just,
going like this, pump, 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 pump.
yeah. But his Diddy like them really wet, so his would have to be ramped up to where it's damn near just squirts and maybe squirting it out constantly. They get it on
Oh
my
boy,
back.
something is wrong with your ass. Oh, the freak offs in the shower. Pierre, I ain't never heard no craziness
Look,
like that in
I,
my life.
look how much money you save. I ain't had to pay for the damage. I ain't had to pay these assistants to clean this shit up.
Well, Pierre, you could really save some money if you didn't have the Punisher and brought on Odie. Would you brought him on? Because the
Uh,
Odie gets a discount. Yeah, he
yeah,
he got a discount, and he's not.
yeah, but ain't nobody got time to look at no pig in the shower.
That's enough. You have to
Okay.
stop.
Okay.
You have to stop.
But I'm just saying though, I mean, he could have made this way more entertaining and interesting. You know what I'm saying? Sound effects would have been better. You know how the bathroom sort of hollow, so sometimes it makes it echo all around the room and shit.
No, he really spent a lot of money cleaning that stuff up. It's just ridiculous. I mean, come on, Diddy. It was crazy. You wasted half your money on the damn cleanup.
Mm-hmm. Shit, that's time wasting practices.
Mm-hmm.
They
It
should have
sounds like,
charged him for a waste of money.
well, it is. Look how much those sweets, they get expensive. Sweets are expensive. But you remember, he's damn near a
Yeah,
billionaire.
that's another thing.
What?
Why go to all these 5-star hotels just to mess them up? You just need that simple bathroom if you don't want it in your mansion.
You can't go to Motel 6. There's not enough room.
Red roof in. He like red. Right? Red roof in.
This is child.
And just sit there and just have the equipment, the IV machines in there. Girl, go in there and whatever they call it, hook it up for the IV. Because we got to get you ready for the show tonight.
That's right. He had to pay for IVs.
Mhm.
It's crazy. If you had all the money in the world, hold on.
Oh, how about you gonna ask me if I had all the money in the world? I wish I did.
So, Inner City Press is just put on their website
Mhm.
that one of the, I don't even know if I could say this. Go look at that. And a
Okay.
lot of people are having that problem. That's why I try to be real clean on here.
Mhm.
YouTube is going crazy. Anyway, let me grab me. Oh, I don't have any more. So
Hmm?
I'm really weird, you guys. When I go buy water, I get like bottled water, like everybody drinks. Then I get my Perrier water. And then I have some kind of smart water, preferably Avion. And then I have to drink them all at the same time. I don't know why I like doing that.
That's like a
I,
cocktail. You make your own cocktail. You
then I
fancy.
put a little no. I just and
Look,
now I'm out of
Perrier
smart
cocktail.
water. I have to have smart water. Perry has never drunk smart water. So I drink like Essentia,
It's a waste of money.
Avion, huh?
It's a waste of money. See, one
Where's
thing about
that waste of money?
I
No,
am
it tastes different. It tastes different.
well, I don't care about that water, so now, oh, my water got a little cherry flavor to it. I mean, because I remember trying that stuff. I was like, my wife got some
Oh
lemonade. I
no.
thought it was like lemonade or something, huh?
So Joycelyn, the R. Kelly girl, the mother and the father. So the mother's name is John. She's got a weird name. Todd is the father, so he's fighting with Joycelyn again. I don't understand that relationship. After all she went through and all the girls went home back to their families and they were sneaking some girls out. I just remember the one girl who had like the short buzz cut. Her mama went and got her daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And Joycelyn parents tried to go get her. And I think they must be a trip. Because you guys tell me if I'm wrong. Didn't Joycelyn parents have a big falling out with Tasha K? See, this was years back. Does anybody remember that? I'm thinking that Joycelyn parents are a trip. Yeah, that's it. I cannot say that girl's name. That's the mother. Jonjolin, something like that is really strange. But she doesn't show the love to her parents, let's say like Azriel Cleary did, right? She was what happened in that household to make you never want to go back? Like not through court, not when they arrested him, she still didn't speak to her parents. So
Man, that's bad.
it's weird, yeah.
I'd rather be
So
locked up in one of those rooms than go and stay at home with them.
well, yeah.
But when she
It's
went, yeah, she wasn't locked up in the room when they had the bucket in there.
She could have been. I don't know. I think they
I'm
said
just
that
saying.
his favorite was Azriel. I
Mm,
just wonder. It's got, and I've seen them one time. I think she was coming out of court, and the parents were there, and I think it was snowing,
mm-hmm.
and they said, "We just want to talk to you, Joycelyn." And they had like she has a sister, a younger sister was there, and she just divorced her parents and don't want nothing to do with them all these years later. Now, maybe a good month or two, if I thought I was having a good time and stuff. But when I seen that shit stuff was getting real, I'm going home. I gotta go. Like everybody love, but Joycelyn, it's crazy.
Mm.
Wait, what? Oh, I hope not. Someone said, plus, didn't she have a baby with him? Oh no, that would be a disaster.
Damn.
Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna assume, Nini, that you meant sold her as in like doing interviews, getting paid for, acting like this was their moment. Maybe that's what you meant. Because it was a mess. Anybody remember the Tasha K thing? Azriel actually admitted in court, basically, Joy was his favorite. Okay, maybe he treated her different. I would still have to go home. I can't be away. Y'all see how I act about my mother, right? Y'all been watching. I cannot be away from my mother with no communications in real time. I talk to my mother every day. If my mom didn't call me every couple hours, or I didn't call her. But I've got what do they call it? Attachment issues. Like
Somebody
I'm on
said,
my mom like this.
that something was a rumor. I'm not sure what they were talking about in the chat.
But really, I think I can only stop talking to my parents for about a month or two at the most. Then I gotta go. I just don't understand 10 damn years. That's crazy. I mean, and
That's
I'm weaker than
that's
most people.
that's true
Huh?
love. Yeah, that's true love.
No,
That's
Perry,
true
we
love.
talk to my mother every day. You used to talk to your mother at least
Yeah.
once a week, right?
Hmm.
Because she
Right.
lived in a different place.
Right.
Who could just go 10 years without talking to their parents? Well, specifically your mother.
But not
I mean,
everybody have
but
a good.
not everybody.
Not everybody
Yeah,
have a good experience with their parents.
yeah, and that's true. But just to cut them off and never talk to
No,
them again.
you know, I would just say that. Yeah, I mean, she was in love. It sounds like she's still in love.
Y'all don't find that? Oh, pregnancy was a rumor. Good. I mean, I know she's grown. She gets to pick what she wants to do. She damn near 30 years old.
Mm-hmm.
No kids. No kid. Do not add a kid to the situation. Do not.
It
Because it's gonna get
sounds like she might
I
want to
don't know.
talk to a counselor or something. But
No, she wasn't sold to him. That girl met R. Kelly while she was at college. And no, she hasn't had a baby. He was already locked up. Good news on the baby. She was in college. She's still young. I don't know. I just thought she would have snapped out of it by now. But listen, if she say she in love, she said that we're happy and we're in love. Who am I to say you're brainwashed or look? Everybody get to remember Perry's just talking about everybody get to choose the life that they want, and if
mhm,
you want to stay with him, then that's what she want to do.
damn prosecution just wasting time again. Did
I
they ever
can't
change?
live my life in an entanglement. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
And that's the crazy part. Yeah, I mean, some people don't want it, but I think some people like the drama of it all. Entanglements. Maybe I could
all
be wrong.
right. Ruth says he's remembered. Now they fell out. Ruth, to trust us, you got to tell me what happened. I don't forgot. They fell out about something. Was it money or was it Tasha K started not
I'm gonna
liking
step on the
them?
balcony. I'll be back.
Okay. She either stopped liking them because they wanted too much attention. Something went down, but I forgot all about that because that was like a long time ago. She went there thinking she was going to get a singing career. And at some point, she knew that that was not going to happen. I don't know. Maybe she's in love. I don't. I just wouldn't want to be in that situation. No shade. I just wouldn't. Very strong attachment, Sherelle. I was like that with my grandmother. Oh, you're talking about me and my mother. When she passed. Oh, yeah, I know. Oh, yeah. She says, very strong attachment, Sherelle. I was like that with my grandma. When she passed, I almost went with her. I ended up in the hospital and I was there until after the burial. Yeah, got very, very, um, very attached to my mother. Angela says, I got 30 years based on Azrael's testimony alone. She turned on R. Kelly, that's Azrael, when she found out she was giving Joy more, he was giving Joy more privileges. I mean, that case was a trip. They fought in a hotel hallway. It was so much going on. I know, Renee. It never go away. Um, let's see what this says. Baby wasn't a rumor. Quick search. Let me see if I can pull it up. Um, what's her name? Joyce. That's a hell of a name. Kind of don't like it. Hmm. Let's see, guys. If they had a baby, that would explain things too. Let's see what does it say? It says on August 2022, Joycelyn announced on social media that she had given birth to a daughter named Ava Lee Kelly. Oh my God. You guys, they had a baby. Let me put this up here. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm not missing nothing. And the jury's back in. Hold on. Um, Okay, so they're not back yet. Let's get to this. This is crazy. Wow. It's been going on for a long time, and I remember bits and pieces. But listen, it says right here, Joycelyn Savage dad shuts down rumors, that she had R. Kelly baby. But I just read, let me see. Oh, she announced it, and then he said it's not true. Okay, let's read this. This is crazy, y'all. Joycelyn Savage and R. Kelly reportedly welcomed a baby, but Joycelyn dad says it's not true. Well, how would he know? He ain't talked to her in years. Before Christmas, Joycelyn shared the news via social media with a picture of a newborn. In the caption, she wrote, Ava Lee Kelly, 12/8/22. In another post, Joycelyn said, My baby girl Ava, when you were born, my whole world shined so bright. I knew that it was no longer about me anymore. It was about us. Though the world is cold, I promise to always protect you. I am so happy to be your mother, and you bring me joy. Now, um, well, where the baby at? Why we ain't seen no picture of the baby? Y'all, this is crazy. Hold on, let me make sure that he didn't talk here. All right, hold on. Oh, you guys can't hear it, can you? And I'm on a whole.
No, we can't hear it, Sherelle.
You can't.
Mm-mm.
We got to hear this. Somebody lying, big time.
I mean, this is
Somebody
definitely
lying.
crazy. I mean, don't tell me she don't went out there and rent a baby.
No, they said that she said she was pregnant. Her father saying she not.
Right.
Tell me if you can hear this. Oops.
No.
You can't hear it?
Uh-uh.
I don't know why. You couldn't hear it at all.
No,
Let me, tr- let me try it in one more time. Y'all, this is some mess. He's saying she not. She saying she is. But where the baby at?
right.
Hold on, let me see. Tell me if you can hear this. Oh, it's not working. Can you hear this?
No, nothing yet. I don't
Try
see his
again.
lips moving either. Or is it at the bottom down there?
I just stopped it.
Oh,
Hold on, let me try it again. This is crazy. They got more cuckoo stuff going on. I thought all the drama was over. No, I mean, somebody lying. What are we lying for here? Okay, so let's try this one. Here we go.
My daughter also,
Can you hear it?
whoever did the
yeah.
Patreon account,
Huh?
Yes.
is over this. So rest assured, I'm investigating this to the fullest. That little girl, the little baby that is on that account is a pretty little baby, no doubt about that. If I had a granddaughter, I would be the first to say I love this child, no matter what the situation is. Period. But rest assured, that's not my
Hold on, y'all. We got an update. This is crazy. What is going on?
Oh
Okay,
no.
so this update says they're back. Attorney says, what does Fahim text to Jonathan? Agent says, we're on the way up in the elevator with Jane. Attorney, what is this? He says, a 47 hotel record. Attorney, what does Frank Rodriguez text to Fahim? He says, bring Gucci bag. So they're showing evidence again about his involvement in the freak offs, him take, but the most important was than that would be showing how he took money from bad boys to pay for this lifestyle. Okay, now we'll get back to that in a minute. We
Mm-hmm.
got to handle this because this is crazy. Here we go.
granddaughter. And rest assured, Jocelyn is not pregnant. My daughter, Jocelyn. These people are evil, cruel people to take a horrible situation and try to make some type of profit off of it by going in the media saying that my daughter's pregnant. Knowing her stability, nobody knows. My daughter's been hidden away from everyone due to the circumstances, and it's not right. I have been in contact with other people to try to develop a situation to try to find out who's behind the Patreon account, behind these books that are being put out saying my daughter has written. Also behind the saying that she was pregnant with Robert Sylvester's child.
Oh, child, y'all, this is a mess, but I got to pay attention to our first mess.
Yeah.
And this is attorney says, what does Jane text to Cabral Williams? He says, would you like me to come to the NYC? Attorney says, what does Fahim text to Jane? She says, will you come with the cash? Then Jane to Cabral Williams, just need your DOB and driver's license. So again, they're talking about shifting money, taking it from bad boys, putting it over here, all of that. That's what they're talking about. So that's the direction they're headed in. Not because I'm kind of bored with the case. I want to
Yeah.
talk about this R. Kelly thing. Like, if a woman says that she's happy where she is, and that she's pregnant, I would leave it alone. That's what she wants. She's grown. I think you make the situation worse if you keep talking about it. But he might look at it this way. This is my daughter. She's held against her will, and won't stop until I get her home.
Right. Yeah.
That's how
I mean, sound like that he think that his daughter have some kind of mental block or issue or something.
What words did you use earlier? Oh, groom. You think she's being manipulated?
Um,
She's grown. That's
it's
how I feel, y'all. She's
say,
grown.
but from him, I think he's just saying, hey, he don't believe it. He thinks somebody's just using her, or she's not stable mentally.
Mhm.
That she's putting this out there because, like, it's weird. Some people go out there and try to marry somebody who's got life in prison with no chance of parole, right? Some people get off on stuff like that. That sort of, I think they sort of mentally, like maybe have a mental problem, and they get all crazy in love and want to have a baby, and they just
Oh my
often.
God, are you saying she's crazy? Is that what
That's,
you're saying?
that would it sound like the father saying.
Oh yeah, he's definitely saying that. Hold on, somebody got to update. I want to address this comment on the screen. Hold on, you guys, but let me read this first. Okay. So it sounds like he's going to lunch. What time is it? No, that's too early.
It's another hour before lunch.
Yeah. I don't see the update. Yeah, I already read that. I don't see an update. All right, so we're caught up, guys. I wanted to read this comment on the screen. Vanessa says, I hate it when people speak/spread fake news. Stop it. Please let Joycelyn Savage live her life as she chooses to. Prayers for the human beings that won't stop talking about Joycelyn. I think you joined us late, Vanessa. She's talking about it herself. She's on the neighborhood talk, talking about her relationship with Robert and how she's happy and she just wants nothing to do with her family. She said parents. She want nothing to do with her parents. And she sounded like he was coming home. She said, hopefully he'll be home soon. Now, remember, they said that 47 has been in contact with R. Kelly. Why would 47? I don't know. This is why. Allegedly, he's selling pardons. He's already
Got
not
free
looking
golf
good.
courses.
Huh?
He got free golf courses in foreign countries.
But think about this, Perry. He's already in trouble. Well, with Congress and the Senate for the things he's doing overseas, and then sending the troops to California.
Mm-hmm.
Is something wrong with him? Do you think he will really? And she's talking like it's going to happen. So that's why we're talking about them. They're back in the news. And according to her, I didn't even know this. Somebody told me in the chat, she had a baby named Ava. And then according to the dad, no, she don't.
She lying. Yeah. I had a baby. You lying.
It's crazy.
That's how it's sort of going down. Yeah.
Because of her age, I agree with you. She made her decision. It is what it is. But I don't know what's going on with that family and that relationship. This is deep. Kind of a lot.
Mm-hmm. No, it's a trip.
I'm telling everyone to read the motion R. Kelly's attorney dropped Saturday. Do I have to start reporting on this again? I will certainly do that. Thank you, Aubrey.
I got to update. Yeah.
Y'all got my hands full. We got R. Kelly. We got Tyler Perry. And here we go. Attorney, this is Comey. Now we've changed. Here we go. Then James sent a message to Cabral. How much time before he says can come up in a second? The agent says about 10 hours. Attorney, let's go to page 71, line 770. Then it says public screen still turned off. Agent says text to Brendan Paul about sending out a nurse and a bag. They're talking about the IVs.
Mm-hmm.
I hope they talking about the IVs.
Well,
So
or one of them
listen,
dressed
but
up
this
like a nurse carrying a bag.
testimony is redundant. Okay, they could have summed this up in probably 5 minutes. Just going back over things. We're reading each text message, text by text by text, so you guys can prove that he took money from Bad Boy. I don't understand the drawn out testimonies. Do you? And does anybody in the chat feel like this is being drawn out? We're talking about R. Kelly. We're talking about
It's
Fat
definitely being
Joe,
drawn
everything
out.
but the case, huh?
It's definitely being drawn out. They could have
is.
they could have subpoenaed all kind of documents, like bank documents, and actually come and show us instead of just keep trying to. Well, did he said Sammy bring up the bag, grab the nurse? Tired of it. Like that's what I'm saying. As a juror, I've checked out. They ain't gave me nothing. We anticipated a lot. Just off just the mere thinking, you rated 3 mansions. You got this man not just for DV because you didn't even get him for that, but Rico. And this the best you got. You got this librarian up there just putting everybody to sleep. And no, if I was a juror, Diddy, as soon as they pass it over, I'll be back in 2 hours. I grab me a donut, a cup of coffee. Innocent.
Not the donut. Somebody in the chat just reminded me what happened with Tasha K. Now, I don't want no smoke with Tasha K. I've always been a Tasha K supporter. I forgot all that had went down with Tasha K. So I'm just going to not talk about it. But I wonder if she's going to talk about it again. Now that this is coming back in the spotlight. I mean, there was a lot that went down. I can't believe I forgot. There's a lot that went down between her and Joycelyn parents, and then her and R. Kelly. So it was a lot. And, if she talks about it again, I will talk about it again. But I don't need nobody in the chat talking about, you talking bad about Tasha K. I'm not talking bad about Tasha K. Okay? I would never talk bad about Tasha K. Okay? Oh my God. That's why I'm not putting it on the screen. Y'all I don't bash other bloggers over here unless I hate you. And I try to keep that to a minimum. And Tasha K's never done anything to me. I liked her. I held her down during her trial and all of that. So and I'm not putting that on the screen. All right. As far as I know, Tasha K is a very hard worker, and she really bounced back from the whole Cardi B situation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking. I like Tasha K. I always like Tasha K. Unless she does something to me, I don't go around hating people that have done nothing to me. Even though I was accidentally on that panel. I mean, that was their feelings, and they know how I feel about it. And then I'm going to leave it at that. I have nothing against Tasha K or no other blogger at this point. The other people, they gone, and they going to stay gone, and that's it. I don't even think about them, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we needed the damn defense to come on Harry, please. And matter of fact, the judge probably should sanction the prosecution right about now. This is most definitely this is a foul. Look, they wasting time, they stalling. The judge ready to go. The judge want to be done by the 4th of July.
Take a poll. Take a poll. Is
Diddy coming home? Will Diddy be home for the 4th?
Just say, is Comey stalling? COM.
Hold on. Let me see.
Because this is this is going too long.
Oh, crazy. Yeah, I mean,
y'all are messy. Y'all stop talking. Oh Lord, y'all crazy. Oh Lord, I don't know about other chats. I don't be in other chats. Only if I have to go over there for a reason, like somebody called me and say, "Oh, well, so and so is saying this," I might go over there and check it out. But in my natural everyday life, when there's no drama, I don't go to other people's channels. Maybe conscious people I like, and Larry, but I think that's about the only people channel I watch. Soup bone, thank you. I don't know. Ooh, child. There's a lot going on. I picked this business, so I bet I know how to deal with it at this point.
No, I mean, I'm just saying though, for real. They could have read 3 boring ass paragraphs, okay, all morning.
They're stalling. I don't know why they're stalling.
And
they're stalling.
We wasn't excited when these things happen in court. When you showed them earlier with the witnesses and all that, now you want to go back and rehash it. If you guys thought you was bored before, check this out.
I don't know. Maybe they're trying to
act like they got a case.
Oh,
how about that?
I wasn't gonna say that. Let me tell y'all something. Okay. For first, I've been on YouTube 7 years. The first 2 years I did it by myself. The third year, Perry came on. Okay. She says Tasha talked about R. Kelly. It's on her Instagram. Okay. Y'all go over there and look at it. What about Armand Wiggins? I like him. I found his channel through you and Perry. We love Armand. I think Armand is one of the most talented. Perry, am I going too far with Armand? Male bloggers, right?
He's real entertaining. Yeah, I mean, he up there. If not one of them, yeah, he's definitely up there.
Oh, then I got to choose my boy, Storm Moreau. He's your favorite.
Yeah, they up there. I'm saying because all of them entertaining. You know what I'm saying? And that's what makes it good.
Conscious is my favorite. I can watch. Sometimes I'm watching Conscious. He don't even know I'm in his chat, and I'm just cracking up. He is funny.
And your Conscious is crazy.
He is.
He sets it off.
Hi, Callie. They're trying to confuse the jury because they don't really have a case. I don't know what's going on, but this is lagging. And okay, we already heard this stuff. If at first I thought maybe it's third party testifying, like KK isn't there to read the messages herself, so they read them for her. But now this is going on too many days, and we are just losing patience.
They trying to hypnotize the jury, the jurors.
What?
You are now feeling sleepy. You will, and when you awake, you will vote him guilty. Oh come on, this is boring ass shit. Let's move it on. Like for real, somebody need to be when they free Diddy. Somebody should be arrested off that prosecution. I have the prosecution team because Harry, wasting money.
Take a poll. You keep saying he's going home. Do y'all think Diddy's going to go to jail? Did you already take a poll?
I took a poll. I just did
50-50.
No, I asked, was she stalling? 83% is yes. Now I'm
There
about to
it
do
is. What
it.
is going on?
And now I'm about to ask him, well, did he be home by the 4th? How about that?
No, and the sick part in all of this, y'all, is Perry has never wavered. Yes, I have flip flop, and I'm not ashamed to say it. I have flip flop, and I still think that this is not a RICO case. But I think by the judge's behavior, I think the fix is in. I think Diddy going to jail for a very long time. But Perry keeps saying since day one, he not going to jail and then he'll be home by 4th of July. He keeps saying that. So he said that. It's so crazy. But don't count Perry out. I don't
I'm gonna
know.
tell you something though. I mean, because like we're getting too close to that point, and they don't want to push them to where they had to be deliberating on the 4th of July or the day before or the day after. Go ahead.
I have an update. The
Yeah.
attorney says, where does Brendan Paul text? He says, all IVs would be the same. Attorney, you read Mr. Combs. I'll read Miss Corums. They're trying to testify for KK again. Okay, they're reading her text. Why isn't she on the stand reading her own damn text messages and telling you what she meant by them instead of us trying to figure out ourselves? This is homework, and I'm not good with homework, people.
They don't watch too many of those Diddy tapes. Now they're over there role playing. Okay, you be Vanessa, okay, and I'll be Comey, okay. Where you had
Very disturbing, Perry. Very disturbing. Attorney says, you read Mr. Combs. I'll read Corum's. Attorney says, ask Corum. You can't just leave like that. Lit after a partying and not tell anyone. That is where bad S happens. You know that. She's telling him don't leave because he's too lit. Yeah, because they be going on binges, okay, y'all? Binges. You guys remember somebody said that they went on a, was it 10-day? It might have been Mia. They went on a K spree with the new K. Child. I didn't even know. Oh, we got another update. He goes, ask Combs. Did you get the drip? Ask KK. Chelsea would move to the house once Jane leaves. Options were here. We're Mandarin and another king room for you. Now, as Combs, I need to get her a suite. Keep her as the addiction.
I don't know. I don't know what they mean by that.
What does that mean?
I think
That's why they need KK on the stand. What are they doing? They're losing me. They are losing me. I watch way too much Perry Mason. I watched way too many court cases.
And who the hell is Chelsea? Who is Chelsea?
I don't know.
Why that's for me. Chelsea would move into the house once Jane leaves.
Keep her at the addition. Keep her at the addition. I don't know. This kind of testimony is very hard on a jury because they get bored. They, like Perry said, you have to keep everything in layman's terms.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wants to get too technical, too bored. You've got them watching P videos. It's just a lot. I would try to get off the case if I was on the case because
thanks, Nashawn. She said Chelsea is the ex-girlfriend.
It's too much. It's not riveting testimony. Now, when Cassie was on the stand, it was riveting. I mean, I couldn't even go get me something to drink like I'm getting ready to do in a few minutes because it was that riveting. After that, it just started going downhill, and now I'm just not interested anymore. I sound bad. The reason I keep doing it is because of y'all. I can't start something and then finish it. I would have been done with this trial a couple weeks ago, but I have a husband.
We getting so bored. We'll be at the mall tomorrow at lunch instead of on here with our free Diddy t-shirts on.
And our cell phones. I'm getting bored. Oh my God. See what y'all talk about. I've been saying since the beginning that this trial is a reach. Is Diddy guilty of some stuff? Yes.
Yes.
But the only proof they have is DV, is the DV. Everything else he had doing his dirty work. Well, look, it is what it is. They can't really tie him to anything. Maybe today, by saying he took some money from Bad Boys and spent it on the free or whatever King's Night, Freak Off Dash, Hotel Night, whatever. But that's not a life sentence. Matter of fact, that's like maybe, I don't know.
What's that? What you talking
Slap on
about?
the wrist. I'm talking
what?
about him taking the money from Bad Boy and spending it on the freak offs.
I mean,
Bad
that
Boy
wouldn't
Company.
be nothing for them to do anyway. That's a IRS issue.
IRS problem,
Anything.
yeah.
And
So yeah,
and maybe, well, yeah, prostitution. Okay. Just give him a citation, let him pay the fine. That's
it's
it.
really weird too. We got to get real. Okay, so y'all know how I feel about prison reform and justice reform. This judge has just been the worst. He's been the worst. He's biased. And I believe in the D penalty, even though it has affected my life in the worst kind of way with having my uncles in locked up for life. I still believe in the D penalty. I also believe you better be pretty damn accurate when you send somebody to prison for life. If there's any shadow of a doubt for me, no, I don't do it. Because we don't want anybody falsely imprisoned. And it says in the rules, beyond a reasonable doubt. Because I know how it could shadow a person that's falsely accused. No one believes me when I tell them my uncles are falsely accused. They don't believe me. They think, everybody's innocent in prison. Have you guys heard people say that? No, some people really are. So I'm really have different opinions about locking people up for life. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's got to be 100%. Yes, thank you, Mo. There's just too much doubt. It has to be beyond a reason. This is somebody's life.
Right.
This is somebody's life.
And
But
I used to be an
still think
advocate
they're
for
going to send them.
I used to be an advocate for the D penalty too. But over the years,
Change your
my
mind?
opinion, it changed on that, right? Because what if, because we don't see too many people falsely accused. Some things you can't reverse, not even 10 years later, 15 years later, whatever. But and I think if you just gave them life in prison with no chance of parole, at least, you can sort of get rid of that doubt if you put to sleep somebody that was innocent.
I
Now,
get
you
that
might
too,
put them in
Grant. And
there.
that's why I feel so bad, but I feel how I feel. Some people's crimes are so heinous.
Right.
They
And you
don't need
sort of,
to be around the rest of us.
and they
But
was caught on tape, so you see it for sure. Yeah.
it's got to be beyond a reasonable doubt for me. Beyond a reasonable doubt. If I have any doubt or any little, then no, I don't send people to prison for life. Any little and for me, this is not a life case.
It really only seemed like the only people his company wasn't affected. It don't even seem like the women were. The only one that seemed sort of affected would have been Cassie from the DV. That's just not right.
And
But
she
it seemed
got
like
paid.
the other,
Yeah.
right. But it seemed like the other ones just was hanger outers. You know what I'm saying? We gonna hang out and we gonna living the lifestyle. So it's like somebody, what y'all doing in that bedroom? Being nosy, whether they got an entertainer there or not. And these same people that's trying to put these charges on Diddy, probably had an entertainer at their house last week. Just saying.
Now Perry's being ridiculous. Being ridiculous. I mean, it's a serious case. You know, they said he's facing life. Very
Get an
serious. They
update.
got to take it serious. And because they put that word on beyond a reasonable doubt, that's how I would go off.
You get an
If
update,
I
honey.
had any doubt, no, because you don't want a whole Central Park 5 situation happening again. Thank you, Perry.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Attorney says, what is this? He says, financial record notes. Jane to Cabral Williams. And then in parentheses, it says, Sly Diddler. Attorney, play Combs' voice message to Paul Arthur. Then it says in bracket, Combs' voice, hit me up when you're close. Attorney, what does Jane text to Cabral? He says, so horny, need to see you. Oh, see, I didn't.
Me so honey. I love you a long time.
Do you remember that? Y'all, okay. Do everybody in the chat know what's the name of Two Live Crew is?
Yeah.
These young people do not know who Two Live Crew is. Whatever happened to Luke? Luke Skywalker? Is that what he called himself?
Yeah. He probably still around.
Yeah.
I mean, not doing music, but you know what I'm saying? I don't know, you know.
Thank you. That's why I feel the way I do on this topic. If you're black, you did it, even if you didn't in the court of law with the good old boys.
Right.
I mean, I think that everybody knows that. I have a lot of white people in my chat. All my mods are white. I don't think nobody's here today, but anyway, everybody knows that the justice system is unfair in the United States. Everybody knows it.
And it's important to remember that. And then now, when you let them just blatantly look, we would put respect on the prosecution if they would have came out there and charged him properly, or if these people who were so-called victims. Go ahead.
Okay. Update. Attorney says, then what does Jane text? He says, travel agent finally woke up. You're coming? Attorney, what is this number? She says, Jessica Ruiz. Attorney, play Combs' message to Quorum. And then it says Combs' voice. Hey, KK, we need more baby oil. 20 bottles in the MRFer.
Hurry up, child, because it's on.
I can't even listen. Luke Campbell.
Try,
That's
so hurry up.
From the Two Live Crew. I think it was called. It's a ridiculous song. Sherelle, did you think Cassie is innocent? Cassie is not innocent. Oh my gosh, Pammy.
That's right.
You know I don't think she's innocent. You trying to get people mad at me again. I had a whole thing about it. Bye, Renee. Thank you for coming. She said, great show. We need a nap. Bye, peeps. Thank you, Renee. We love you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yep.
I don't know. I cannot hear about baby oil anymore, you guys. I cannot. What time is it? Oh, we should be breaking soon.
Probably in about 30 minutes.
Diddy getting free is not going to change anything. They will just find another rapper.
Right.
We need to change who we are putting in office at the local levels.
Yep.
Everything you see. First of all, Quinn, I don't know how old you are. You look very young, but you are on top of it. I mean, look, the case isn't even over. Fat Joe, he's Puerto Rican, Sherelle. He's not black. Tell him that. Fat Joe, Tyler Perry, and I'm telling y'all, with Kanye's, what they call it, laughing gas problem, he's really damaging his brain. This is why he probably does all this crazy stuff. He's next. I wish the old Kanye would come back. If you start huffing that laughing gas, I don't see you coming back. Can't you see permanent damage from that, Perry? On top of the other substances?
It sounds like it. I mean, when you start getting all that crazy stuff like that, I don't know. I mean, it
Y'all, we gotta pray for Kanye.
it
We
probably
gotta
burns so
pray.
many brain cells.
Ah, oh, we gotta pray for Kanye, y'all. He don't have. I know it's not an excuse, but his mom gone. That real, that's a pain you don't ever get
Yeah,
over.
his mom been gone for quite a while now. I mean,
I don't care when
I
it's your
understand
mom.
that he don't miss her or whatnot, but that's not why he's acting like this.
It's the substances
Yeah,
on
and they
top of
ain't like,
laughing gas.
oh
That
yeah,
doctor should go to jail.
and I don't
It-
think that's why he chose these pharmaceuticals because of his mother thing neither. I think that's something he got caught up with and couldn't stop. Wanted more and more.
Laughing gas. How you not
No,
stop that?
well, I don't know. They just try to outdo. When you get this money and stuff, they be like, "Hey, well, no, I don't want none of that. That's the poor people stuff. Give me some of that laughing gas." You know what I'm saying? How much is that, doctor? How much is that stuff in the window? Come on, man. He in there with IVs and stuff just
Yeah,
to
he
get
did.
high.
Yeah, he
Just to get
did.
high. What? Mm-mm.
Let me see if I can find it. We gotta pray for Kanye, y'all. We gotta pray for Kanye. I mean, he does crazy stuff. He shows up at look at this is sad. This is sad. So he gets the laughing gas from his dentist. And either he took this picture. Who would take a picture of that? He had to take it, his so.
Mm-hmm.
This is the stuff that he's hooked on, you guys. It's called nitrous oxide. Yeah, I didn't know what it was when my son told me what it was, but we got to pray for Kanye.
He went in for a root canal and leave. Man, I ain't never felt so good in my life. I got to go back to that dentist. Now he hooked. What you here
Perry,
for? Hmm? He all in the dentist chair and shit.
Perry,
Leaning back.
stop. Perry, no, we got to pray for Kanye, y'all. We got to pray. But this is really sad. Just look, y'all. It's sad. Perry, please don't say nothing for 2 minutes. Don't say nothing for 2 minutes. We got to pray for Kanye. I feel bad for him. I feel bad for anybody who's stuck on substances. Here we go. The attorney says, play Mr. Combs' messages. Combs' voice. Hey, Jess, I need to get him from Atlanta to here. Let me know. Hit him up. Hit me up. Attorney says, does Cabral Williams send his date of birth and Jane sent it to Combs, then Combs to Ruiz? Agent says, yes. Then Ruiz booked it. Okay, so what they're trying to say here is that, huh? Yeah, yeah. Taking what they call them dancers over the state line. But that didn't take all day to prove. They could have been said this in the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes this morning. Talk about the money from Bad Boy and then talk about crossing state lines. This is dragging on. They showed them Pete videos again this morning for what? They had to sit through that. And here, let me read this from CNN. It says the jury saw more text messages between Sean Diddy Combs and his former chief of staff, KK. Days later, in September 2023, Combs told KK to keep someone named Chelsea at a Miami hotel and get a hotel suite at a different hotel for him and Jane, one of his accusers. Okay, we know he's a freak. He's having multiple freak offs, according to these messages. He told KK that Chelsea would move from the hotel to his Miami residence after Jane left. Oh my God. The chart also included a flight record. Now, this is important. The other stuff is just This is important. The chart also included a flight recorded booked by Combs. So he booked the flight for
Mhm.
them to cross state lines. And then it says booked by Combs, travel manager for Jane from Miami to Los Angeles. So now they're trying to talk about crossing the state lines. First of all, that
You
was
get
very clear,
you
huh?
get an update on the main.
Another update. Here we go, y'all. It says, attorney, what does KK say? She says, suggest you say something came up and not lie about leaving town. I think she'll want to hear from you directly. You could suggest dinner tomorrow. Attorney, what's this? He says, Guido to Sean Combs. Must be another dancer named Guido.
Oh, no,
And
Guido is supposed to be the one who drop off the packages, ain't it?
I don't know who
I think
Guido
so.
is. I didn't lost
Well,
touch.
I think, but you you missed the one right before that. That's a new one came out after I told you. But
Oops, I just hit the wrong thing.
it'd be like the 2 minute mark.
Okay. Does it say, what does KK say? She says, no, that's one before
Oh,
that. Here we go. Attorney says, what does KK text to Combs? He says, I ordered the fruit plates. I'll have to bring them to your phone to you. Attorney, play the message from KK, from Combs to KK. Then it says, Combs' voice. I have to run out of town real quick, like family emergency. Know what I'm saying. Know
and
what
then
I'm saying? Like I'm coherent. Yeah, it's got to
go
mean that.
yeah, and then go ahead and read the next one again.
Because what does KK say? She says, suggest you say something came up and not lie about leaving town. I think she'll want to hear from you directly. You could suggest dinner tomorrow. And an attorney says, what's this? And then he says, Guido to Sean Combs. Now,
So is he telling KK that just make up excuse he had to leave for a family reason, but
uh-huh,
he's really going to see some other girl?
uh-huh.
Oh,
Some
hmm.
girl, what was her name? Chelsea?
Well, that was
He had multiple set up
yeah,
this hotel, and I'm gonna go from this hotel, then I'm gonna go over here where Jane is, and then after Jane, he bringing home somebody named Chelsea.
Chelsea,
But
the
what
ex.
is what? Y'all come on. What y'all couldn't think of a faster way or a more entertaining way? You are losing the audience, but
Look,
I
for real.
guess
Yeah,
because we already know this. Okay, we didn't know about Chelsea, and we didn't know about two freak offs in one day. It shows he has a problem. Did he has a X addiction? He has a substance addiction and he has an X addiction. But
okay, and you
yeah,
got
if
another
somebody
update.
says he's single, he can do what he want. Right.
You got another update.
This better be worth it because they
It
driving me
really is.
crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Combs' voice. And anything else y'all think I might need, and Cialis, I'm gonna keep calling y'all unless you think of everything I'm gonna need. Y'all know what Cialis is. That's the compete, competing brand to the little blue pill. Child, they was up there all night.
Right, but see, now it's one you missed before that because you was talking about the other one. It's 2 minute
Okay,
mark.
it says, uh, play Combs' message. It says Combs' voice. I need 5 more bottles of each so I don't have to ask nobody. And my Apple TV, since I'm staying here. Agent says he asked from Latts, and vegetable soup. Then it says in Combs' voice, can security bring me 5,000 question mark money? He's talking about money.
Mhm.
And then it says in Combs' voice, and anything else they think I might need. and Cialis. I'm going to keep calling y'all unless you think of everything I'm going to need. Attorney, what is text to Fahim? And they says taking 5,000 to him now. So they're trying to insinuate that he is, I wouldn't call it dealing drugs,
Purchasing.
but they're saying he's trafficking. They call him trafficking. I don't think that's trafficking at
He's
all.
purchasing.
Yeah, I think it's purchasing. I think it's large amounts because he is damn near a billionaire. This is dragging. Please. I don't understand it. They are losing me. Okay, we got the updates, and then let me make sure because he's could be fat. All updates are updated, and we don't understand, Wayne. Why are they
What?
why are they putting the case out like this? Why are they laying it out like this? Just dragging, just
He said he got an
dragging
update from
on.
me.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Update. I don't see it. Let me refresh again. 3 minutes. Here we go. Attorney, what does Jessica Ruiz text to Sean Combs? He says, had to change drivers. Then Jane texted to Cabral Williams. Attorney, what are the next 4 videos? He says, explicit videos about 45 minutes later. Then JP Morgan to Author Fitness, $1,000. He must be spending out of that Bad Boys account again. Also, what I thought was important, transferring more money, $5,000 this time. So he does it when he wants to. Okay. More videos though.
Yeah.
Why do we have to watch? Why do they have to? Do you guys think that the videos somehow tie into something that they're not telling us about?
Yeah, it's a mind game they playing with the jurors. If we just play them all these videos and stuff, even though they don't get it because it's nothing there, but they'll think, why would they have given us all these videos and all these messages if they wasn't telling the truth? They just hoping the jurors just say, okay, yeah, they're right because they're the government and they're always right. And they gave us all these things and we should be smart enough to just vote him guilty. They don't have a case. They wasting my time, your time, Mo Walker's time, Ray Johnson's time, Callie Nola's time, everybody's.
Everybody's.
Yeah. And then let's see, they just going with this boring ass stuff. And now they might go into tomorrow with this. Is that what they said?
Yeah, and then Inner City says, as these messages are being read, Combs is sitting back in his chair listening. So they're doing the P tapes again, 3 of them. I don't understand this. Is it something on the tapes that we don't know? Is it somebody famous on the tape that we should know about? Now, this has probably been, if you combine all the days, at least 7 P videos.
Mm-hmm.
Here, someone said something in capitals. I always go to the capitals. They say he's using company money. It's his damn company. It's his damn company.
He just broke in and started spinning up something.
I'm sorry, but reading the transcripts versus only updates is different. Yeah, it's got to be something we're missing here because it doesn't make sense to us. Why you keep showing these tapes?
Yeah.
Diddy needs to do time. If they free him, they might as well free R. Kelly. Girl, don't be careful what you wish for. You just might get it. I said, WTF, I said. Listen, we just spent this morning talking about R. Kelly, talking about how he, and this is not a rumor, reached out to 47. And then Joycelyn came on today talking about that's her man and she's not a hostage and hopefully he'll be home soon. We like, home soon? What you talking about? So be careful what you ask for, Nicole. This stuff is getting crazy. I don't think 47 will do it, but that's what they saying. I don't know. You think he'll do it? Release R. Kelly?
5 million.
Company
Anybody
money
can
is his money, yes.
Anybody, the man said 5 million. Anybody can get it.
He said it. But I don't think R. Kelly has $5 million. I don't think. But he's good friends with somebody rich, I'm sure.
Let me
By
ask y'all
using
with R. Kelly, say if he did get out, I'm just throw this question out. Say he did, whether paroled or or pardoned or maybe just some kind of motion, right? He get out. Would people go back to listen to his music if he's ever released? Is what I'm saying.
they're listening to his music now.
But not
Like,
this.
so you got to separate the music from the man because R. Kelly's talented. I hate it, it's the truth.
Yeah.
That don't mean I'm supporting what he did. He's just talented. And
I don't think nobody rolling through their neighborhood now. Maybe privately, they
privately,
listen to it. They ain't going through their neighborhood bumping. My mind's telling me no, but your body's telling me
yeah. That was a
yeah.
good song. That's a good song. He has my favorite, the Jeep one. Now I'm not trying to be cruel, but pretty
Yeah.
girl feeling you. That's a good song. I don't care what nobody says. It's a good song. Does that mean I support? No. What he
don't. Yeah.
did that mean I support? What's her name? Sparkle's niece.
I mean,
Tape?
hell,
No.
people still listen to Elvis Presley, don't they? And they don't tell him what he done did.
Yeah. I mean, but just think of it. How many R. Kelly songs? Just he did. I don't see that you talk about bump and grind. That's a good one.
Get an update, honey.
Oh, I was getting in my R. Kelly music.
You just
I
doing
had to close my eyes.
doing your leather jacket and shit.
No, he has good music. Leave me alone. Here we go. Attorney. What is Jane sent to Mr. Combs? He says, I'm heading there. We'll let you know when I'm 5 minutes away. Paul coming up. Attorney. Line 337. Walk us through. He says, the London Hotel in LA, room 229, in the same name as Chavez with damage. I don't know what that means.
Okay, they probably saying how they got to just messed up another room or something, took some cash out to pay for repairs.
They're trying to say where all the money went. That's what they're trying to do. Now,
and they could have saved it.
well, they could have laid it out a little bit different.
Or they could have saved the time and told somebody when they was awake. The jurors aren't even awake right now. They drifting off, head swinging.
Terry, something's wrong with you. Now I got that song stuck in my head. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. How long has R. Kelly been in jail? It's a long time, right?
6 years?
Has it been 6 years already? Let me see.
I think something like that. I don't know why the 6 years popped to my head. I think I could have seen it somewhere, but hell, I could have just simply made it up.
He's been in jail since July 2019. About 6 years. Yeah, about 6 years. Oh, wow. Hate to say it, but it went by really fast for us when you're on the outside. 6 years is an eternity.
I mean, 2 hours is hell if you behind bars.
Yeah. I know. No. Okay, here we go. Got an update. Attorney says line 340. He says check in record for the London hotel. Attorney, play the voice message. It says in Combs' voice, should I book the room? It's a yes or no answer. Thumbs up or thumbs down. Attorney says, what does Jane respond? She says, I need to shop to celebrate. I mean, Jane, yeah, Jane.
Yeah.
Jane's out there. Jane's out there. Jane has a very bad background that I think needs to be talked about because it goes to credibility. Can I really give advice on an ex trafficking case when I had my own? Serious? No, I'm dead
I
serious.
know,
Like,
I know you serious.
you do not have to be rich to have common sense.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Okay. Callie, she must type really fast. You know, I click on her. I'll just click, click, click.
I
And
know.
she has full, yeah. I'm not 100% sure if he's in fact using company money or if they just want you to assume that. Well, they said it earlier, Callie, in this video that where did you get the funds? And he said, bad boys. So they did say that earlier. Why wouldn't he have a personal account? You know what? That makes a lot of sense. Huh. Thank you, Callie. Food for thought. He's a damn billionaire. Why would he have to dig into Bad Boy's account when he could just have his own account?
Yeah, but say if your assistant perhaps use this for most of your business stuff, then what doing working hours and now outside of working hours, okay, we just go ahead and grab that and they just keep racking it up. I don't know. I don't really know,
But
but
this is food for thought, Callie. He can have as many accounts as he wants. I'm sure he does. That probably is going to be challenged at some point.
and then they might mention, well, this was paid on this American Express card, but then they keep talking about other things. Well, hey, send me this. Are you telling me where the money was sent from? Because remember, he make money and have money all the time. Security might bring him 5,000, 6,000, but is that coming off the company thing? So I really don't know for real. But at the end of the day, I know this might sound naive and crazy, but I don't even give a damn where the money came from. I think they just don't waste our time with this. If I was in that jury, I'd be ready to cast my vote not guilty for
Um,
these crimes. That's me.
Attorney says line 350. Who texts Jane? He says quorum, asking for Jane's account information. She says Bank of America and account number. She writes, want to send one of the guys here to drop everything off? Attorney. And Combs says, no, I don't want them to know probably who he is or something like that.
It's a new one too, honey.
It's another one.
It just came out. Mhm.
Thank you. Okay, here it is. Attorney says, play Combs audio to Jane. Then in brackets, it says Combs voice. I sent you 15. K, baby girl. Attorney says, what does Combs text to Paul Arthur? He says, you're in LA. He says, yes. Then I'm going to hit you later. Attorney, play Combs voice message. And it says, in Combs voice, you want to meet up at 9:45? Question mark.
Mhm. So, yeah.
Um,
Sorrel, I don't know. Like nothing moves the needle for me no more. And I lost all respect for the feds when they raided those three mansions and didn't give me anything. For real. How can people still want to support that? Now you got to try to win. You don't waste all this government money. Shouldn't people be mad at that? When there's real people out there that's being trafficked. They ain't looking for them. They just want to be on this witch hunt for Diddy.
I mean, they
I'm sure
definitely.
that money on them raids could have went a long way of trying to find some people that's really being trafficked. Let's keep it real.
I mean, somebody in the chat said, "What it?" I lost it, but it said, "Why are they even? Why is the judge even letting them continue? Because that's what he do."
I'm telling you, I've been gonna put some sanctions on them for the days. If you're gonna
Testimony.
role play, just go and have your person, y'all read it back and forth, and then I'd rather just hear the audio tape, just go straight through. They wasting my time. They in that role playing.
Hey Perry, people are donating to Inner City Press. Should we? You want to do it?
So what now?
I'll
What
ask
happened?
you later. I'll
Okay.
ask you later.
Okay.
Oh, and it's lunchtime. The judge supposedly went over the schedule this morning. Of course, he's not abiding by that. He just loves, huh?
Diddy would be out barbecuing on July
Hey,
4th.
Lily.
He would be barbecuing. He probably gonna have some shrimp on the barbie, couple steaks,
Oh my God. Here, I got an update.
and some applesauce.
It says Combs voice. Can you get 5K for Fahim? The attorney says, what does Combs text to Jane? He says, Paul gonna meet us at 9:30. Attorney, play Combs to Frank Rodriguez. He's saying play. And it says, in Frank's voice, make sure that the room is set up right. We're talking about Frank Santella here?
I don't know.
Frank Santella and Diddy and KK were all very, very close. Frank Santella was named in Little Rod's lawsuit.
Mm.
We did a thorough investigation on Frank Santella, and I believe he owned a management company called Zill, but he since changed the name and deleted himself from the internet. So we got KK deleting herself from the internet, and we've got Frank Santella deleting himself from the internet. And not only are they deleting themselves from the internet, they're not testifying, and we don't know why. Is that a question that the public can ask and get an answer from? Like, why aren't you putting so and so on the stand? Or are they not allowed to tell us anything?
Oh shit, I don't know. You know,
She
the
said
defense
she
had to
ain't going
hurry
to the
up.
barbecue, but she ain't drinking nada. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Pierre. Go ahead.
No, this thing is really boring, and people got to see it. Like, I cannot take it. If I wasn't here talking to you, I'd be asleep. For real. Just kicking up dust, right? But this is just crazy.
No, this sounds really stupid. But I don't think they have barbecue in prison.
No, but
That stuff they complain about. They say it's nasty.
and basically DDT saying he ain't getting out. If he had barbecue, to answer my question about the fourth, he'll be having it in prison.
Okay, I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
If you can get life for this BS, I don't know, WTF to say. I'm
Right. That's what I'm trying to say. If you getting that for that, do not jaywalk. Please do
no,
not.
it's not a joke. It's overcharging.
Mm-hmm.
Not life. Do you watch the ID channel? On the ID channel, I love crime, like the ID channel. What are they? Like crime biographies or something like that. Real life, real life. And I watch them one right after another, right after, especially if I don't have anything to do that day. My favorite thing to do is sit on the couch and watch crime all day. There are people out there that deserve life sentences. Okay. I'm talking, they do some crazy, heinous stuff. I just don't see that here. Not life. Not life. I mean, some of the I'm working on one now. Some of these people, deserve life, and there's no question about it. You'll be like, he got to go.
Let me check for an update. I don't sit here and zoned out. You got an update, honey.
Okay. Yeah, I start talking like I'm at home. Okay, here we go. Attorney says, what does Rodriguez write? He says, medical grade K MDMA. We know what that is. It's a substance. Attorney, what does Jane text to Cabral? He says, to call Rodriguez. Attorney, what does Rodriguez text to Combs? He says, a photo and message. This is all they got left of the blue ones, of the blues. Some kind of substance.
Yeah.
Okay.
They just showed them playing musical chairs.
Now listen, Diddy's too old to be taking the blue pill because or Cialis or all that stuff. I heard it sends men probably over 40 to the hospital. It sounds like he live on them.
Well, he probably got a nurse on staff. He got the IV right there next to him.
Oh my OMG, y'all. Listen, have y'all been hearing me say it's a wonder nobody OD'd? Perry is right. They probably got Narcan on deck. Okay? They got Narcan. He probably travels with Narcan, IVs. What else? A pump to pump your stomach. He's taking too many substances and he's mixing them all together. He's a basket case. I'm surprised that he's still with us. But he probably you know how rich people do. Remember Michael Jackson paid the guy to come to the house and he still messed it up. I mean, I believe Michael Jackson was paying him $150 a month. 150K.
He said for men over 40 it could be dangerous. Mo said it's made for men over 40.
First of all, that's scary. And I don't know. I heard the races. I don't know. I heard the people it stays at attention for a very long time. That's what I heard. It be sending people to the hospital. They be putting towels over their waist, talking about I got an emergency. It won't go down. That's what I heard. She's talking to somebody else.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't be messing with that stuff. Perry, haven't you heard that it just stays, at attention for hours?
Yeah, and I also heard one of my friend's brothers. You probably remember he used to be telling all these stories.
You're talking about the guy across the street?
Yeah, it had to send him to the hospital. He said, because I guess the blood pressure, whatever, but I don't know. He was a trip.
Wait, hold on. What? Did Bobby Brown pass?
Oh, did I just?
Hold on. You love me some Bobby Brown. Please don't let that be true. So far, I don't see anything about it. But, let's keep checking back.
Quentin ain't right.
What'd he say?
Am I sure that's what I heard or that's what I know? No, it was just funny.
Listen to this. They said R. Kelly has written 25 albums in prison.
What?
20. That's what it says. You want me to show you the article?
Damn. And you got an update
25 too. On the main?
Yeah.
Okay. Read this real quick. It says, attorney, I'll read Jane, you read Combs as Jane. It says, it's been 3 years of me having to F strangers. I can't be in another hotel room performing for days. And then as Combs, it says, let me make love to you. Oh my gosh. Attorney as Jane. Spend the day with Gina. Oh, wow.
Boy, bye.
Girl, did
Spend
you?
the day with Gina. You know you want her. Mm-mm-mm. Wow. And they should be breaking for lunch right about now.
Yeah. It says R. Kelly claims he's written 25 albums 3 years into a 30-year. He was sentenced 30 years. Ooh, for ex trafficking and racketeering. So that's what they're trying to give Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're trying to give Diddy. Beyond a reasonable doubt, everybody. That's got to be tough because no matter what you think of R. Kelly, and I don't have time to argue about it. Some people like him, some people don't. But you cannot deny that he's a great talent in R&B. He is. Who else it compares to R. Kelly, Perry?
Oh, Lord.
What? Yeah, for R. I think
Yeah.
who do we know that can write like R. Kelly? He doesn't do his music. He did other people's music.
Mm-hmm.
He wrote this song. I think it was for I just anyway, he's talented. He's very talented. So being in prison is a living hell,
You got to
because they
update.
have a need to create. Prince, there you go. Oh yeah, forget R. Kelly. I forgot about Prince.
You going to the update? Okay.
Yep. I have to refresh though. Give me a second. Sometimes it takes a minute. I hope it doesn't start that lagging stuff again. Here we go. It says, attorney, as Jane, I'm not trying to F strangers. You wanted to have me S some D so you can get off with Gina? Oh, Lord. Attorney, as Combs, are you going to let me in our house 5 times? And then attorney, as Jane, I just put my child to bed. Oh, yeah, that's our house. I forgot he paying the bills. Oh, we got one here. Sherelle, it doesn't tie in. They're hoping to get blindsided by just how nasty he is. This is ridiculous. It's
Mm-hmm.
set is
Oh, I agree.
unbearable. It's unbearable, you guys. It's unbearable.
I mean, it got
Say
me
what you
drifting
gotta
to
say,
stuff.
put the receipts out, and let's move on. Matter of fact, this should have been done early in the testimony. Diddy takes money from his bad boy account and pays, and there should be a quick little list. And then, like, this is just going on and on and on.
The prosecution could have just saved this whole day for real. Like, for what? Damn, they done wasted time, and I'm getting mad. I mean, something really need to be done from wasting government money like this.
Coco Melon says, I don't know who she's talking about. She might be talking about both. I don't know. She says, he's still a perv afraid poor black children. You must be talking about Kelly. You must be talking
Mhm.
about Kelly.
Yeah.
So Kelly allegedly was touched as a child by his sister. I think her name is Teresa. Not that it excuses his behavior. Hey, Freddie. Hey, can't wait to see you in Las Vegas in the. Oh, you're coming. You're coming to the Bravo thing. What's it called? It's in Vegas again.
Whatever. Yeah.
What is it called? BravoCon. Freddie. I have to call you, Freddie. Have you been looking at the ratings for Atlanta? It's bad. Oh, or Jersey. Like, it's bad. We got to talk about. So this should be over this week, Freddie, and then we can go back to our regular channels because we have to talk about Housewives. We have to talk about them bringing Monique back. We have to talk about their supposedly bringing Candy Burris back. If they bring Candy Burris back, did they forget that Phaedra's on the same damn show and she said never in a lifetime will I work with her? I think they need to bring her back. We've missed so much. Yes. It's bad. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to take a little break. Talk to my buddy. Everybody know Freddie. Say what up, Freddie. Freddie from England.
What's up, Freddie?
So cool. He has a little British accent, and then he just reads you for filth. Yeah, the ratings are unbelievable. I don't know what's gonna happen, Freddie. I mean,
And they should be taking a
yeah.
damn lunch break sometime up in here.
LeVar, you didn't hear about Monique coming back to Potomac? Monique coming back. I'm more concerned about
But is she coming back
Candy
with the
coming.
trainer? Is she coming back with the trainer? Because Chris gone. I'll just ask him a question.
Perry's so messy. Perry is messy. I think Phaedra looks beautiful. I love Phaedra. They said she's not adding much, but I think she is.
You got to
She's
update.
stunning. She's stunning, and that girl with that nasal problem. Okay, attorney, who texts Combs the next day? He says Gina. Attorney, then what does Combs text to Jane? He texts, I'm horny as F. Oh my, with numerous C's. And it says that. It says C's, a C apostrophe S. I don't know what they're talking about. I
Oh,
hope
the
they
blue
don't.
pills.
Huh?
Is it the blue pills?
No, it's the stuff that squirts. Attorney, who is Combs texting with? She says a man named Rico Love. Y'all did all this to tell us that Diddy does guys. Angela Oakley is offering the most. But to tell you the truth, Freddie, I watch some and then I don't, and I watch some and I don't, because this has been taking up my life. My whole life we've been talking about P. Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
She's so pretty. Phaedra's my girl. I don't know what's not working on Atlanta, but something's not working on Atlanta. Will Candy save it? Maybe. We'll see. Is she bringing Todd back? If you bring Todd back, you got to bring Apollo back. That would be good, actually. Apollo, because Phaedra, and Phaedra's still dating that African guy. Child, this is we got to update from our resident legal expert. Wayne says, the government has laid out their case with precision to show RICO, racketeering, trafficking, coercion, and blackmail. It might seem boring to us, but it's how they have a 98% conviction rate.
And I think this case gonna end up being the 2%.
That's Perry. My opinion is
that's just my opinion. Yeah.
Couldn't they have done it in a different way that we weren't so bored? Why isn't KK reading her own text messages so we don't have it? Come on, legal analyst, Wayne Justice. Even though you're right, we're bored to death. Freddie says they need to bring Kenya back. Well, doesn't Kenya act like she's coming back? And she did an interview in which she said she's still employed with Bravo. Do you know what I'm talking about, Freddie? I'm sorry, guys. I don't get to see Freddie much. We got to catch up.
For things. They should be going to lunch shortly, for real.
They should have went to lunch an hour ago.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Freddie. I don't think Kenya's fired. I really don't. They need to get rid of that girl. What is her name? I don't like her.
Yeah.
From what I see, I don't know her.
Was it? What's the girl name?
Thank
Can't
you.
breathe.
Thank you, Justice. Thank you. He says, yes, Sherelle, it is boring at times. Especially like when you got when you just drunk 2 cups of coffee and your name's Perry.
I gotta get me another cup of coffee. I'm out.
Perry, stop drinking coffee. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know her. So I will say that. I don't know her, never talked to her. And I only seen a couple episodes, so I could be wrong. But from what I heard of, because we know a lot of people in that community, I don't like her. Yes, Wayne Justice. That's what we're gonna call him, Wayne Justice.
Yep, it's gonna be some justice.
You don't like Kelly? That's the short girl. See, I don't know what she did.
I know, and yeah, the one that's supposed to make the pancakes, the Waffle House, or whatever she got going on.
She's not coming back. She's suing Bravo for what?
Yeah,
$20 million.
Mm-hmm.
For what?
I guess for
Freddie,
a lot.
Freddie, are you here? What? Why is she suing Bravo?
Oh, babe, you got an update
On the main?
Yeah.
All right, Justice Wayne, I'm on it. Here we go. Here we go. It says, attorney, what does Jane text Combs? He says, baby, I'm here. Attorney, what does Combs text to Rico? Is that a joke? He says, let me know when you're there. And then it says, Combs' voice. Yo, what's the name and room number? Attorney, what does Combs text to Rico? He says, room is Paul. Room is Paul. Did I miss Freddie? He probably had to go back to work. Anyway, we got to get it back into my stuff because it's crazy. This Diddy stuff. I really expect it to be over this week. What more can they say? If it's not over this week, I don't know what I'm going to do. I might leave anyway. It has to be over.
And Wayne Justice, answer this. So you said all this stuff is laid out. Did they need to put on this show today? Or could they just have let the defense go ahead and take the floor? Because we need to speed this thing up just a little bit. A lot. I mean, because one of us going to be right. Either it's going to be Wayne Justice or it's going to be Perry Sanders. Somebody going to be right.
Did I take it off? I'm sorry. Because someone says, can y'all interview Joyce Savage? Parents, I would love to see Perry's reaction. No, we stop interviewing people because Perry gets too real. He gets too real and swear this, whoever we interview, they always end up befriending Perry. They always end up befriending Perry. And that was a mess, wasn't it, Perry? Kenya Moore never be the face of Real Housewife of Atlanta. Oh gosh, someone's trying to get to you, Perry. Don't respond. You know that's Perry's girls.
Oh, Kenya? I like Kenya Moore.
I think Diddy's team got to Perry. Sherelle, you need to check him. Diddy's team,
No, the prosecution got to Perry when I realized they were just on a witch hunt. Just out there on the witch hunt.
Do you guys think we're not going to lunch because he's going to end early? What time is it? It's
almost. Did we not? I mean, remember they took a 20-minute break for something, but it wasn't a lunch break.
Look, Perry has a crush on Portia. So Perry's like Portia for a long time, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But it kills you. Did you hear about the divorce? Portia's divorce
Yeah.
basically got what she want.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Wayne, Justice Wayne. I got an update.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Okay, here we go. Attorney says, I'll read Jane and you read Combs. Then it says, as Jane, make sure you're not to make me feel high and dry. Put something in my account. Oh, Lord. He says, hey, how are you? Attorney, was that 3 days later? Uh, Agent says, yes. Then recorded 3,000 from JP Morgan. Okay, we get it. Perry,
how's it going?
Diddy, child. I really believe, now no one's told me this, that Diddy probably OD'd and has Narcan with the medics who follow him around. He's just really trashing his body with that stuff. Wayne says, Perry, the show today is 100% summary for the jury. Why do you think the jury is seeing the FO videos up close and personal? This is the last thing they will see before deliberations. Ugh.
Yeah, that's great. No, I mean, it's great.
You don't know what to say. When Perry pauses, he doesn't know what to say.
It's really great because Wayne said something really important. This is their last thing before they turn it over. They need to get it over with. Now, will it be successful? In my eyes, no.
You haven't even heard.
I'm talking about the stuff they got today. I'm talking about like the whole case. He said that basically this their last step. They're summarizing it, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, letting you get the snap and scratch, scratch and sniff, and the close-up views of the videotape.
Perry, stop. Nobody said they allowed them to scratch and sniff. Wayne, why are you always getting under Perry's skin? Leave Perry alone. Y'all stop. Scratch and sniff. But Justice Wayne, I had to flip it. Wayne Justice. Why are they showing the freak off tapes? About 7. Why? Why do we need to see this?
Because one could look at it and say, oh, yeah, it's just showing how devastating, how bad he treated these women. It could also show how much they enjoyed it. I'm just saying, it's always two sides to every coin.
Perry, if you don't stop, oh my God, who is enjoying it, Perry?
Jane.
All right. Crystal says, no, Sherelle don't need to Perry. He is the priest, the provider of his household.
Yeah.
Okay, I give it. All right.
Just apologize, would you?
No. Ooh, wait. Oh no.
Well.
Oh no. Aubrey says Iran has attacked a military base.
Yep.
Let me go look, y'all. I'm gonna take my eyes off the screen for a minute.
Yeah,
oh no. Y'all, we cannot.
We already there now.
Oh, y'all, we are in a full-blown WAR. Y'all. Oh, yeah, this is like y'all don't understand. Remember, I told you Perry went to WAR, my father, and it's something that really I just don't like. I'm not choosing a side. I can't choose a side. I don't even know what the problem is, but I don't like WAR. I just, this is just.
You get the update?
I'm doing it right now.
Okay.
This is not good.
And I'm gonna grab me some water. You need anything?
Yeah, can you
I'm
give me some water, please?
okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Attorney says, who texts Jonathan Perez? He says, KK says, heads up, PD going to guest house. Attorney, turn off the public screen. Attorney, what do they say the flight is about? He says, her being jealous and yelling at him. Attorney, what's this? He says, Jane and Anton. It's spelled Anton. Sometimes it spells Antoine. We know who she's talking about. Now back to this WAR. Y'all, and I have a son that is the perfect age for a draft. It's just This is this true? All because half the you're talking about us. Yeah, half of us didn't want a woman of color as the leader. Yeah, I mean, y'all don't know. Like, thank you, Peg. The WARs have me up all night. I don't know. It's just something that after I think I have PTSD after Perry went, and then hearing about my father's time there. Y'all know my father has a channel with Perry, and you know they didn't. Both Perry and my father have went through hell and back, and I don't. Thank you guys for hanging in there. My screen just went blank. Yeah, Mo. I mean, y'all just don't know. It's just. hmm. You think so? She says we still would have been going to WAR with her too. I just don't like it. I just don't like it. You're a retired military spouse. I definitely know this is not it's not good. So when Perry went to war, I couldn't sleep. I can't talk to him. You hear on the news so many casualties, and it just my nerves had me like this. It doesn't say they attacked the bases. The news says USC signs Iran is preparing to. Oh, okay. Same thing. Not as bad, but still got my nerves. I can't live like this. And we definitely are in a WAR. I don't care if they announced it or not. When the minute the other side retaliates, we're in a WAR. WAR is no game, especially if it's not our fight. It's not our fight. It's not their fight. It's governments fighting each other. We have no control over that. That's why I hate when they call people the enemy. They're the enemy, not the regular civilian. They don't have any control over that, and we don't have any control over that. And it's just dark. It's just Vanessa Brooks, are you here? Oh no, my son got called, but he can't go because he's autistic and type 1 diabetic with an insulin pump. So if you have health problems, you don't have to go. Hi, Bobby. Sherelle, Narcan only works for opiates. I just feel like he overdosed before. He putting any and everything into his body. I hope my 2 younger sons are too old. Well, I don't know what the age group is, but I know 21, my son's age, sounds about right. Ah, yeah, it's just a mess. I want Perry, if he's ever comfortable one day, to share his. He doesn't like to talk about it, but they're very real and sobering when he talks about his WAR stories. No, can't go with major health issues. I think my son has diabetes. No, I'm just kidding. I think my son has diabetes. It's crazy. The whole thing. Hold on, make sure I'm not missing anything. Hold on. It's a mess. It's just this. Oh, I did miss something. Attorney says on June 20th, who does Jane call? He says Jamal Douglas, aka Anton or Antoine. Attorney, what was sent to Fahim? He says banking coordinate will pick up the cash, 5,000 for you, 16,000 for PD. Attorney, what injuries are on Jane? Objection sustained. Then it says, was this video found on Jane's iCloud? He says, yes. No further questions. Yes. The judge says, we'll break here. I hope he means lunch break. Let's see what CNN says. So they're on a break. Let me make sure it's not lunch break. That was long. That was long. That was tedious. I can't see you guys. I'm on a different screen.
Yeah, I'm back. But I think it's
Carrie,
about
they
ready to
said
do lunch break.
they sit there on
And
a
he said,
break. Do you think they mean,
yeah,
huh?
yeah, lunch break.
Here we go. CNN update. Oh, y'all. Let me put it on the screen so y'all can see this. This has nothing to do with Diddy. This has everything to do with WAR. Oh, yeah. I'll make it quick because I know it's lunchtime. I don't know what part I could say and what part I can't say. So here's the title. From Iran towards U.S. bases in Qatar and Iraq.
Yep.
It's, y'all, it just happened.
Mm-hmm. And we knew it was gonna happen.
Everybody pray that this ends quickly with as little casualties as possible. Everybody pray. Again, I'm not picking a side because I don't even know what they're upset about. I follow local US politics, but never overseas. I don't even know what they're fighting about. So I just don't like WAR. Let's just pray this ends quickly with as little casualties as possible. Think of it this way, you guys. I am the Jane Fonda of the 2025s. Remember, she was an activist. She hated WAR, and so do I. Anyway, y'all, let me see if we're on a break.
I'm still refreshing, but I'm sure it's gonna be the lunch break.
Okay.
But I'm just glad they finished the witness. Yeah, they said no further questions, so I take it that they.
Yeah, I'm just gonna assume. Let me go to not love. What's it called? That show I always play.
Law and crime.
Yeah, long time. I almost said love him. Something.
The Love Boat.
Oh, yeah. It's official. I don't have to wait for anybody to tell me that it's official. When you respond, it's official. This is sad. This is sad. Like, this is one of things that weigh heavy on my heart. I don't like it. Now I'm going to be tied to some news station that talks live about it. We're probably going to be on Perry's channel all the time. Something's happening. I can't get it to connect. Let me try it again.
4 minutes.
actual messages or intention behind the messages or explains the content. They just explain the methodology she used to extract them, put them.
Last time, the other summary witness, they said, "Oh, look at all these other messages you didn't put in summary charge that provide so much more context to this case." I mean, that's the name of the game: context, context, context. What a great message, by the way. We threw a question to you from Mylan Borbin, and she goes, "I've learned so much about the law during this case. Thank you to Law and Crime." So thank you to our expert, great guests who are able to break it down for us. Joe, this is a great question from Janity. Do you think there's any possibility that it could be a hung jury?
Sure, that's always a possibility. The general wisdom is most of us think that they've done a great job of showing transportation to engage in prostitution. A lot of us think that the racketeering charge may be the hardest to show, and it may be sex trafficking, even though they're making progress on it, may be somewhere in between, whether you think they've done it or not. The X factor that I always talk about is the whole idea that you gotta believe that the jury will do the work to decipher between, separate the wheat from the chaff, and make sure that they have the judgment to take these charges individually, right? But in a worst case scenario for the prosecution, if they really don't want to believe that Diddy's a criminal, that there's no criminal enterprise, is there some way that somehow it could creep into what is supposed to be the easiest cause of action to show, and then some things hang? They could certainly hang at the top. I think those are the harder ones to prove. But could it hang at the bottom? I don't know that that's necessarily likely, but things happen with celebrities. Things happen with celebrities with resources that have been able to put on a pretty good defense case. And so anything is possible, but we'll just have to see.
Absolutely. We will have to wait and see. Here's a question. 2 questions for you, Barrett. This is from Danny. Danny says, does the panel think Diddy should have taken the plea, right? Because there was discussion about whether he was offered a plea deal and didn't take it. Because this is a question from Lisa 5472. Is it dangerous for the defense to put all their faith in the jury?
I mean, you don't have to be an expert to answer this question. You just have to look at the statistics of federal trials. I mean, something like over 90, I'm going to get it not exactly right, but let's say around 95% of people who go to trial in the federal system get convicted. It's not because, the prosecutors get lucky each time. It's because they have the resources and the time to put together really legally sound, factually based cases. So just based on those numbers, if I'm a gambler, I am going to say he probably should have taken the plea. Because yes, every time that you have jurors involved and you have to, try to convince people, you are looking at the odds are not in your favor when you're in the federal system.
But he was trying every which way to make sure first of all, I think he thought he was going to make bail.
Yeah.
And when that didn't happen, he's like, let me go to trial immediately. I don't want to spend one more day behind bars, but you risk it because it's now going to be in the jury's hands.
Well, and just remember, he doesn't have to convince 12 people that he's not guilty. I mean, that's best case scenario for him. He really only has to convince one at this point.
Yep.
If he can hang and convince one person that he is not guilty, that will give a hung jury. And then the government has to decide whether they can do this all again, whether they can, present all this testimony another time. So again, his calculus is, do I take the plea or not? It's not, can I convince 12 people that I'm not guilty? It's, is there one person on that jury that I can convince?
Hey, Misty, this is a good question from Selena Giselle. If Diddy's convicted, what happens to all the civil lawsuits, right? He's facing, I don't even know how many, upwards of 25, maybe? I forgot the count. What happens to all the civil lawsuits?
Yeah, civil lawsuits have really been on pause while the criminal case plays out. And there's a reason for that. In civil lawsuits, you don't have the same rights that you do as a criminal defendant, meaning you can be compelled to take a deposition. You can be compelled to testify at trial. And of course, that would infringe upon his Fifth Amendment rights if he were forced to testify under oath in other forums. So those civil lawsuits generally, the pause button is hit on civil lawsuits while a criminal case plays out. But the answer is, Jesse, even if he had the best day in the world and he was, say, acquitted of all the charges, hypothetically, all of those other civil lawsuits, to the extent that they haven't been resolved in settlements, they still exist and they would still be litigated. And he would still be going through all of those different legal processes, some in many different courts in different states. So those would all still be working their way through the court system. So he does have those to deal with once this criminal case is over.
So, okay, here's what we're going to do. We have Elizabeth Milner. So she's coming. She just came out. I want to hear what's been happening in court. If you guys have questions for Elizabeth, shoot them over to us. We'll ask her everything that you want to know about what was happening in court. Before we go to our break, once we get her up, I want to let you know that if you're interested in more content about this, the second season of Law and Crime's hit podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy, I host it. It is back. The second episode drops tomorrow, by the way. It's exclusively on Wondery Plus. You can find it right now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. We got the trailer. Take a look.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I'm such a dork. I muted it because of copyright, and then I'm on mute. Yeah, I got it, Perry. I kept talking to myself. I didn't even know. Sorry, guys. You guys are talking about all kind of stuff in the chat. This is current events. Okay, I should rename the channel. Current events. Y'all talking about what's going on over there, overseas. You're talking about this case. Y'all talking about 47. No, it's not your phone. It's me. I do it at least once a day. Once a day, I go talking on mute. I mean, it's a lot going on. Talk about a hung jury. I mean, like that guy just said, anything is possible. Hopefully it'll wrap up this week. Yeah, we heard, Keita, about they just launched. So we read that. Well, what I could. Yeah, we talked about Fat Joe. I even read his case. I read his case this weekend. It's like they took the whole Diddy transcripts and then they put Fat Joe's name in there. I think his real name is Joseph Cartagena. But yeah, and his lawyer, his attorney is Tyrone Blackburn, is the guy's attorney that's suing Fat Joe, or should I call him Skinny Joe? He lost a lot of weight. And that attorney is known to stiff arm, shake down, what you call it, get money from rich people. Yes, Tyrone Blackburn. You heard about him. The Diddy case. He was Little Rod's attorney. He was Tiny and Sabrina Peterson in the Tiny and T.I. case. And he did something with Larry Reed. I think he represented Tyrone. He represented Dwayne. Oh my God, what is that? That case with Larry Reed. He's always stiff arming people. He probably stiff armed Larry Reed too. He's just always he doesn't care about the law. He uses his law license to be a con artist. They got the phones are tapped on Fat Joe. Now I read that I think it was 50 pages. We read it. Hi, Justice. Hello, Sherelle. Can you add an I don't know to the poll? Oh, Perry must be doing polls again. I'll tell him. Hello, Sherelle. Where's Perry? He's on a. Perry is probably sitting behind that screen, smoking in the house when I told him stop smoking those little puff things, or he's on the balcony smoking. Those little things, he has to charge it up, and then the whole house smells weird. Them things are dangerous. I would rather just stop smoking, period. Those exhibits were to expose Diddy's teams and the enterprise he was running. Yeah, and talk about the funds that he uses out of his own bad boy account, which is weird because somebody, I can't remember who it was, just said that he's P. Diddy. He has a lot of money. Why would he have to take money from a bad boy when he can just open another account? So I'm sure they're going to be addressing this later. The open arguments in Diddy's case was so similar to R. Kelly's. Really? Now, how come I don't remember that? Maybe I started a day or two late. I don't remember. You remember, Perry? Can I recap what happened? Yeah, hold on. Perry, can you close the door? I'm getting an echo. You must be in your man cave. I can hear the echo. I know my son smokes those things and about had an asthma attack, and I don't have asthma. He got to leave the Joker at his house. I don't know. I have a son that's 21. I think I can still tell him what to do. Thank you.
Oh no, are you putting it back on lawn?
Yeah, it's
Because I think the echoes like I got my speaker loud so they can hear.
okay.
Now I want to move my mic.
No. I'll put it back on the screen. So somebody wanted me to recap. So what basically they did this morning is read text messages again from KK, and it's really bothering me that KK is not taking the stand, reading her own text messages, because then we don't have to read into what we thought she meant. We could ask her. And today, for the first time, they mentioned Frank Santella. Frank Santella was also one of Diddy's right-hand man. He used to own a management company. Cannot remember the name of it, but he is scrubbed from the internet. But if KK has to take the stand, so should Frank. But they basically read text messages that said that I don't know if you want to use the word funnel, took money from his Bad Boy account, Bad Boy, his music company, to pay for these things for the freak offs. Okay, hold on. We'll and they'll catch you up too. Here we go. I don't want wait for the music to go off.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So we have with us Elizabeth Milner, Law and Crimes in Court reporter, as we are on this break in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial. Elizabeth, this is the moment all of our viewers wait. They can't wait to talk to you. You get such love on social media, such love from the YouTubers. They want to hear so much about what's been going on. I'll give you an example, how much love you get. We got a question from Gene Sluter. As a lawyer, Jesse, can Jesse please install Elizabeth Milner as the president of the United States? I do not have that power. I don't think you have to be an expert to know I don't have that power, but clearly you have the love. Okay, let's get into more substantive questions. This is from Shady Goat. How is Diddy in court today? And were there any suspect looks that he might have given towards the jurors? because he can't be trusted.
Well, definitely as far as Diddy's demeanor goes today, he was doing kind of what he's usually been doing, jotting notes down, talking to his attorneys, all of that stuff. There are a couple moments, especially when the sexually explicit videos were played specifically to the jury. Obviously, we weren't able to see those. They were under seal. And so I was seeing him kind of peek over at their direction because they played those explicit videos for a long amount of time. I think longer than whenever the summary witness was talking about the Cassie summary exhibits, was playing for that amount of time. But for these specific videos, I did see him kind of peeking over here and there, especially because of the duration and how long they were playing. Plus, it was super quiet inside that courtroom when they were playing those videos. Literally, you could hear a pin drop. It was just that quiet. But again, these were only shown to the jury. But as far as what I could see of Diddy's demeanor today, still the same old. It doesn't seem that he feels maybe nervous or anxious. But again, we're never inside his mind, so we don't know 100% for sure what he's thinking at all times.
We got a old Hollywood angel says, can you tell Elizabeth we call her Queen Elizabeth? So again, you're getting a ton of praise from all of our fans. Elizabeth, I got a question for you. I'm reading the transcripts of these voice messages from Sean Combs, whether it's to Jane, whether it's to associates. How impactful are these voice messages? It seems to me, if the government is trying to say he played a central role in setting up these wild king nights and transporting people and paying for their services, to have him on these voice notes feels like a mic drop in the moment, no?
It was a little bit kind of, I think the government was doing what they could do with these voice messages. It wasn't necessarily like a mic drop moment, but it also could be depending on how you look at it. So when you're hearing Diddy on these audio messages asking for $5,000, $10,000, making sure that Jane has $15,000, it's a lot of money that's just being casually talked about during these audio messages. And even when you kind of hear his demeanor on these audio notes, because, you know, obviously we who have been covering this case, we know what Diddy sounds like. We know his voice. We hear him inside the courtroom sometimes when the jury is not present. However, for most jurors, I would expect that most of them don't really recognize his voice, and maybe I would expect that maybe they don't match it to the person sometimes, especially because as you're hearing it, he's asking for large sums of money. He's asking for medication. He's asking to make sure that he has as much baby oil as he can, because he was like, why am I out here searching for baby oil? Just make sure I have this baby oil here. I shouldn't be doing this. But he was saying it in kind of a joking manner too, that you really can't tell if he was being kind of serious or if he was being playful and joking. You never just know what they're thinking. But as far as just what the government was doing by playing these particular voice messages, of course, you're hearing about the money being exchanged. You're hearing about, or I shouldn't say exchange, but about the money being obtained or given to Diddy in some form or fashion. You hear about him asking Christina Quorum, for example, to make sure that the assistant set up the rooms before he gets there. Or you're hearing in just different messages, just things that he would say to Christina Quorum about, get me this, get me that, I need this, please and thank you, here and there. So it could be a bombshell moment depending on how you look at it, but it's interesting just kind of hearing these all play out. Now, there were a good portion of the audio messages that we didn't hear. I think there were some technical issues. Some of the audio messages weren't necessarily redacted, so we didn't hear everything in its full capacity. Right. But as far as what we did hear, I think it did kind of have a sticking point possibly for the jury.
You have to explain to us what's going on after the prosecution rests. So we get this question from Lisa5472. Elizabeth, has the defense given any clues on what they're doing after the prosecution rests? Because are they planning to call witnesses or no? Are they just planning to play some exhibits? What's going on? I think we learned a little bit more about this at the beginning of the day, right?
Yeah, it seemed like there was a lot of confusion on whether or not the defense just plans on admitting a bunch of stuff into evidence, or are they going to be calling a witness to kind of explain a lot of things. You know, initially the defense was like, okay, we're going to call Vastra Dunlap, we're going to call Dr. Bardet, we're going to call another witness to testify, but it seems like there's kind of confusion on whether or not all of these people are actually going to be called, because if everyone remembers, just last week, the government said that, or excuse me, the defense said that their case in chief would be less than they were expecting. They plan, and this is still the plan, for summations or closing arguments to happen this Thursday. So it's possible that they may still call maybe one witness, maybe possibly two. But as far as maybe just a long witness that they may see for the defense's case in chief, it doesn't seem like that's necessarily happening. So we're still going under the impression that maybe a witness or two will be called. But as far as the defense's case overall, it seems like it'll be kind of wrapped up by either tomorrow or by Wednesday at the latest.
And which is why we're saying it seems unlikely at this point, highly unlikely, that Sean Combs is going to testify, because if he did take the stand, that whole schedule gets thrown out the window. Okay. Got a question from Sam. For beautiful Elizabeth, what is your personal thoughts on what the outcome of this trial will be? Guilty or not guilty?
Ooh, that is a great question. I'm a little mixed, right? Like, I think the government really does have a strong case for counts 3 and 5, that being transportation to engage in prostitution. Because as much as we talk about this trial, Jesse, I think there's a lot of people who still are under the assumption that Diddy's only charged with RICO and that he's only charged with sex trafficking. But that's not the case. He has those other charges too, that being transportation to engage in prostitution. And it seems like from the government that they have at least that kind of going in their favor. Now, as far as sex trafficking with Jane, I'm still kind of a little on the fence. It's not up to me, though. It's up to the jury to make those final decisions. With sex trafficking with Cassie, it also still kind of, I'm on the fence a little bit about that too. And it's not my personal feelings. It's more so just the evidence that has been brought forth. And plus, I think a lot of people have to remember Cassie was at the beginning of this trial. We've had a whole bunch of other witnesses. So do people necessarily remember what all Cassie had to say at the beginning of the trial? I'm not necessarily sure. There's been so much other information that we have heard about since that maybe was able to kind of, poke the holes where it was able to poke the holes in. But again, this is just me thinking RICO. I'm still also on the fence about that. So we'll kind of wait and see what the jury has to come back with as far as what their thoughts are about this. But it doesn't matter about what I think. It doesn't matter what any of us think. It's about what those jurors think whenever they go to deliberate on this case.
Again, why I think closing arguments are so pivotal in this case. The jury instruction so pivotal, trying to tie it all together, how all the elements fall into place, both for the prosecution and the defense. I think of the whole case. I think a lot of this case rests on closing arguments. I really do. Okay, we got a question from Mylan Boardman. Question for Elizabeth. How's the vibe outside of the courtroom as the trial wraps up? Aside from the fact that outside it's like 98 degrees, and I'm surprised you're not melting right now. And this is great reporting. Thank you so much for being outside. But aside from that, what is the vibe outside of the courtroom? Is anybody there, or is the heat detracted people?
Well, the heat, I feel like, possibly is attracting people in the sense it's New York City, it's summertime, the solstice was over the weekend, and people are just outside kind of camping with lawn chairs. And I think it's possible that they're using these lawn chairs to possibly sell their spots in line to whoever's willing to buy it. But that's just me. We never know. But it seems like people are kind of camping out because they expect closings to happen. And then, once the jury gets the case, I think everyone wants to know when the jury will give that verdict down. And so as far as the media attention goes, that hasn't stopped not one bit since this trial began. Of course, it's not body to body like it was at the beginning or the first week, but it's definitely, a row kind of also where I am. It just stretches all the way down the street of just reporters, of media, just all doing their live shots, similar to how I'm doing right now. But even outside, kind of past me right over there, you can see kind of the live streamers, the YouTubers, the podcasters kind of doing their, lunchtime wrap up stream, kind of similar to how we're doing right now. And then there are just people who are just curious whether or not it's to see the family coming outside for the lunch break, or it's to see the family. And some people think that Diddy sometimes comes out of these doors, even especially towards the end of the day. And I have to tell people, oh no, I'm sorry. He's still incarcerated at MDC, but for the most part, the vibe hasn't changed much. It's still a lot of interest in this case, no matter if it's raining, no matter if it's cool, no matter if it's just hot and scorching hot like it is today.
Somebody asked me over the weekend, oh, I heard Diddy's out. I heard he got released. I was like, what's going on here? I was like,
no.
But all right, not the case. All right. This is from Miss G Dove. What was the jury's emotions watching those videos? I imagine they're talking about the sexually explicit videos that were shown today. Misty Maris, who we have on as well, I think she said that the jury's watched like 40 hours of videos right now of this sexually explicit content, maybe. What has been their reaction watching this?
Well, from what I could see of the jury when they're watching these videos, I could see that, and let me just preface it by saying this. It's first thing in the morning. It's around 9 o'clock in the morning, and they're seeing these hotel nights, of wild debauchery night, wild king night, whatever we want to call them, those types of videos just bright and early in the morning. And so from what I could see of them, they didn't have much of a reaction. I know when they were watching the Cassie sexually explicit videos of the freak off tapes and things like of that sort, that TMZ reported that one of the jurors kind of giggled. But from what I could see of them today, watching the videos that featured Jane and Sean Combs and the other entertainers involved in their hotel nights, that I didn't see much of a reaction, but they were watching those videos for a long amount of time. I think overall, AAUSA Maureen Comey said that it was about 50 videos, and maybe, it's hard to kind of guesstimate how long they were watching those videos, and they were into individual clips. They were playing for maybe 2.5 minutes, a minute and a half, or a minute, however much it was, but probably all together, they were watching those videos, and I hate to guesstimate just in case I'm wrong. It felt like they were watching those videos for at least an hour. Now I might be wrong, but it felt that was how long they were watching those videos.
I said hours back then, not 40 hours, 40 minutes worth of material. I think hours would be a lot. Okay. This is a great question from Alana Rodriguez, a question that's coupled with a compliment. Hey, Jesse, can you please tell Elizabeth I said I hope she's doing great, and I think she's beautiful. You're both pretty great. So if closing arguments are Thursday, when will there be a verdict from the jury?
Ooh, that is a good guess. Well, let me just say this, that July 4th is next week. I'm going to guess I'm not going to say if I had to put money on it because I always lose when I say that, but I'm going to guess that possibly they'll come back on the 2nd. And then there's been discussions that they might also deliberate on the 3rd. Now, originally, if court was going to kind of continue on and we were kind of getting into that time frame, they initially weren't going to have court on July 3rd, but I think it's up to the judge's discretion on whether or not the jury will actually be able to deliberate on that day. So I'm going to guess probably July 2nd or July 3rd. Before the July 4th weekend, I think they'll come back with the verdict, but we'll see.
Okay. We got a question here from, where is it? Okay. This is, I just had a great question. Oh yeah. This is from Janelle Smith. Would the jury have access to these exhibits during deliberation?
Yeah, they actually will. And I think that's part of the reason why this summary chart is so important. Yes, these are repetitive messages that we have already seen, but now these messages are all kind of in this concrete way where they can go and look at, GX 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, know that exhibit accompanies this particular flight and this particular booking. They can see the text messages, the videos that accompany it. And I think that's kind of the big part of why these summary exhibits and these summary charts are so important. Now, there have been some exhibits that have been just used as a demonstrative exhibit. So that won't be something that the jury will actually be able to take back into the jury room and see all of that stuff. But as far as most of the exhibits, as far as photographs, videos, text messages, flight summaries and catalogs and all of that stuff, the jury has a lot of evidence to really kind of consider. And remember, everybody, this trial has been going on for quite a while, so they'll have a lot of things to consider in terms of just the amount of evidence they saw, going all the way back to Cassie, to Officer Israel Flores, to Kid Cudi, to Mia, to Capricorn Clark, to Jane, just a whole bunch of witnesses. And that's not even including the assistants too, that they'll be able to kind of see all of these things probably in one place, especially with the help of those summary charts from the government.
Elizabeth, I mentioned before, this is a question from Never Be, though. Jesse, it's been rumored that Diddy wants to take the stand and sideswipe the prosecutor by doing it last minute. Have you heard anything? Have you heard any rumors about it, Elizabeth?
I have not heard any rumors about it, but I think that's an interesting question because remember when those documentaries were first coming out, even prior to trial beginning, where Mark Agnifilo said something along the lines of, I can't keep my client off of the witness stand whenever it is his time to kind of tell his story. He was kind of saying that at the beginning. Now that we're in trial, I don't know if it'll actually be the same. Nothing is confirmed just yet. Who knows? It could be a last minute decision because the defendant does have that right to testify if he chooses to do so. So we'll wait and see. Nothing's confirmed just yet. Who knows? I might just be running out here one lunch break and be like, Diddy's about to take the stand, but that has not happened yet. And we don't know if that will necessarily happen too, but nothing is confirmed just yet.
All right, Elizabeth Milner, I don't want you spending any more time outside than you have to. So jump back inside. Thank you so much. And I'll see you later for our daily sidebar recap, where we recap everything that's happening during the day's testimony. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Good seeing you.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, let me bring back in my panel. We got Joe, we got Barrett, we got Misty. Misty, I'll start with you. I was mentioning it before, the defense, I thought, has done such a great job in their cross-examination of key witnesses, and particularly, as I said, in succession. I feel like that has a strong impact, and I'm curious, at the end of that cross-examination of witnesses like Mia, or witnesses like Jane, or witnesses like Brianna Bangolan, do you wonder why the prosecutors called those witnesses?
I definitely did with Brianna Bangolan. I thought her testimony ultimately ended up looking so not credible that I was curious as to why prosecutors wanted her to testify. And just to remind the audience, she testified that Diddy had dangled her off of a balcony. So we call it the balcony incident. And I think prosecutors may have wanted her testimony because that really is, when you think from just a layman's mindset of what racketeering activity is, and you think of the mob, somebody being dangled off a balcony might really fit the bill. But ultimately, her credibility was impeached significantly. And Jesse, just extrapolating that a bit further, I think the defense did an excellent job with the witnesses that you just identified and others by using the electronic footprint, text messages, emails, social media posts. Those have really taken center stage. And when these witnesses testified on direct about certain incidents or certain mindsets or certain issues that they had faced, whether it be their employment or their interactions with Combs, defense was able to bring them back contemporaneous to the time and show these messages and really kind of flip the script on that context. And I think what you're going to see in the summation is the defense tying a lot of that together and weaving a story together that really undermines some of the, not only the credibility of the witnesses, but a look back at what was happening at the time, which is the critical time period the jury will be deliberating about.
Joe, we got more questions coming in. This one's from Miss G Dub. Do you anticipate jury nullification? So first, explain what jury nullification is, and do you anticipate that that could be a serious concern going into deliberations?
The jury is everything, right? And so you don't want anything to happen where what someone on the jury, someone gets removed from the jury, or something that the jury is going to end up doing ultimately ends up getting nullified. That we've lost one juror. There was talk about losing the second juror. That didn't ultimately happen, or certainly hasn't happened to this point. And so what you're hoping at the very least is that if you are particularly a side that you think may win, but certainly the prosecution, you want to get all the way through with the jurors, so that there's not so much undone that there ends up being a mistrial because of something that someone on the jury is actually doing.
Well, I guess, Joe, the question would be, how much do you concern that the jurors would base their decision not based on the facts or the evidence presented in court, but more so? Look, there's a concern. This has come up, that as soon as the jury sees the 2016 tape of Cassandra Ventura being beaten by Sean Combs, they're going to say, we want to get him for something. We want to get him for something. I don't care if it meets the elements of racketeering. I don't care if it meets the elements of sex trafficking. Or like you said before, we were talking about before, he's like the king of New York. People love him. That was the concern. That's why jury selection is so important. How much is the jury going to make the decision on emotion or anger or a sense of loyalty or a fan service, as opposed to the facts and the law and the evidence?
Yeah, good redirect. Thanks for that. Yeah, you gotta listen. It takes a village. It's important for the jury to actually do their job. They can't make a decision despite the evidence, right? They can't look at the evidence and because of some reason or some other, they actually end up ignoring it and not doing what it is that they're supposed to actually do. They're supposed to weigh the evidence, they're supposed to consider the evidence, and they're not supposed to find someone, make a finding that's contrary to the evidence because of some reason outside of the evidence. And so I'd like to think that that wouldn't happen. You need a thoughtful jury, though, because this is a long trial. So they need to consider everything that's going on and not be taken away. Maybe the nullification piece is a little bit more, you have a little bit more fear for that when you're dealing with a star, when you're dealing with someone that's a public figure, right? Someone that's been, that people feel a certain way about, someone with the key to the city. So hopefully they do what it is that they're that they're supposed to do and actually consider the evidence so that when they come out, there's no undermining of what they end up coming up with.
Got a super chat question for you, Barrett. This is from Smarty Pants again. Smarty Pants, thank you so much. Can the defense use Cowboys for Angels? So that's that website, that company that Cassie and Diddy used to hire escorts, or allegedly used. Can the defense use Cowboys for Angels not being charged in this case to their advantage? Let me just double up. Can the defense say, how come this person wasn't charged? How come this person wasn't charged? How come they weren't charged? Is that fair for the defense?
The defense can absolutely make that argument. Ultimately, it doesn't have any legal significance, though. So the judge will come back to those jury instructions, right? The judge is going to instruct these jurors that you are deciding the evidence for this defendant, and you are not to concern yourself with other people who weren't charged, why they weren't charged, any of those things. Put that out of your mind. That being said, of course the defense can bring it up. I think their argument on that line is like, he was targeted because he's Diddy. There were all these other people that they could have charged. There were, perhaps entities they could have charged. And instead they chose to focus on him because of his star power, because of his cachet. And they wanted this to be a well-publicized trial.
It's a question we keep getting a lot because racketeering conspiracy can't agree with himself. There has to be others. This is an interesting one we get a bunch of times, and I want you to clear it up, Misty. This is from Lily Gazarian. Hi, Jesse. If he's acquitted, can he sue the feds for defamation?
Yeah, no. Usually that is not something that could happen. It cannot sue the feds for defamation. So long as these cases are brought in good faith, there's not going to be something that could happen. Wouldn't be defamation, maybe malicious prosecution, but not really relevant in this particular case. So he's unlikely to have any recourse other than being happy that he was acquitted and then moving on to deal with all of those other civil lawsuits.
So we got a bunch of questions here, Joe. They're all kind of similar. We got this question from IA that basically is like, what is the impact of this case? It's so kind of legal, not legal. Got this question from Malaya Bilbrew. When and if Diddy is convicted, can we no longer listen to bad boy music? And then you got this question from Cheryl Willis. Will bad boy artists be released from their contracts if Diddy's convicted? So basically, the main question is, if he's convicted, what is the impact going to be? What's going to happen to his company? What's going to happen to the artists? Can people still be fans of him? What do you think?
If he was convicted, there's a question as to whether a lot of his resources, financial resources, would be taken away. And so theoretically that could happen. As it pertains to the record side, I don't remember the current state of Bad Boy. Bad Boy has had better days. He's gotten into other things. I don't know if they have a distribution deal, if they are self-owning, etc. So there might be a matter of assets being taken up somehow. My understanding is that Diddy owns his masters. I could be wrong about that. So we don't know exactly what would happen about that. Now, I still listen to R. Kelly. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'll still listen to Biggie. I'll still listen to Faith Evans. So nobody has to stop listening. And if you want to tell yourself that this is the reason why you do it, well, he's going to have bills to pay and he's going to need the royalties that are related to that. R. Kelly's royalties are going to his victims. So you can keep listening to him just like you can keep listening to any other person that was potentially convicted of a crime. You could put Michael Jackson in that category. You could put other people in that category. I'm not one that says I'm going to stop listening because this person has some serious faults and maybe they're convicted of a crime. Don't judge. I don't judge anybody that feels differently. But if not for any other reason, the fact that there's probably resources that still need to be brought to bear. This guy's got 80 lawsuits against him, and that money's going to have to come from somewhere.
Well, it's interesting you say that because we put up a poll. Even after all this, would you listen to any music released by Diddy? 60% say no, 20% say yes, 18% say depends on the song. So kind of interesting to hear this. Barrett, let me go to you. Alexander Mateo asks, with so much evidence in this case, does the jury have daily recaps of what they've seen and heard during the trial?
They don't. And it's a real issue. And this goes into what the prosecutors and defense are going to do in their closing arguments. One of the biggest things the prosecutors will do in their closing argument is remind jurors of testimony that they heard weeks ago. Remember, you had Cassie, which most people that testimony stuck into most people's brains. But there was a lot of other witnesses that came at the beginning of the trial that jurors just may have, slipped their mind. So prosecutors are going to review a lot of that testimony. They're going to put it into context, right? You keep saying this word, but they're going to match it up and say, all right, how does this testimony, interact with this testimony? They line up, even though, you heard from these witnesses 2 weeks apart, their testimony actually really supports each other, as do the text messages and the flight records. And so they'll sort of bring all these pieces together. But a really sort of straightforward part of the closing is you just remind them of testimony that they've heard.
Well, now it goes into the final question. How long do you predict jurors will deliberate? So we have a poll.
All right, you guys, a lot was going on with the break. Iran came and made a statement, and they said that, first Qatar came out and said they condemn what Iran just did. And then Iran says they reserve the right to defend themselves. It's really hard for me to even talk about it because there's so many things I can't say, so many words I can't use, but I was laying down. Yeah, nah, this is not going to end anytime soon. So we don't have to wait for them to tell us. We know we are at WAR. It's bad. Yep. So hopefully, I'm hoping that there'll be some resolve, but I'm not a young girl or stupid. This is the beginning of a nightmare. A nightmare. And we're going to reserve talking about it for Perry's channel because this is courts, trials, celebrity news. And a lot of times when we work on Perry's channel, we don't even get paid for it because there's so many things that they don't want you to say. And he's not at that level yet where he can get, a lot of exceptions, or they're not so hard on him. But ugh. Yeah. So I think, is it called Quantico? I think we lived by that in Richmond, or no, we would pass it when we would go to DC. I think it's called Quantico, something like that. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I can't even read them out loud. Just, yeah, you're right. I don't either. But so it's taking over the news right now. That's what I was watching. I don't know. Me and Perry might go live. We're gonna have to go live with this because this is a rare, And then there's always that other law that they passed. If a country's in turmoil, the leader reserves the right to remain the leader. So this is a lot. It's a lot. It's just a lot. Yeah. Yep. Are you by the one in Norfolk? I don't know what's the deal with KK, but something's going on. I think that she's gone out the country and they don't know where she is. But it's very weird. It's very suspicious. How come you want to talk about her in every sentence, but then you don't want anybody to ask you where she at? Why you ain't bring her on? Ooh, child, this case, it should be wrapping up this week. So they said closing statements is going to be on Thursday. That's all I needed to hear. Let's just get through it. I mean, I usually love court cases, and I would say one of the best was Jesse Smollett when he gave us a little theatrics and yelled at the judge after his verdict. Do you guys remember that? But this one, I just lost total and complete interest. Okay, interest. Let's see here. It's a lot. Ew, I get so drawn into this stuff, watching every day with the WAR, and it's just a bad time for our country. Really bad. If we can't get the officials to act right, how do they expect us to act right? All right. We're waiting. We're waiting. I believe it with every fiber in my being. KK is in Bali with Frank Santella and Russell Simmons. You think they're going to call KK the defense? We'll see. It would make sense. Oh, okay. All right. I'm not going to say. Uh, Y'all are killing me. This is ridiculous. Y'all are killing me. You know I got rules. Well, that's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Yeah, it's not going to happen. No. Mm-mm. I mean, the people that wanted him are pleased. So, you know. You think KK coming? No, Jen, with your pretty little self. No, 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 Jen. Where's she been? We ain't even seen her in the lunchroom. We ain't seen her driving the car nowhere. No, I don't think so. Yes, yes, yes. Pray for peace. This is pray for peace. Pray for peace. Quantico is in Prince William County near Stafford, VA. I'm VA. You'll see the trucks everywhere. Oh Lord, tears rolling down my eyes. Pray for our country. Girl, I seem like you're an empath. I'm an empath. We gotta stay strong. Richmond is a great place to live. Um, we lived there for about 8 years, Richmond, Virginia. It was nice. But they have problems there that come with the South. And by that time we had came to visit. My oldest was moving to Vegas out of college, so I jumped on board because I'm not just attached to my mother, I'm attached to my kids too. And so we finally sold our home out there. When did we sell it? We sold it a year ago, right, Perry? We sold our house last year.
Yeah, it was last year.
We always kept the house in Virginia just in case I wanted to go back, or just in case, but when Perry's mother passed, he just said, nah, I'm staying in Vegas. And so I think we're gonna pass away here, right, Perry?
Yeah, I'm going on mute. I'm just trying to see some other things.
KK
here.
is not even okay. KK is not even necessary at this point because it's reasonable doubt everywhere. But believe me, she's a defense witness. It would be listen. Oh my God. If they just called her name to the stand, I will drop whatever I'm doing and give it 100% of my attention. I don't think she's coming, but we'll see. Oh wow. You work directly across the street Uh, child, it's all pray. You gotta stay prayed up. That's because there's nothing else we can do. It's out of our hands. This case is out of our hands. The WAR is out of our hands. It's nothing we can do. I believe, power of God, I really do. We would be here another 2 weeks if KK was here. Hey, I'm done talking about it. I'm done talking about it. I come on because I owe you guys that, and we'll go over it. I did make a promise I was going to follow it to the end, but I can't wait till it's over. And me and Perry going back and forth now. I don't see a Rico, but I see him going to jail. Perry doesn't see a Rico and thinks he's not going to jail. And then even worse, says that he'll be out by 4th of July. Something is wrong with my husband. I need to go ahead and enroll him now. He needs a 5150 hold. KK is 1,000% in Diddy's corner. Yeah, and so is Russell Simmons, and so is you think he's gonna get time served? I don't know. That's Perry. You see a 50. Damn, that's worse than life. I think life is what, 2025, something like that. KK laughed the next day after Biddy's house got raided, child. It's sad. The jury pool, the jury percentage. I don't know, but I don't know. I think we need judicial reform. I think we need prison reform. And that's why, a lot of people hate Kim Kardashian and Kanye, but at least they're trying. Why is Perry in the chat? It's very odd.
Oh no, I was just talking to Ray.
They had to retaliate for namesake. However, I believe was squashed. So can we move on from? I don't know. Like I said, I don't know the specifics. I don't know the specifics.
Sherelle?
Yes.
I'll tell them to come back in.
Okay.
Yep. So let me see if he got any updates.
It won't let me.
Okay. Bear with us, people. Let's see. Update, please. Hmm. 17 minutes, 34 minutes, 4 minutes. Okay. And I don't think they back yet. So let me see. Well, that's what I'm sort of thinking, that he will be home for the 4th, but we'll definitely see. We'll definitely see.
You got a little campaign going here. He'll be home before the 4th. Really?
I mean, I think so. I think so.
Hashtag 4th of July.
Yeah. Yep.
So did you see that stuff about what's going on over there?
Oh yeah, that's what I was trying to look at too.
Yeah,
That's
it's
crazy.
crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we'll try to go on your channel tonight if you want.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
Oh
A
man.
lot. I
Yep.
know.
Yep.
Life is getting real, y'all. Real, real. He's not going to have freak offs. Quentin, trust me. You're probably right. Because after the Cassie lawsuit, he kept having them. No, he's going to have to stop. If he's released, he can't keep doing that. He can't.
And it ain't
He
whispering.
can't go in the store and buy baby oil no more without people looking at him strange.
We got to switch up the brand, or he got to get it delivered by Amazon. So,
Yeah.
but you bet. No, it's not wishful thinking. So far, I know I can be in the minority with this whole thing. I don't think they got enough. And then somebody had said it's KK that they think KK still might show up. It's almost a wrap.
That would be
'Cause
good.
They just basically right before lunch, they said no further questions. So I think they're gonna be going with the cross when they come back. And then eventually, I think hopefully we might can start some of this defense today. But you know how that go. They'll have all kind of sidebars and everything else going on.
What
So
time are we supposed to stop today?
the regular time 5. So what's that?
No.
Well, I mean
Not-
that's yeah. Well, I mean because he went away from the 3 o'clock.
He did?
Yeah, remember he had started dinner at 3 our time. Well, yeah, 3 Eastern. But now or 3:30. But now I think he probably went back up to 4 or 5.
Child. Oof. What are you laughing
Right,
at?
exactly, Perry. He's going to try to figure out a way he still can freak off and get away with it. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that part ain't gone away. And he got those houses. You get the money for the freak off. Just don't take them across state lines, or whatever. Just do what you do. Just hit up Craigslist or whatever and just party on, I guess. And why you right, Lorraine? Because there's always going to be somebody willing to do it for him. And James said, by the way, freak offs is not illegal. Yeah.
No.
And he gonna have somebody.
It's not illegal, but he needs some help. I mean,
Mhm.
you doing 2 freak offs in a day? In a day. He probably should have went to, I heard he went to rehab, right? He did go to rehab, but he probably
wasn't
should have went to, it was not successful.
Oh, neither one of them. Cassie, neither.
Okay. So let's just go over a couple of hot topics because that's what I am at heart, over some of the things while we wait for the jury to come in.
And I'm refreshing, so you're not missing that.
Okay. It says Qatar says there was no casualty, so that is good as a result of what happened today. That is so good. Because I can't take it. So it happened in Qatar at this base. Oh my God. Portia Williams paying homage to Angela Bassett in Waiting to Exhale on the cover of People magazine. Okay, there go your girl, Perry. She got a cover. She's so pretty. Stunning. So pretty. And she knows it. Now look at this.
You think she
That's
don't?
cute. She knows it. She knows she's cute. What else? got here? We got streamer Brooklyn Frost called out for cursing at mom. A whole different level of respect. Child, they probably planned it.
Okay, they're back, honey.
Oh, now we got
Yeah,
Joycelyn's parents responding. I'll get back to that in a minute. See what they talking about. Why is all this R. Kelly stuff in the news lately? He got to be going somewhere. Okay, here we go. Oh, it just says they're back. Judge says, let's get the person on the stand. Jury enters. Garrigo says, Agent Sierra Cielo, this exhibit shows expensive paid for Sean Combs. This is an account from Quicken, ? Quicken Books. In an abundance of caution, let's turn off the public screen. No, Garagos, I feel something crazy coming on. No more videos.
Oh no,
more
he
videos.
probably gonna show some documents or something, transactions or something. Whoops, go back. Lost my. What the hell? What the hell is?
Oh wow. Okay, y'all listen to this. Y'all see, I'm reading from the screen. Joycelyn Savage's parents respond to her video speaking out. They believe the video is AI generated. It concerns. What? Come on, y'all. AI. Let me try to see what they're saying. Hold on. Something wrong with them.
Video earlier today that was circling around on the internet of our daughter Joycelyn. It's been about a little over 6 years since we physically have seen her out in public. The video that we saw did bring some concerns because it appears that the video is AI generated. Anybody knows about AI, how realistic videos can be from just a simple picture. Her voice, speech didn't match some of the video recordings. The gestures whipping raw image on her shirt. Actually, the mouth moved when she talked, and so it's brought some serious questions, and it confirms
serious concerns.
It confirms why we have been fighting so hard just to make sure she's fine, healthy, and okay. Basically, that's all we want to know. Like,
that's crazy. Do you think it was AI generated, Perry?
No, the thing is, whether it was or not, why ain't they talking to her daughter and just saying, "Hey, is this true? You have a baby?"
Yeah.
Or it's almost like they may feel like they being judged by the things how she moved. And as a parent, you can raise a kid and do whatever, but once they out there, you did your job. Whether it was the best, you did what you can do. That's what happened. But what they continue to do in their lifetime is just what they do. You can't look at it. Don't do that because that's gonna make me look bad. Because it's something going on here. Either you talk to your daughter or you don't. Go ahead.
No.
Oh yeah. I mean, either you talk to her or not. Now something's going on between them and the daughter.
Yeah,
and I know it'd be hurtful to raise somebody and then you feel like you lost them. But what's all this? She's moving strange and put an AI thing out there to show that she had a baby. That's what she did. Or why isn't she on there saying, "Hey, this is AI. I really didn't have a baby"? Why is it taking your parents to say? It just don't make sense.
Excuse me. Yeah, the whole thing's crazy.
And these ain't the ones that was.
It's going to be a long 2 hours.
Selling their daughter to him, is it? No.
Selling the daughter? I don't think so.
No. It was something like people saying that they pretty much was getting paid when their daughter dated him. I was just wondering if they was getting blamed.
I don't think so.
Hmm.
They call him Destiny's Child. Cynthia's just so pretty. So is Nene and Phaedra. They never, you notice they never hire anybody ugly on the Real Housewives of Atlanta
Mm-mm.
or just okay. All them girls are pretty.
Yeah, Atlanta. Most of them that way. I mean, you had to have a certain
I'm
look to get
so
on.
over Ray J. Ray J's just, he needs some help. What is this?
Some kind of fashion show, ain't it? It's
Okay.
curling down. Yeah.
Let me head over to my other show.
Okay, we got a look like we
I
got
do
a
this like once an hour, y'all. Oh, he says, Garagos, let's look 7 lines down. And then it says, public screen is off. JetBlue, LA, agency free, other AR receipts. Sean Combs, do you see that? He says, yes. Let's look at line 9, JFK to LAX account of Jessica Ruiz, CD, OP Co. LLC, right? Says yes.
okay. And let's see where he going with it. Hopefully he'll come back quicker. Let me see. Somebody said something too a minute ago that the defense is getting this information from KK.
The defense is getting their information from KK, which
And
would
thanks,
mean they know.
Yolanda, becoming a member.
That means they know where she is, right? And that she's probably going to take the stand if that's true.
Well,
that would be good. Now that would be must see TV, wouldn't it?
yeah. I mean, after this crossing, I'm sure they'll have a redirect unless they're gonna go back with the redirect and just try to milk out the rest of the day. You know how the prosecution get.
Oh yeah, Perry, have you heard about this? Them taking people off the street, the day workers. Have you heard about that yet? You
Yeah,
should
in
look
LA.
that up for you. Yes, it was one
Yeah.
really crazy. I'm gonna have to show it to you.
Yeah, I've been seeing different stuff. They've been going into Walmarts, Home Depots.
Walmart.
Yeah.
Why would they go to Walmart for? For what?
Because that's where a lot of minorities and Hispanic shop.
That is rude. I do not shop there. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I love me some Walmart. Says Diddy, I don't need to testify. Let's wrap this up. For real. Okay? For real. They said that they testified in the Shine case.
Mm-hmm.
It says Diddy is not going to take the stand and testify in his criminal trial because his defense team plans to rest their case Tuesday. What? Without calling any witnesses. What? What? There are some questions before the trial whether or not Diddy would testify. His attorney, Mark Agnafilo, told us he didn't think he could keep Diddy off the stand. And now we have our answer.
You got an update.
Frankly, the defense. Okay. It's really strange. What is happening?
Huh?
Okay, here we go.
No, go ahead.
Okay, Gary goes. When you did the chart, you saw only the American Express records. Agent says, I saw what was presented to me. Gary goes, this is another chart that you can review. Let's go to page 15. Now, row 39. You listed the lawsuit, Ventura versus Combs, and Combs' Instagram video.
And you see the
Hear
agents
them?
every time they get crossed and he asks them a question, pulling
Mhm.
out something, they always say, "I saw what was presented to me." Well, now they presenting you with something else. Do you see this? Mm-mm-mm.
You notice that pattern?
Yeah, because they only want to
Oh
sell
my
one
God, you
part.
guys look.
Go ahead.
Do y'all know who this is? Look, it says Amanda Bynes.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to her? What happened? Why does she look like that?
She's losing a lot of weight from Ozempic, look like.
Nah, weight wouldn't make you look like this, would it, y'all?
Well,
She looks different. I mean, and she has. Uh, you think
look like
it's
she's going
weight?
through. Look like
No.
she's going through some things. Putting out like she's
That
going out
has
for gold.
anybody in the chat seen that look before? Is it a mental thing? I don't know. That's wow. I always feel sorry for Amanda Bynes. I do. Okay. I heard something about this earlier. I'll read that later. That's it. Ooh, we hate the afternoons, y'all. We be sluggish and tired,
Yeah, I'm just
and I
wondering too,
hate
like when they say that they might not put on no witnesses, or if that's even true. They can always
the craziest.
here there.
Oh,
But
yeah.
if you get enough out of your cross using their
Mhm.
witnesses, that's just as good. If you can just put a lot of doubt in their witnesses when you cross them, because if you bring on your witness is gonna get cross-examined too, and they can do just as much harm. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean. That would be totally asinine for the
Well,
defense not to bring on any witnesses. How are you going to prove your case and you don't have no witnesses?
so at this point, like a lot of people, I'm under the impression they haven't proved the case anyway.
Okay.
If you're looking at it objectively and say, well, hey, either you feel like they proved the case, but you only need one person to convince one person.
Perry, that makes no sense. None.
You can
You
open
have to.
and then have a strong closing statement. I'm saying maybe, I'm just keeping it real. Like just because you bring on witness to talk about his character, I don't feel like this is what they're doing now is crossing about this funds to put doubt on whether all this stuff is accurate or not, where the money
Mhm.
came from and all this. But I think
That's
I don't know.
crazy.
It definitely will be weird.
I want to
But
go back because people are starting to talk about Amanda Bynes now. They said
Mhm.
that look is from trauma, and they might be right because she just doesn't look.
It looked like
There's
she's
no way
going through
that can
some.
be Amanda Bynes. I mean, I see it in writing, huh?
It looked like she's going through some things.
There's no way that that's this little girl. It's just no way.
Hmm.
Ugh. I got to turn for the video comes on. There was this show. I watched this show. I
Yeah,
believe it was on maybe okay. Hold on a second, guys. Okay. Here it goes. Do you see this month to month lease in James' true name? Have you ever seen this exhibit? I have not. Turn the public screen back on. Here we saw Combs saying, "Damn, wish you were here," right? She said yes. So you guys, I watched this show one time on it must have been on Netflix, and it was about these producers at, maybe it was Nickelodeon. I can't remember. And they were talking about inappropriate behavior. I think with Drake and never mind. I can't remember. I'm getting old. But something about Amanda Bynes, had a horrific childhood, put it that way. And that seeing that little girl like that breaks my heart. Like, it was bad when she was going around with the green hair and stuff. Remember that? The green wig she had on? But I don't know. I feel bad for her. I wonder if she can get better. I think she's definitely dealing with some kind of mental health issue. That's just sad because she was a kid when she was working, and then, she started having trouble, feels like in her teenage years.
KWUTV says, let's focus on the cross about to get good. I hope so.
This is about to get good?
Well, they saying the cross. Unless they bluffing too. But I think it might get pretty good in a minute. Because you get to make this guy, he don't sit there and been the
What's
summary.
making y'all think this?
Huh? Well, just how he leading into it. And the guy go, well, I just seen what was presented to me. Well, now we presenting you with something else. Check it out. Because they're only going to give the stuff they want you to believe, like, all this money was just coming from this company card or whatnot. Or he made this, he purchased this ticket. Maybe they're going to show maybe he didn't purchase the ticket. And maybe got an explanation of why that money was used. I don't know. But it should get pretty good. They gonna need it to get good. Definitely, if you ain't planning on putting no witnesses on, just say if that was true. Then you better use the hell out of their witnesses. And he's the last one. So I think they need to go ahead and get it. But there's no other updates yet.
I'm finding it very hard to wrap my mind around the fact that there's not going to be no damn witnesses. I got an update?
No, not yet. But can you bounce out and come back?
How does that work? No witnesses. Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully the cross get pretty good. Hopefully it does.
Somebody in the chat, please help me make this make sense. How do we not have any witnesses? That don't make no sense. No, unless they're gonna, here we got an update. Oh, it just says programming note. The public screens of these exhibits have been turned off nearly all day. The streaming fast oral reference to Swipe Diddler may have been too good to be true. Earlier in the case was referred by Cabral as Sly, aka Sly Diggler. He called himself Sly Diggler. Child, that is so corny. How do we not have no witnesses, people? For real, you're talking about John Gotti? Who is Yak Gotti? John Gotti didn't have a witness and got found not guilty? Okay. I thought I knew everything about the mob. I don't know about that. Oh, you have a weird fascination with the mob. I'll tell you guys about it later. Ms. Gross says, if they have witnesses, it could do more harm to Diddy than good upon cross-examination. The prosecution would tear them a new one. Yeah, but I can see having limited witnesses, but none? Not one? What about somebody that knew him in childhood? Like what? I'm confused on the strategy. They're by prosecutors. I don't understand that. I just don't understand it. It's weird, right, Shreya? Very weird. So if he's innocent, why won't he defend himself? No, he can't take the stand. Even though he did, I just don't recommend it from what I know. Now, if his defense team that gets paid $3 million a month.
Update.
All right. Here goes. Here, Jane writes, I'm horny for you and put in deep in me. These next 2 pages are not in your chart, are they? He says, no, I don't think so. She writes, having wine, miss you. That's not included? He said, it is not. Now, I want to go back to the chat. Why won't he defend himself and take the stand? Why not bring witnesses on that will help you defend yourself? Okay? He doesn't want to prove his innocence because he is not. I don't know about that part. I don't think he should go to jail for life, and nothing can make me say he needs to go to jail for life. But everything else, Lorraine, made sense that you're saying. You got to have somebody, an old childhood friend, somebody at the door, right? How we not having no witnesses, y'all?
Unless, okay, now really, people have seen the tapes, right? Obviously, they don't seen the tapes.
Unfortunately, yeah.
And heard about all the pharmaceuticals use and the DV thing. How can somebody come on and just say your character is just so great that people gonna overlook? Yeah, well, I got to balance it out. They say he's a great guy, but you can't unsee what you've seen. But what you can make it out to be is that the prosecution is on this witch hunt. They're purposely trying to sell you something. Now, you got this guy up there that's supposed to be the summary witness, breaking everything down, putting out things the prosecution want him to. But he's saying, well, did you see this in your chart? He's going off a chart that was makeshift and a lot of shit taken out, right? Why is this gone from the chart? But he don't ask him why is it gone. He said, is it in your chart? No. Oh no, I don't see it in there. Because it was never in there. They didn't want you to put that stuff out there. So you giving half messages.
Perry, please dumb this down for me. What are you talking about? Explain this to me as if I was a 3-year-old.
Okay, basically I'm saying this. Like, I think, yes, I get it. But if he had a character witness come on, they wouldn't be able to do enough to get what the people already seen and the things they already showed about his character. Even though I'm saying he shouldn't be charged with RICO, I ain't gonna sit here and think he innocent of all these different things. You know what I'm trying to say? Or
no,
that he's not freaky, that he's not a a-hole most of the time. I see that.
Hold on, hold that thought. It says Gerald goes right. I have some here, but mostly black dominatrix style, right? He says yes. Gerald goes, I'm going to bring up DX3328 under seal, page 17. Messages between Jane and Cabral, aka Sly. Jane writes, I might have some time off. She's talking to Cabral. Is this when she goes to the Kanye freak off?
And she going to meet up with somebody on her own. That's what it sounds like.
Now, listen, Lorraine, I agree with what you're saying here, but I'm trying to make this make sense. They're not getting paid $3 million a month to not bring on no damn witnesses. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, Okay, now could the 3 million be that they don't make Mia look like a liar, Banner look like a liar? Sometimes you can use their witnesses against them. And I feel like they've been doing a pretty good job at it. And by the way, Cassie looked like a liar too, because between her and Banner, a lot of stuff just don't make sense.
Yeah, won't you bring someone on to corroborate that story or to say something good on Diddy's behalf? I'm confused. Bring the damn kids on, somebody, right?
Well,
I've never heard of a defense
but
not bringing on witnesses.
I mean, bringing the
Period.
mama on and all that. Yes, my boy, he grew up and I really miss him. No, it's not going to change how you look at him, is what I'm saying. Now, if you're going to bring somebody on to discredit all these things the prosecution said besides his behavior, maybe. Like by breaking down these charts, that these charts is BS.
I swear, you're my husband. I'm trying to get it.
They supposed to have
trying.
the whole thing lined up. They done went to the people's phone, laid out all the text messages, but ironically, you left out what was said next. What was said next? You trying to frame something to be something totally different. And they sort of saying the prosecutor is just trying to basically give you half truths just so they can try to win this case, basically. And you still don't understand what I'm trying to tell you. 3 million.
Yes, 3 million a month. A month. Give me something. A month.
Well, I mean, they've been
That's just
giving
not
you
gonna
something,
fly
though.
for me, huh?
They've been giving them stuff. They've been setting up things for an appeal if things don't go their way. Like, what you want them to go out there and find somebody that's gonna say, "Oh, we love Diddy," and can go on. Ain't no one person can go on there and make you think Diddy ain't a bad boy. You know what I'm saying?
Then you would bring someone on to talk about his drug problems and how he tried to get help and or something. Someone says a YSL. Oh, this is concerning, y'all. Here we go. We got an update. Garrigle says, Jane writes, "Hey, cutie, how are you?" And he writes, "Just back from cooking for a brunch. I'm one of a kind, baby." She writes back, "LOL, this picture. Okay, if I fly you out, I'm so horny. I need you. I'm touching myself right now." Right? He says, yes.
Hell no.
Harry,
Huh?
who's in the house?
Oh no, was that Damian leaving? Hold on, let me go and check.
Anyway, listen, I don't know what the hell Perry's talking about. Y'all, let's talk about this in the chat. He needs to have somebody on. That don't make no sense. I'm not paying you $3 million a month for you to not put no witnesses on the stand. It just doesn't make sense. Diddy spent more on the freak offs and side chicks than he paid his artists. He is really crazy. He is really crazy part. He made the band 6 members split $15,000. Is that true? It's not funny. I don't know why I'm laughing. That's terrible. That is terrible. What is he trying to say? As if they bring a witness, the prosecution could possibly treat them apart and make things worse. Tear them apart and make them. I just never heard of no case. Y'all said the YSL case. I've never heard of a case not having any witnesses. Now, the YSL case was successful. OMG, defense believe they've proven no RICO. Yeah, I'm not playing dumb. This is legit concern. Okay, this is legit baffled. I'm baffled. Like, I've never heard this before. They may not have witnesses that will help the case or feel their cross-examination has proven their case. They can argue the defense hasn't met its burden.
Right.
Uh,
And
but
they
that's
can do it
risky.
better. They can articulate it better than maybe some witness. They see a lot of holes
Okay.
in this whole thing. You know how Johnny Cochran them, when he broke down and said,
does-
if it don't fit, you must have quit. Now, you bring up one of these people, say you bring up Stevie J. Now, you might as well go ahead and tell them to send you back to the jail cell, right? Now, maybe
Right.
somebody, and I don't think you really have to even, the girl, the counselor that came on, it's called Stockholm Syndrome. No.
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Don't forget. Garrigo says, the messages you reviewed omitted emojis, right? He says, I'm not sure. Garrigos. Jane writes, see you soon with kissy face emojis, then heart eye emojis. He, and then it says in brackets, Cabral Sly writes, me too, also with emojis, right? And then he says, yes. Okay, go ahead, Perry.
So they ain't got to counter everything because, yeah, the prosecution thought they had something and got a lot of people fooled in the chat. I'm not sure if they still fooled about the Stockholm Syndrome. Why they kept going back. They was going back because they was greedy. The prosecution have showed in their own text message how fearful were they of their life when they kept going back. And then the next day, I was so fearful on Wednesday, on Thursday. I love you, me so horny. Right?
Uh-huh.
How fearful were you? But with this case right now going on, with it breaking down, is tearing up this chart that we had to listen to all morning from the librarian. Like showing that the prosecution don't have anything. They trying to fabricate. Now what they showing is you don't got to traffic nobody that was already seeing the guy on their own time. That's what Jane was doing, hooking up with Cabral or whatever. You know, they basically just maybe throwing holes into it just to show them that.
Hold on. Let me go ask. Let me go see. Let me hold on.
Well, let me see if we got any updates though. But
Can you pair? Yeah, because this I'm really baffled. And it's not a joke.
But you got another one look like.
Okay, here we go. It says, these are Jane's text messages with Cabral /Sly. Since they have the public exhibit screen off, it is not clear. Now, they are turning the attorney screens off too. Okay.
They showing how trifling she is and how much of a 304.
Oh my God, Perry.
She wasn't done this way. This is things she did on her own free time. So when she was meeting with him, it was on her own accord. You know what I'm saying? I guess Diddy just paid to film it.
Okay, so this article says when it's best to not call witnesses. It says when they believe the prosecution didn't prove his case. In criminal trials, the burden of proof is entirely on the prosecution. If the defense believes the prosecution failed to present strong and credible evidence, they may feel there's no need to call witnesses. By not presenting a defense, they signal to the jury the prosecution's case is so weak, we don't even need to respond. This is a first for me. I'm not comfortable in this. What?
If like this whole thing, and now be honest with yourself, do these witnesses seem that credible? Do you really truly think that they was forced to do all these things?
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. It says video played with the public screen and attorney screens turned off. Okay, so they're still playing. Let me go down the whole reasons why people don't use witnesses. Crazy. It says number 2, avoid cross-examination risk. Defense witnesses can be cross-examined aggressively by prosecutors. If a witness might come across as untrustworthy, nervous, or inconsistent under questioning, it could harm the defense more than help. Number 3, the defendant chose not to testify. Often juries expect to hear from the accused, but the Fifth Amendment protects against self-incrimination. If the defense fears the defendant would do poorly on the stand, they might rest without presenting witnesses. Okay. Number 4, witnesses could backfire. Sometimes witnesses may have damaging information that the prosecution could bring out on cross, or their credibility might be weak, e.g., past criminal records, contradictions, personal bias. Number 5, pre-trial motions or suppressed evidence. It's possible that the defense intended to use certain witnesses, but evidence or testimony was suppressed by the judge, limiting what they could present. And number 6, legal strategy. In high-profile cases, sometimes lawyers want to avoid putting more attention on salacious details or side characters. They may feel that keeping the case narrow helps the jury focus on reasonable doubt rather than distractions. All right, there you go. Professionally done. Never heard of this. So didn't know this happened in the YSL case. Baffled. Sorry, y'all. I've never, maybe it'll work, but you getting paid $3 million a month. You better do something. This is
So
strange.
Kaywood says this. He says it's because lifestyle is supposed to be a secret. Now, good point. Let me say, so I got that. But Sherelle, going back to what I was saying, like now you sort of understand. I'm saying this.
Hold on. No, that's for another. That's the Iran stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, yes, if you got to discredit somebody, you bring in witnesses, like to counter and to do it. The prosecution already showed me enough and broke these witnesses down enough to where they don't sound credible. One day they fear for their life. Next day, I love you, long time, and stuff like that, right? But so now I get people mad at me because, like, Cammy says, Terry, you don't understand psychological behind Stockholm syndrome. Leave it alone. I'm just saying it don't apply. I don't get to know what it is. It don't apply with these witnesses.
Yeah, but this is stick on the strategy. You're saying that they don't want a bad cross-examination because it could take your attention off of this and put it on that.
Right. If Diddy already got a bad reputation, right? Let's keep it real. Most people around him probably got a bad reputation too. You're gonna put them out there and get crossed up, and then they say, "Yep, he's just like Diddy or whatnot." What can they bring to the table that can change?
Okay, so you don't have witnesses. Now what do you do? Hold on, I gotta update. Oh, that's the. Okay, let me check CNN really quick. Hold on. All right, so you don't bring on witnesses. What are you gonna do now? Tear apart the prosecution witnesses?
Yeah, and you do it yourself because they can articulate it, right? And they know how to hit it. But you get some stumbling fool on that stand, then Diddy might well just go and just lock himself up. Like, what can they come on? Can he bring another girl? He didn't treat me like this. Well, ain't nothing. Maybe he didn't treat you that way. Oh, well, he was great to me. Okay, maybe I'm sure he was great to some people. But these people are claiming he was so bad to him. What the prosecution is showing is that, hey, these people want you to believe he was so bad to you, when you kept coming back and you kept wanting it long time, all times, and everything else, right?
Uh-huh.
And stories inconsistent.
Well,
They can they'll do a better job arguing that than maybe bringing on another witness. I'm thinking. I mean, because at this point, people could say that they spelled out RICO a long time ago. It don't really seem like it to me. That's just my opinion. But the prosecution haven't proven their case. As long as you can articulate it and let the jurors know they ain't did nothing, they supposed to prove it without a reasonable doubt. Have they done that? To me, no. Bringing in other people sometimes can confuse things. The prosecution probably wish they wouldn't have brung that Banner girl on.
all right, y'all. You know, when I get confused, I have to run a test. Is the defense strategy of no witnesses safe? Is it safe? Is it a smart strategy? Is it good? I mean, I've never heard of this, but you know, there's articles on it. So it must have been done before. Somebody else said it was happened on the YSL case. Ooh, let's see what y'all got to say.
They didn't
Yeah,
have no witnesses either?
Yeah, that's what somebody said just a few
I
minutes
don't know.
ago in the chat. And everybody's saying it's a safe strategy. Okay.
Look, I would say this. I mean, it's safe if these high-powered attorneys that he's paying $3 million a month feel like it. I'm gonna go with their word over somebody else's. Like, is it safe to do? Now, anything can go wrong. If they put on witnesses, he can get sent to jail for a long time. If he don't, he's still the chance he can get sent to jail for a long time. But I'd rather have somebody that's articulate to go out there and fight for me instead of having somebody else. Because these attorneys been around and know where they need to put doubt into the jurors. Little doubt, that's all you need. Go ahead.
65% said yes. 34% said no. So I'm learning, y'all. I've never heard of this. It makes me nervous. With the helium.
Okay.
I mean,
Now, I would say this, like, say if you had an expert come in and say, hey, this ammo, they did all these tests on it and it came from here. I might have somebody that say it didn't. But in this case, you got 3 witnesses who pretty much don't made themselves look like fools and liars and gold diggers. You see what I'm saying? So let them be able to explain it to the jury in a nice professional way. You don't want Perry saying it out there doing your closing argument. It's not going to help you.
B. Alex says yes, very strategic and effective. All right, I've never heard of this before in my life, and so I'm new, and this sounds, my first thoughts, terribly dumb.
And you remember how I say how, like, sometimes when a person go to the hospital or something, they see a person with a white jacket on, and he gave them some advice, they assume he's a doctor, then they assume his advice is right.
Right.
Sometimes by ending the thing, saying, hey, we've been putting on this defense, and you guys know it's up to the prosecution to prove it without a reasonable doubt. We got a chance to argue it, but we just gonna drop the mic because they haven't proved anything. It's a sense of confidence, right? Now, confidence can get somebody locked up for a long time, but confidence can get them off too. Okay, you drop the mic.
Just tell me that. What? Perry, I can't. Let's see. Perry, Diddy got one hammer for the RICO. Stop it. Defense has a witness. Who's the witness? Who's the witness? Let's see.
No, I mean, and they may have some. I'm just saying I could see why you wouldn't just bring on somebody to go to try to prove his character. Nobody don't care what somebody else saying about his character. That's positive. When you get this girl with bruises on her, you don't give her $20 million. They don't see you drag her down the hallway. Ain't nothing you can tell me to make his character look better.
Now this makes sense. Ms. Duff says, they think they have established enough doubt for the jury. There are many not even there may not even be any witnesses. Also, during closing arguments, here's the part that makes sense to me. They might discredit the witnesses the prosecution used. Now that would make sense. But anything else just seems
No, I mean, Miss
foreign
Giselle
and
just said it in a nice way. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm just not that proper to say it like that. But
I
yeah,
mean, like if you're gonna bring it up later, and so that's the focus, and you don't have to
your
bring on
lawyer's
other
doing the talking. Your attorney's doing the talking for you
right.
instead of we. Nobody care about what we saying about your character.
Someone says, this is too much. Too much. Okay. I can't wait for this to be over. I'm starting to feel like I'm facing a RICO. It's too much. Very stressful. I'm just thankful that they promised Thursday closing arguments. And this one day shit better work. Like, what? I've never heard of it. Never heard of it before. Also, too, if they lose, if it doesn't work out,
they got the appeals that they already sort of established.
Yeah,
what they
but your boy got to go up the river.
Well, yeah. I mean, without them, his ass was a chance he'd go up, down the river. You know what I'm saying? Up the river or whatever you're saying. I'm just saying, look, I'm sure the prosecution wish they wouldn't have brung on certain witnesses. Everything's done the same old thing. See, that's where they messed up. You don't need 3 people to say he's an a-hole. But when you open that door up, people get to go into those witnesses' closet. And you see what we found. Jane, Mia, Banner, and even Cassie.
Biddy says, Perry, here's the topic of discussion for defense tonight. Do we let KK off the chain, or did we already win? They're waiting for prosecution to dig a financial hole. Then they pull out that one GUN. Perry?
What you mean? But okay, I'm saying.
Don't let, so KK doesn't testify.
Okay, right. But once they close, that's it. They can't bring nobody on. Are you saying after this person they gonna bring on KK?
Do we
let KK
off the hook? Do we not call her? You there's no reason for the defense.
For the prosecution? No, I wouldn't call her ass. No.
For the defense.
No. Why would they call her? How could she really help? Like, your left hand man, just because he's saying this, supposed to help? Like, I don't see where she could bring anything to the table. The prosecution had to prove this stuff. And they didn't prove nothing.
Keep the public screen off. Pull up DX3328. James messages Cabral. What does he respond? He says, he texts, I'm just chilling in Houston, waiting for my flight. Garrett goes, Jane writes, want to come to Miami? I have a small free window emoji. Okay,
so what kind of emoji it was.
So you're saying they don't need KK at this point?
Are you listening to these things that they just doing right now? Talking about how is it trafficking when she's meeting with these people on a regular outside of Diddy? All this stuff is just blown up. No, KK, and if KK would have came for the prosecution, it probably would have hurt them too. Right? So I think it was a witch hunt that they overcharged the man. That's what I seriously think. Now, when we go through this with the witness, now I damn sure wouldn't bring them with his friends, Kanye. What can Kanye do for you?
Not Kanye, but maybe
or you can say, well, maybe they can bring a witness to show these girls are liars, that they actually was loose on their own. They got text messages showing they was loose on their own. They had the Brendan guy showed that their witness that they one of them on there that he only provided pharmaceuticals to him 5 to 10 times over a course of a period of 18 months. So when you look at things like this, they use their witness to their advantage. And then, well, by the way, Brandon, did you work some of those King night parties at the hotel? Yeah. How did the women seem to you? Oh, like everything's great. They loved it. Like they was having a great time. So he's showing them having a great time. But they played their witness.
So how does this no witness thing work? They go up, they call old witnesses back?
No. It's a wrap that they be getting ready to close.
We just skipped that all over that completely?
Right. The prosecution had to prove it without a reasonable doubt that he did it. I feel like they came up way too short. Right? Why argue with that? If the ship is already sinking, you don't need to sink it. Boom, close it out, articulate it so the jurors understand why you didn't need no defense, because there was nothing to defend. You seen the witnesses, you seen the girls up there with lawsuits of their own.
Well, yeah.
I'm just saying so.
Especially not Stevie J. Listen, I just want to put it out there. I think Stevie J's in Bali with KK and Frankie and Russell. And he's just ecstatic. He hasn't seen people in a long time besides Taraji P. Henson.
Now, people, in the last 30 minutes, have anything changed? Do you think Diddy will be home by the 4th of July?
No, Perry, no. Let me see. What was my... Why do you keep thinking he'll be home by the 4th of July?
If that prosecution rests their case in the next hour or so, and that's all we got, for me. I know
you can wrap it up as quickly as today.
Well, no. I'm talking about the prosecution can wrap it up.
Oh,
I mean, this is supposed to be their last witness, and once they rest,
the
only thing they can do is counter your witnesses. If you don't got no witness, it ain't shit for them to counter. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They got their closing thing. They'll speak highly of everything they prove, but then the prosecution showed them that they are some liars. I mean, the defense showed that the prosecutions are liars. Connivers on the witch hunt.
Interesting.
And then when Diddy get off, everybody gonna say, "Oh, he paid off all those witnesses. He brought himself, $3 million a month. Yeah, he paid his way out of it." But the prosecution wasted your government money on raiding 3 mansions.
Oh God!
And they ain't bring you nothing home, not even a lollipop. Did you know what I'm saying?
Let's see what else y'all say. Verdict may be by July 2nd. Okay, y'all cutting up for Perry. Y'all cutting up. The defense protected KK all along for becoming a witness. Somebody protecting her. It looked like both sides. The defense got that last check. And at that break, they made sure that check deposited and didn't bounce. I mean, it really sounds foreign to me, but because I'm seeing articles on it, I'm going to have to trust what y'all are saying. I never heard of such a thing. If it does not win, Diddy should fire them all before he goes back and get, like, you're not my lawyer no more. He should give us a, what's his name? Jesse Smollett exit. He got to do the Jesse Smollett exit. Cuss out the judge, everybody, and make this worth our while.
Well, I mean, Tess said
I've never heard of this, huh?
Tess said he ain't going nowhere. He'll be back in his jail cell eating barbecue.
Barbecue, not barbecue.
And the crazy part, that's possible, but I think the chances of that are slim. But you never know. Like I said, you really in court never be too overconfident, especially when you online. I could be overconfident because if I'm wrong, ain't nothing happened to me. It's Diddy at the time, but When you in the top,
Thomasia, this is the most interesting, one of the most interesting questions or statements probably all day for me. You are dealing with brilliant minds. Watch the defense. They are going to tear the prosecutor apart. Huh.
amen. I think so.
We'll see. We'll see. Yeah.
And
First off,
go ahead.
I never get too confident of anything because in court, nothing's a shoe-in, nothing. So I don't get too confident, but we'll just see how it goes. Sherelle, them people, the top lawyers in the country, they know what they're doing. This is true.
Mhm.
This is very true.
They don't know who they messing with. This is Southern District of New York. 95%, 98. Who cares?
You are so
Okay.
childish.
Hello. If it don't fit, you must acquit.
Oh my
Hello.
God. Yeah, I'm really serious because this is a serious case. It will set precedent for RICO charges. It also, you're talking about putting away a person for life is not a joke. Okay, here we go. Jane writes, "Oh, Sly, thank you for making me feel so beautiful." Agent says, he writes, "You called me my government name. I said, whoa, things getting personal now." Think there's a typo there. Garagos, Jane writes, "I'm traveling. Maybe you can come too. PCR test needed." Do you think she felt a little something for him, or not?
Is PCR, what PCR stand for? Pregnancy test? No. PCR test needed.
PCR test.
Oh.
Let me see.
Well, look, I'm just saying this. Somebody say he's on friends with Stevie J. Now don't bring his ass on. No need. Both of them be locked up.
Okay, PCR means post-conviction relief, a legal procedure where a convicted person asks the court to review their case after the trial and appeal process is over. I think she's just talking.
Okay, yeah. Or did she say STD?
It can also mean program clock reference, or I don't know what this is. Probably something chain reaction.
Maybe she meant to say STD.
A method used to amplify DNA. Yeah. What you say? You said she meant STD.
Yeah.
Perry, stop. You are just too much.
You know what, people? I don't even need another cup of coffee. Today is a good,
Perry, you cannot go out saying that. You don't know what kind of day today is.
I just know it ain't looking good. It's just not right. Look, I just needed a little bit more and they gave it to me.
What did you get today?
The little chart summary guy comes in and want to just, I only presented what was presented to me. Okay, so you don't have the real stuff. You just got part of the text messages. And then you're going to conveniently just put the ones out that look bad for their client. Now, you don't get your whack ass out of here.
No, I'm not laughing at you. I'm looking at this. Stevie Day giving, you know how he does this?
Yeah.
In court. Hell no. No, seriously. I'm going to go to Perry, watch. I need to go to Stevie J's Instagram. Where the hell has Stevie J been?
Oh, somebody says a C-19 test.
COVID.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
ain't know what was going on.
Stevie J has not posted since June 14th. So that was last week. Okay. Y'all gotta watch this. Not the rat face. Something wrong with Stevie J. Look at his face. Look at his face. Why is Stevie J in a hotel? Oh, I get scared if anybody near Diddy at a damn hotel. Why is Stevie J at a hotel?
He's setting up the
What
red
else?
lights for the 4th.
Perry, there are red lights.
Yeah, for the 4th. He's getting ready for the 4th.
Why do you have red lights, Stevie? Okay, what's
trip down to
up?
Walmart to get his baby oil, Istro
He
Glide.
might be staying in Diddy's Miami home because remember, that's where they found him. Hold on, let me make sure I don't have no updates. He looks zooped up and ready to go. Red lights. He waiting on Jane. I can't. This is not Stevie J's house. You can't convince me this is Stevie J's house. This is Diddy's pad, huh?
Update.
Okay, hold on, guys. Here we go. It says, Garagos, Jane writes, wait, you have a passport, right? Oh, then don't worry about the PCR test. Garagos, Your Honor, this is a good place to stop. It's 3 p.m. Judge says, okay, jurors, you may go. It says jurors just left. Garagos, I have an hour and 15 minutes left or more. Judge says, okay. Wait, well.
Yeah, he's talking about tomorrow for the across.
Okay. Now we have to look back at Stevie J. Is he at Diddy's house at a hotel or is he in Bali at a hotel? Let me take a look around. Let me take a look. Because we don't know where Stevie J be. And the red lights, he got to be at Diddy's place. Oh, the damn red. Oh, the sign says exit in English. Huh?
The prosecution gonna hate red after this case.
Stevie J is, are you carrying on with the freak offs? What's going on, Stevie? Stevie J cool though. He cool. I wouldn't date him or marry him. Something wrong with Faith, but he cool to hang around. And he's old and he still looks nice. I think he's in his 50s. He over there making songs that ain't nobody gonna hear. His time is come and gone. He putting out, here we got an update. Judge says, so tomorrow, the cross then will give the jurors a long break for the Rule 29 motion. If it's denied, the defense should be ready to put on its case tomorrow. And then he says, closing, question mark. And Garrigo says, 4 hours each with jury charged in the middle of Friday. So what does this mean, Perry? 4 hours each.
Yeah, they split the time. You got 4 hours for closing.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yay.
But then it says the jury, with the jury charge in the middle of Friday. I thought we were supposed to be done on Thursday, but maybe they will.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that. Let me see.
Okay, let me go to CNN really quick. They've got to be going home. I just want to wait for the official word. Today was a long day, a long, short day. I just can't sit through testimony, y'all, when it's that drawn out.
Well, I don't think I know how people might want to spend today's stuff. I might have to give. I may have to give the prosecution an L for today.
Oh my goodness, Perry!
I'm just keeping it real. Like
L.
a L for loser.
Yeah, no, today was very long, drawn out. I guess, they got their important information out, taking money from the bad boy and all that. The judge got to give jury instructions. Mhm. She called him Stevie. Jocelyn knows where Stevie is. Child.
And I'm trying to
You gotta
think.
love Stevie J for what's it called? Love and Hip Hop.
They
Okay.
wouldn't. The defense wouldn't have been able to cross-examine the summary chart person, witness, the summary witness,
Mhm.
if the prosecution wouldn't have sent his dumb ass out there. You see what I'm saying? They sent him out there with a
Look,
half
Terry,
a round.
I'm gonna wrap this up because the
Yeah.
jury's gone and I don't feel like hearing them argue. So you guys, thanks for riding with us, hanging with us this whole time. This was a long day,
And
6
please
hours.
let me know how you think the defense did today. Do you think Diddy would be home by the 4th? Okay, let's keep it real.
Oh, okay.
So,
All right. So we'll see y'all bright and early tomorrow, 6 our time, 9 Eastern. And bye guys.
bye
Like
everybody.
my new bye.
Oh yeah, that's cool, honey.